You know,
here. What's up?
I was thinking about something.
What are we thinking about, bro?
I was thinking about what's going on in the earth, right?
What's happening in our minds?
Yeah, and I wondered, why does it matter?
We're about to find out.
Holy shit. Ready?
Just kidding.
Welcome to Earth, Mind, and Matter. We said, fuck it, let's talk about albums. We said, let's talk about some movies and some fucking comics. This week in the universe, across the internet. No.
So what's up, Javi?
What's going on, Frankie?
No. What the fuck happened? Yes.
No, Frankie.
Yes. What happened?
I left my dick at home.
Nah, it's all right, bro. It's all right. Just Uber Eats it.
Dude.
Uber Eats your dick.
Now I gotta wait till tomorrow to get my dick.
You gotta wait like shipping or what?
Well, no, because I'm not going home tonight.
Oh, where you going?
I'm going to the club. My 4 a.m. raves.
Oh, your 4 a.m. raves. I completely forgot about that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Come on.
I'm a terrible person.
I get it in right before work now.
It starts at 4 a.m. or it finishes at 4 a.m.?
Starts at 4 a.m., done by 8.
What's the pregame?
Well, no, I just sleep so that
you could be refreshed for the rave.
Yeah, because raves. It's a long rave, 4 hours.
Yeah, it's kind of long.
I got to stay nice and refreshed.
Like Vero.
What?
Like Vero? Like Vero? The word?
No.
What? You don't know Vero? Hold on. Before that, I was gonna say, what do you think about people who do the silent discos? Like
that's so weird.
That's like because I get it. Okay, Vero means having strength, energy, and a strong sex drive. Typically used of a man. So if like a man is virile.
How do you spell it?
Virile.
Virile.
So virile.
I've always. I thought that was pronounced viral.
Nah. Whoa, we got the. Oh, shut the fuck up, TV. All right. Look. No, Vero. All right, okay. All right, nice. Okay. I know some things. Yeah, so we want to be Vero for the raves. I feel southern when I say Vero.
Why? Because it feels like there's molasses coming out.
Vero. But I was gonna say, so the silent discos, right, or whatever the fuck it's called. Why they do that?
I think it's just for really introverted people and really social anxious people that don't like interaction and things like that.
Also, you just want to hear the music and shit like that?
Yeah, you just want to enjoy the music and stuff, but you don't want to actually interact with anyone.
I think it's silly, bro. I think it's silly because it's like, what the fuck are you doing, bro? Like, you understand? Nobody looks cool silent discoing. Not hating on it or nothing, but when you're just passing by it and you're doing a silent disco, it's like, yo, bro, what the fuck is happening over here? These people just seizing with lights on their heads.
There's this movie called The Lobster with Colin Farrell in it.
That's the Lobster. Is it like a serious movie or a funny movie?
Yeah, it's a drama.
It's about I might be thinking about the wrong thing, but it's just like people who hook up with one another that are like different animals, right? You got a pig or a lobster or some shit like that. Something like that, right?
The premise is that it's in a world where relationships are enforced by the government and stuff.
There we go. That's crazy.
And so whenever you become single, you basically go to a singles hotel where you are expected to match up with a new partner. And if you fail in doing so, then you are turned into an animal.
Oh shit.
And
that's crazy, bro.
They're in this society, people are just because the whole movie is a social commentary on relationships and society and stuff, and so it really kind of exemplifies how being in a relationship or the social expectations of a relationship are very toxic, but at the same time people that are single can be very toxic because you see that there's a whole society or not there's a whole people in the society that are single. And you need to have papers that show that you're married or something like that. So these single people live out in the woods and shit like that.
So it's kind of excluding the single people from society because to be in a relationship is accepted as a societal norm.
Yeah.
Like a nuclear family almost type shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so there's a scene where the single people and kind of like I was saying that they can be a little toxic as well. They
sounds like the movie just saying we're all toxic. They should have called it just Toxic.
But
featuring
like,
Colin Farrell.
There's a scene where they have a silent dance party because they're like, yeah, you know, like, because these single people are really enforced in their idea of like, no, relationships are dumb.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to hook up or anything like that.
Dance parties with full volume music is dumb.
So they just place like the silent dance parties so that way they can have a party without actually interacting with each other. And so it's really interesting.
But I feel like you should still interact with one another, you know? I just feel like you don't hear anything else except the music.
I mean, in the movie, you see that Colin Farrell actually starts to fall for one of the single people.
Yeah.
And so they start sharing one earbud with each other and stuff like that. And so it's like you see how they start to sort of break out of like those norms and whatever.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to spoil the movie.
It sounds like a weird movie. It sounds like there's
really
no point.
weird, but it's really good.
I hear it's good. It's like a classic, I hear.
Like I've watched it like maybe 2 or 3 times now. It's pretty good.
Did you watch it in Spanish?
No, I have not.
What's the last movie you watched in Spanish?
Pan's Labyrinth.
Oh, that's the movie with the hands and the eyes on the hands, right? That's mad funny. I never seen that movie before.
I actually never finished it. I got halfway through it, and then I got
like,
really
what
tired.
the fuck are they saying?
And then I got really tired, and I was like, I'll finish it tomorrow, and I just never got back to it.
Man, that movie, The Lobster, makes me think of Her with Joaquin Phoenix. That movie's fucking weird, man. They show that movie to me in school, bro.
I love that movie. I love Her.
It's a good,
such a good movie.
It's a great movie. It's only
gonna that little virtual video game character.
Yeah,
he's like, follow me, little fuckhead. He's just like running.
I forgot about the little fucking character. If you haven't seen Her, watch that fucking movie. But that movie only ages like fine wine. That movie, because it's definitely the future, right? With like AI, VR coming to life and everything. And it's fucking weird, man. I'm starting to think Joaquin Phoenix is just a fucking weirdo for like all the roles he takes.
Definitely is. Joaquin Phoenix is definitely a weirdo.
Yeah.
Like he definitely has like a weird past and stuff like that from what I'm aware of. I don't know too much, but he's had like sort of a rough upbringing from what it seems like.
I guess that's what it takes to be a good actor. You heard it here first, bro. Tips and tricks.
You know, man, I remember when he won his award, I think at the Emmys or something for his performance in Joker.
Or Oscars. Oscars.
One of the awards. I don't think it was the Oscars though, but
Nickelodeon TV.
Yeah, the Kids' Choice Awards. But fucking like I remember when he went up there.
Kids' Choice Awards is so funny. The Kids' Choice Awards.
I remember when he went up there, he was like so serious in his thing, and like he didn't have much to say about like the film. He just started talking about the societal problems because at the time the fires were happening in Australia and stuff like that. And I was really watching the TV. I'm like, yo, man, please don't pull out a gun.
And the societal standards of the club. Just shoots Leonardo DiCaprio.
I was like, oh my God. I was like, please don't be a crazy motherfucker, Joaquin Phoenix. Man. Please don't pull out a gun.
That'd be some crazy shit, man. Like somebody doing that shit.
Please don't imitate your movie. Oh my God, don't do it.
There's this comedian who I like very much. I've seen him live a lot, called Ari Shaffir, right? And he's kind of a crazy motherfucker. Like he really is a normal guy too, but he has like a lot. He's crazy dialogue, crazy comedy. You know, daring comedy. Somebody that's been canceled in today's society, and for some reason, and I don't think this will ever really come to fruition or whatever, but I always think the way he'll kill himself, no, the way he'll die, is that he'll jump off a cliff with a gun to his head, shoot himself in the head, and just have a big and live stream it or some shit like that, you know. And not that it's like not to say that he's depressed or like I want that to happen. It's just such a unique individual, you get me? And I feel like,
and he needs to die a unique death.
I just feel like somebody's gonna do. I mean, people do it all the time. But just people, like, I wonder when there's going to be the first celebrity to have this epic, huge, like, broadcasted live, you know, death. Because that's how they need to go out, you know, because there's a lot of ego in celebrityism.
I don't know,
man. I don't know. So weird way to start the episode. But it's been a while.
It's been a while, you know. Man, but do you remember how to do the intro?
Oh shit, I forgot. What is it? It's what are we doing?
I think it's something like It's something like, what are we doing on the Earth?
Yeah, what's happening in our psychological mindsets,
and what's happening and why it matters.
Yeah, man. This is Earth psychological mindset and matter. This is
mind and matter.
Yeah. Now, Earth, mind, and matter. This is the show where we talk about what's happening in the Earth,
in our minds,
and why it matters. This is Earth, mind, and matter. If you're listening for the first time, I'm Frankie.
I'm Javi. Welcome.
Yeah, welcome. And if you're coming back, thank you for listening. Man.
We've been off a couple weeks.
Took a little hiatus,
but don't worry. We're announcing it now. When this episode comes out, another episode's coming out the next day. Don't worry.
Shout out to Jesus Christ.
So when you listen to this, you're like, oh man, it's nice that finally released an episode, but I kind of wish I had some more content. Don't worry. You're getting more content.
Literally the same fucking week. And then the next week, another episode.
Yes,
and
sir.
Then we're going to put out 3 episodes next week. And then 5 episodes the next week after. And then every day we're gonna put out an episode. That'd be fucking crazy, bro. An episode every fucking day. Now we get
4-hour episode every fucking day. Goddamn.
By the 5th one, we just be here like, yo, what's happening on Earth? In our fucking minds. But nah, it's good to fucking be back, man. It's just when we haven't shot for a couple of weeks, right? And yeah, it feels like we haven't shot this in so long. I'm like, what the fuck? Do we even do a podcast?
I was like, before I was hitting record on my phone, I was just kind of like, am I ready? Like, do I have everything I need?
We blow off the dust of the mics. And then a fucking big bomb of dust just came off. And
it's crazy what 2 weeks does. Like, I really feel like it's been like a month.
Yeah, I don't even know who the fuck you are anymore, bro. To be honest.
Yeah, we haven't seen each other in like 2 weeks. That's
because we've been working so hard on ourselves, self-improvement,
things are happening in our personal lives. I got a new job.
Facts.
Starting shit up.
Yeah,
I also
man.
had 2 concerts.
Yeah, bro.
I've had 3 concerts in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, man. I've been helping orphans. I've been feeding kids with my my spoon.
That's what you've been doing?
Yeah, man. I've been feeding kids with my spoons. And the orphans, I just kind of like go there and I just kind of chill with them.
I saw that online on Reddit.
You did?
On our dickheads. And I was like, wow, what a dickhead.
Nah, man. I try my hardest. I gotta feed those kids, bro. I don't know which kids I'm feeding, but I'm feeding them. And it's super crucial to the environment, and it's super crucial to my skincare.
I could totally imagine some kids are probably just coming in for seconds, and they just doing like the old like finger mustache trick, and you're just falling for it.
I'm like, who the fuck are you, kid? Let me feed you. Now, I've been busy too, but I've just been fucking working. I think that's what it is ultimately. But I think what also goes to show is that consistency is key. And like, man, again, taking 2 weeks off is it's kind of like you gotta just go right back into it, you know? But again, it's good to be back. It's good to be here. And I'm fucking hype, man. I'm fucking hype. It's, shout out to fucking Fiji Water for sponsoring this episode.
Shout out to Sierra Nevada's Hazy Little Thing, IPAs.
Yeah, for actually sponsoring this video. We're getting $6,000 each.
Yep,
yeah, man, it's crazy.
But it's getting paid in installments.
Installments. So
$1 a day.
$1 a day, I'll take it. 6,000. I got 6,000 days left. How many days do you think an average person lives for? Like not years, days.
That's a lot of math.
Just say things so I could Google it.
I'm gonna say.
I almost looked it up in the dictionary. What the fuck? Because I looked up Vero already.
Oh man, I like at least 10,000 days, right? That's gotta
10,000.
At least. I feel like that's even way less. I feel like it's got to be like at least 100,000 days.
All right, let me actually check. So I know the easy thing to do is in years, but let's see, because Google didn't want to give me an answer. Let's see, but so 80 it's 80 years is the average lifespan, right?
Okay.
I guess I'm not really particularly for wife women and men, or men and women, or this or that, or X and Y, or all this stuff. So what is 80 years
in days? Oh man,
this is the hardest thing I've ever had to Google. It's 29,220 days.
Wait, start over.
29,220 days.
29,000. Okay, so I was a little off saying 100,000.
That's kind of like disappointing, to be honest with you. Like 29,000 days. That doesn't sound as good as 80 years.
Well, what's that? One movie 365 days of summer, something like
500
that.
days of summer.
500
That's
days
a
of summer.
sad movie,
It's
bro.
a sad movie.
I like that movie though.
It's a good movie.
I like that movie when I want to just like cuddle up with my what's it called?
Your Snuggie.
My Snuggie, and what's my pillow pet?
Yeah,
my pillow.
I knew you were gonna say that. If you didn't say it in a second, I was gonna say it.
And I wear my home tiara, you know, because it makes it feel pretty. And I have my blue lights on from my light bulb that changes colors. And I cry.
Oh man, what was I gonna say about that movie? That's like. That's like the kind of movie that you watch when like you're going through a breakup and you kind of want to be reminded of the good times.
Facts.
And you're like, yeah.
And then it just ends so like, oh, what the fuck? This is not happy at all. This is all sadness. Paul Rudd is in that movie, right?
Is he?
Is it? Oh no, it's Jordan Gordon-Levitt.
Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
They're the same people. They're the same. Some actors are the same people, bro. But not black actors. You can't say that. But there's a lot of black actors the same.
I remember seeing like a meme once where it was kind of like, oh, you know, I don't know why it's racist to say that like all Hispanic people or all like Asian people look alike.
Yeah.
When all white people look alike, and it was just a picture of like all these white, blonde, blue-eyed women that just all look the same.
Yeah,
it was like 30 of them.
No, I mean it's fucking true, man. Because like if you first of all, I have somebody that I work with, right, and they're Asian. I think they're Korean, but I'm not really sure. But their name is Bruce Lee, right? So for mad long, I was like, wait, what the fuck? Are you fucking kidding me? So then I asked him, like, your name's Bruce Lee? Like, Bruce Lee? He's like, yeah, mad happy and shit, right? Like, and I didn't feel wrong at asking that. But definitely, because I've seen a lot of, like, black people look like black actors, right? And I'm always like, damn, I just want to say, like, bro, you look like fucking, what's her name from that movie? Precious.
Okay.
You ever seen Precious?
I haven't.
It's a good movie. It's all right. But no, just any actor in general, right? But then you're like, if I go say that, you know, I don't know if they'd be happy or upset. But if somebody told me
it
I look
could be
like,
perceived wrong, whatever. In societal,
it's perceived how I perceive it, how most people perceive it. Like if somebody said like, yo, you look like Danny Trejo. Machete, I'll be like, yo, thanks, bro. I'll be like, thanks.
You should dress up as Danny Trejo for Halloween. That'd be so dope.
But then you don't understand, like dressing up like Danny Trejo is just dressing up like a Mexican, like with the mustache and everything.
I mean, I feel like he has such a distinct look. He's got like the vest and stuff.
Yeah,
like,
true.
He's got the super long mustache.
So you're telling me Danny Trejo isn't just Mexican Hulk Hogan?
I mean, I guess he kind of is when you put it in that light.
He really looks exactly like him. I don't know who came first, to be honest with you.
Have I told you that I'm thinking of dressing up as Pablo Escobar for Halloween?
Yeah.
Because like when my hair is wet,
and you got the mustache and
it
shit
looks
like
a
that?
lot like his hair.
Bro, Narcos.
And like if I just put like a pillow under my shirt to give myself the gut, I could probably pull it off.
And actually have cocaine with you.
I was telling Sammy at Starbucks that fucking I'm gonna take Link with me and I'm gonna wrap Link in duct tape and say that Link is the Coke. That Link is the product.
Link is Javi's white dog. It's mad funny. That's actually really fucking funny. But then you get somebody who's like, you know, you can't dress like that. That's very, very offensive to actually me.
And I'm gonna be like, oh, Plato Palomo.
If you didn't say that in 2 seconds, I would have said that. Exactly, bro. Nah, that's a good ass idea. I was actually thinking about dressing like Ashley Tisdale.
Oh, dyeing your hair and everything, doing it blonde, or just
a name tag.
brunette version?
Just a name tag, Ashley Tisdale.
You should just wear a white shirt that says, I'm Ashley Tisdale.
That's what I'm thinking about doing. Yeah, bitch. Yeah, that's what I've never done it, but one of the things that I've always wanted to do is, because for Halloween, I don't want to dress up like anything sporadic. I just want to be basic items. So like one day I wanted to be like a flip phone. The other day I wanted to be like a pair of scissors.
Would you actually like clothes? Would you just like fold half your body?
Like if I wanted to end the conversation with somebody.
I'm so done with this.
And then they have to walk away before I unbend over. Or like just something like a lamp, you know. That I feel like those are the best costumes, you know. A jar of jelly.
Bruh. I would think you're just doing like a Blue's Clues thing.
What do you mean?
Because like all like the household items in Blue's Clues were like living and stuff. Yeah. Like what is this, Blue's Clues or some shit?
Probably, bro. Probably. I'll be Blue's Clues. I'll be Steve. Rest in peace. Rest in peace.
Oh, man,
he's not dead. He's not dead.
No, he's not dead.
He's
gonna be at Comic-Con.
No way.
Yeah.
If he doesn't wear his green sweater, bro, just tell him to go home. Just tell him to go home, bro. Fuck yeah. I don't know who that Asian guy was afterwards though, but Daniel or whatever.
Well, after Steve was Joe.
Oh shit. Whoops. It's because Joe was so unrememberable. And then the Asian guy came. Not that he's Asian, I hate him. I didn't care for him.
Or maybe you just hate Asian people so much he stuck out to you.
Maybe Asians. No, I'm kidding. I love Asian people. No, I'm kidding. I do. I love all people.
So
especially Asian.
I only love Asian people.
I don't even like myself, bro. I would like myself more if I was Asian, bro.
So,
what's up? Oh, by the way, shout out the Instagram.
Oh, that's right.
Instagram, follow us on Instagram, Earth Might Matter Pod. TikTok, Earth Might Matter Pod. YouTube, Earth Might Matter. And look out real soon for the Twitter, the Truth Social,
yeah,
and Donald Trump's social media, and maybe Getter, GETTR. Look out real soon for those. We'll be on there.
Yeah, I can't believe we almost forgot that. Been 2 weeks.
I know, man. It's time to get back on track.
Amateurs, look at us.
Pussies.
But
bro.
As we do, we have our news section where we go over 3 stories.
Yes, we do.
And the 3 stories that I got picked out for you today. The first one. Will the spiraling publicity harm Don't Worry Darling at the box office?
Harry Styles.
The second story that I got for you, if I could fucking find it, is going to be called The Mystery Behind the Crime Wave at 312 Riverside Drive.
Oh, shit.
And then finally, we're going to talk about the GTA 6 leak that happened in the last week.
That I have heard a lot about, but I've only heard just a little about, but I'm interested as to that's going to go down. How that's going to go down.
And so for the A.M.C section, we'll get to it later.
Yep. That's our album, movies, and comics section.
Yep. And we'll get to that later. But anything else you got to say before we just jump into the news?
God bless America. That's all I gotta say,
Nice.
And Haiti.
Well, okay.
And Haiti.
And you know what?
What's up?
Shout out to Puerto Rico.
Shout out to Puerto Rico, that ass, for having some good ass food. No, I'm kidding. No, they do have good ass food.
That only. That's stupid.
Nah, they're going through the hurricane or something like that. Yeah, it's stupid, fucking crazy over there. So, I mean, I immediately get flashbacks to Donald Trump fucking throwing napkins to the Puerto Ricans. You remember that? Fucking, it's so funny, man. Like, it's not funny in the sense of like true,
just like stupid funny.
It's like if I don't know, bro. That's just hilarious. But I know that I haven't actually kept up a lot with, but I just seen a lot of people talking about. But it's just sad because I know a lot of people losing power and this and that. It's not the first time I think these things have happened. And I did see one headline that was kind of crazy. Not to bring up Trump again, but there was an article. I didn't get to read it because I don't have Apple News Plus.
Damn,
I know, man.
Cheap ass
motherfucker, man. I'm already paying for New York Times.
How many days you work and you can't afford Apple Plus News?
Fuck Apple Plus News, bro.
Get a load of this fucking guy.
Bro, I only read
cheap ass motherfucker.
I only read from Time Magazine and highlights.
You love looking at ads, don't you? You're like, ooh, target me, baby.
Bro. But fucking, apparently Trump wanted to trade Puerto Rico for Greenland. You heard about that? Yeah, no. Man. And the article said Trump wanted to trade Puerto Rico for Greenland, and yes, he was serious. So I kind of wanted to pay that $10, bro, because that sounds like an interesting article to skip out on. But you can find those articles outside if you just Google it, honestly speaking.
That's true.
But I should have read it. It is what it is.
But yeah, so I'll just jump into the news.
Jump in.
So again, first story I got for you. Will the spiraling publicity harm Don't Worry Darling at the box office? And so if people don't know, Don't Worry Darling is a newest movie by Olivia Wilde. She is an actress turned director. I don't really remember too many of her actress roles. The only thing I can really remember her as is, if I remember her name correctly, Psylocke or something like that in the X-Men, the newer X-Men movies.
Okay.
But she eventually became a director. Her first film came out in 2019. It was called Booksmart, and it was a really good movie.
Okay.
And so after the success of Booksmart, it didn't do like amazing the box office. It was pretty modest, but the fact that it was such a well-made film really made her really,
she was an actor in that sense, or that was when she was directing?
That was her directorial debut.
Gotcha.
So it just showed that she definitely knows what she's doing. So she instantly became a hot commodity in Hollywood.
Nice. And
so instantly going to 2020, Don't Worry Darling was one of the hottest projects in Hollywood because it had the ascendant female director Olivia Wilde. And it had actress of the moment shooting upward like a rocket, Florence Pugh, and pop star's first major film role, Harry Styles.
Which is crazy, man, because I real quick, I saw the trailer for that when I was in Philadelphia with Brian, and I was watching Nope, but the trailer for Don't Worry Darling came on, and not once did I notice that Harry Styles was in the movie. Like,
really?
And I respect Harry Styles. I think he's a good singer. I think he's like a future like legend in terms of music, only because he's being real impactful today, but he's genuinely talented. I heard his live performances are exciting, but I heard he's not that good live, so I don't know how truthful that is, but I do think he's a sensation that's rising to the top. I hope to see him live myself one day, because that guy's very fucking popular, but his tickets are expensive as shit.
I fucking bet.
Jesus Christ, they're expensive as shit. But I don't know. I respect. He has some good music though, for sure.
Yeah. But now, with all the controversy surrounding this movie, it is now being referred to around town as "Kill Your Darlings." I kind of say that with a southern accent. Kill Your Darlings.
Daryl.
But this movie has a $30 million budget. That's just throwing that out there real quick.
So much money.
But over the past month, the highly anticipated film has become a spectacle in all the wrong ways, with director Olivia Wilde self-immolating on the publicity trail. And this movie is only one of 3 Warner Brothers films being released theatrically for the remainder of the year. So there's kind of a lot of focus on it for that reason, because it's like they don't have too many films left for the rest of the year. This kind of needs to do well. Because Warner Bros. Has been going through a lot of turmoil.
Ezra Miller and shit like that.
That's just one of many like issues that Warner Bros. Has been dealing with.
Yeah, Ezra Miller's gonna be our president in the future. I swear to God, bro. He can do no wrong.
They can do no wrong.
Can do no wrong. God damn it.
So, this article from the New York Times was written on September 23rd. This story I got from a lot of articles, but I kind of use the New York Times as sort of the backbone of this stuff.
Okay.
But I use a lot of other articles from it, including Vox, The Cut, and Variety.
Nice. That's a variety.
It's a variety. But first signs of trouble arose in March when Wilde's personal life became entangled with her promotional efforts on a stage in Las Vegas. Her introduction of the Don't Worry Darling trailer was co-opted by a process server presenting her with custody papers from her ex-fiance, Ted Lasso star Jason Sudeikis.
Wait, so like she presented it purposely with those papers shown? Or
No, she got served those papers on stage.
Oh, that's fucking crazy, bro. That's disrespectful as shit. By her, like, wait, was it divorce papers?
By her ex-fiance, Jason Sudeikis.
He gave it to her himself, or
No,
he got somebody else
process
to do it?
server.
Like, you got served.
Yeah.
That's some bullshit right there, bro. That's some fucked up shit. Maybe she did some fucked up shit to him. My bad. But that's kind of fucking crazy.
I mean, like, so to get a little context on that, Jason Sudeikis and Olivia Wilde were married for a while. They have 2 kids. They're both 5 and 8.
Who is Jason Sudeikis?
Jason Sudeikis, he's the dude from We're the Millers.
Oh, the glasses?
No. The white dude with brown hair.
White dude with brown hair. I do not know who this is.
You don't know who Jason Sudeikis is?
I don't
That's
think
crazy.
so, bro. I'm gonna see it.
He's such a well-known like comedian actor.
Not to me.
It's crazy. He was on Saturday Night Live for like the longest.
I know his name, but I don't know his story.
But yeah, they were married. They had 2 kids.
Okay.
And then they split up.
Damn.
They split up, I think, in 2020 or 2019.
Oh shit, Gossip Girl over here.
I just learned this stuff from reading the article. This whole article is like the most like celebrity gossip I've ever gotten.
Harry Styles, breakups, fucking. Right.
But it's become a pretty hot topic.
I didn't know about
I
don't know about the papers, bro. That's crazy.
Yeah, because like again, context behind that, they were married, they split up, and it seemed like things were amicable with their breakup and stuff. It seemed like things were chill between them, and then this happened. She got served those papers, and Jason Sudeikis said that he had no idea that's how the papers were gonna get served.
Yeah, all right, Jason Sudeikis. And all right,
and he's really upset about it, and he's like, I really wish that didn't happen, this and that, and whatever. But Olivia Wilde isn't buying it.
Yeah, I don't buy it either, bro. That's some bullshit, bro.
She's like, there's no way this is malicious and whatever.
Because that would mean that the person serving the papers would have to have been the one to be like, all right, I need to do this now for some reason.
Crazy thing too is that again, this happened at the introduction of the trailer at a film festival. So that server like had to get in the festival just to do that. It's like, who gave him the authority to get in there?
I think Jason Sudeikis is petty, bro. I'm just.
I don't know.
I think he's petty. I don't like this guy, bro. I don't fuck with the guy.
I like Jason Sudeikis.
Fuck Jason Sudeikis.
So it's like this story is just like I go back and forth with it because I'm just kind of like I feel bad on all parts here.
That's crazy, bro. I mean, that's just unfair. But I mean, it could be just what happened to them. But you're right. They would have to have access to the show and this and that. She was on stage when she got the papers. That's some bullshit.
But yeah, so that's kind of like how a lot of this stuff started to arise and whatever. But this spiraled into internet gossip over Pugh's lack of substantive promotion for the film.
Okay.
So Florence Pugh was not doing any promotion for the film. And this led to reports of clash between Wilde and Pugh over the rumored on-set affair between Wilde and Harry Styles. Because
the Wilde is the director, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's supposed that Wilde completely denies that she left Sudeikis for Styles. She says it's completely inaccurate.
This is so gossipy. It's so funny.
I know.
I'm not even like. This is very interesting. It's just funny for me. It's just like he said this and she said that.
He said this and she said that. Ooh. Like,
it's just funny because usually your stories are very like, you know, all our stories are very news based and like they include the celebrityism and things. It's just so funny, bro. It's like, oh my god, did you hear? And then with Harry Styles in this, it's the perfect cherry on top of the most gossip story.
it really is.
All right, so the promotion wasn't done as much, and then Harry Styles and Wilde's affair supposedly occurred.
Yeah, because it. Like I said, she denies that she left Sudeikis for Styles because the rumors are that she and Styles started hooking up on set of Don't Worry, Darling. Ooh. And then that led to their breakup between her and Sudeikis. So those are the rumors.
I'm about to lean on my stomach and flatter my feet back and forth with my hands on my cheeks. That's so gossipy in my pajamas, bro, next to my pillow pet. This is like gossipy. My CD player.
Yeah.
And some tea.
I love this story.
This is awesome. This is awesome.
But so officially, quote unquote officially, Florence Pugh's lack of promotion is due to her filming of Dune Part 2.
Okay. With Zendaya?
Yeah.
Okay.
And in one of the rare moments where Pugh spoke about the film, she grumbled at the idea of her performance being reduced to sex scenes. And she said in one interview, when it's reduced to your sex scenes or to watch the most famous man in the world go down on someone, it's not why we do it. It's not why I'm in this industry. Obviously, the nature of hiring the most famous pop star in the world, you're going to have conversations like that. That's just not what I'm going to be discussing because this movie is bigger and better than that. And the people who made it are bigger and better than that. Okay. And something that the article kind of pointed out is that she doesn't reference Harry Styles by name at all. Like she just refers to like the most famous pop star. And so that kind of like added to sort of that fuel or tension of like, oh, like Florence Pugh's got beef with Olivia Wilde and like thinks that like this relationship between her and Harry Styles is bullshit and all that kind of stuff. But things ratcheted up when Wilde fired Shia LaBeouf, the actor first cast before Harry Styles.
In the movie of...
Yeah.
Okay.
And only to have LaBeouf dispute her account with both audio and video evidence backing up his contention that he quit.
I feel like Shia LaBeouf is just one... Like, he's a good guy, right? So take this with a grain of salt. But I feel like he's just one spurt of occurrence away from just saying the N-word sometimes. I feel like he's a crazy motherfucker, bro. And I don't mean that in a bad way. Just, I mean, I do mean the N-word thing. But I'm just saying, like, he's just so sporadic, you know? So I just feel like one day, like, because remember that time that he got made to look like a bad person in an Uber, but he was just defending himself or something? Like, there was like some occurrence where people were, or they say that he was being racist or something like that, but he was just being like, it was kind of skewed. It was skewed into a different story. Right?
I don't know.
That's why I say that. I just feel like he looks crazy, bro. Shia LaBeouf is a crazy motherfucker. So I feel like one day he's gonna just get that story put on him, or like just call an Asian guy the wrong thing. He's a crazy motherfucker, bro.
But I mean, with this situation, Wilde supposedly fired LaBeouf because she felt she couldn't create, quote unquote, a safe, trusting environment with him on board.
I see. I told you.
And the context behind that is that FKA Twigs, which I had no idea who this was.
FKA Twigs?
Yeah.
Who are these people, bro? What the hell?
FKA Twigs is like a singer or something like that.
Okay, no, I definitely know who that is in terms of like music, but I don't know. Okay. Oh, it's a lady.
But they dated LaBeouf and sued him.
Is it LaBeouf or LaBeouf?
Shia LaBeouf, I don't know.
Shia LaBeouf, yeah, you're right.
But they sued him in January of 2021 and accused him of sexual battery, assault, and infliction of emotional distress.
Sheesh.
And so that's kind of the context behind that. Because like that's what Olivia Wilde is referring to of a safe, trusting environment, whatever.
Oh, so they didn't want him around because of that stuff. Got you.
That's the official quote unquote word of it. But the the controversy behind that is that LaBeouf denies being fired and instead claiming he quit the film due to lack of rehearsal time. And he says, "You and I both know the reasons for my exit. I quit your film because your actors and I couldn't find the time to rehearse." He said this to Olivia Wilde. And he provided evidence where he shared text messages and a video as evidence. In the text, it shows that LaBeouf and Wilde met in person in Los Angeles to discuss his exit from the film. And later that night, Wilde texted him a long text, basically just wishing him the best and thanking him for his honesty. The next day, LaBeouf makes his official exit, sending the email to her of like, okay, I'm officially leaving, this and that. And 2 days later, Wilde sends a video to LaBeouf where she alluded to possible discourse between LaBeouf and Pugh while also basically begging for him to stay on. She said in the video, "I feel like I'm not ready to give up on this yet. And I too am heartbroken and I want to figure this out. You know, I think this might be a bit of a wake-up call for Miss Flo," referring to Florence Pugh. "And I want to know if you're open to giving this a shot with me, with us. If she really commits, if she really puts her mind and heart into it at this point, and if you guys can make peace, and I respect your point of view, I respect hers, but if you guys can do it, what do you think? Is there hope? Will you let me know?" And that's what she said to him, but he still made his exit. And LaBeouf sends an email to Wilde asking for the narrative of his firing to be corrected. And he shared that email with Variety. It's a pretty long email, but I'm going to read it out loud because it's pretty interesting what he has to say.
Okay. Fucking, I can't imagine him just making it into an art piece. He's a weirdo, man. I like him though. He's cool, but he's a weirdo.
He prints out the email and just puts it in a frame, and he's like, art.
But he has somebody just engrave it in his back and then read it off his back in Latin.
But in the email, he says, "Olivia, I hope this finds you inspired, purposeful, fulfilled, and well. I pray every night that you and your family have health, happiness, and everything God would give me. No joke, every night before I sleep. I have a little girl, Isabel. She is 5 months old and just beginning to develop the last laugh of her laugh. It's amazing. Mia, my wife, and I have found each other again and are journeying toward a healthy family with love and mutual respect."
His wife. He has a wife. Okay.
"I have embarked on a journey that feels redemptive and righteous. Dirty word, but fitting. I write to you now with 627 days of sobriety and a moral compass that never existed before my great humbling that was the last year and quarter of my life. I reached out to you a few months ago to make amends, and I still pray one day you can find space in your heart to forgive me for the failed collaboration we shared. What inspired this email today is your latest Variety story. I am greatly honored by your words on my work. Thank you. That felt good to read. I'm a little confused about the narrative that I was fired, however. You and I both know the reasons for my exit. I quit your film because your actors and I couldn't find the time to rehearse. I have included as a reminder the screenshots of our text exchange on that day and my text to Toby. I know that you are beginning your press run for DWD, don't worry darling, and that the news of my firing is attractive clickbait, as I'm still persona non grata and may remain as such for the rest of my life. But speaking of my daughter, I often think about the news articles she will read when she's literate. And though I owe and will owe for the rest of my life, I only owe for my actions. My failings of Twigs are fundamental and real, but they are not the narrative that has been presented. There is a time and a place to deal with such things, and I'm trying to navigate a nuanced situation with respect for her and the truth, hence my silence. But the situation of your film and my quote-unquote firing will never have a court date with which to deal with the facts. If lies are repeated enough in the public, they become truth. And so it makes it that much harder for me to crawl out of the hole I have dug with my behaviors, to be able to provide for my family. Firing me never took place, Olivia, and while I fully understand the attractiveness of pushing that story because of the current social landscape, the social currency that brings, it is not the truth. So I'm humbly asking, as a person with an eye toward making things right, that you correct the narrative as best as you can. I hope none of this negatively affects you, and that your film is successful in all the ways you want it to be. Every blessing to you, Shia.
Sheesh, that's a long ass email, bro.
Yeah.
Let me show you Olivia Wilde's like reaction.
She just says K.
I would do it, bro. She living a tough life, bro. She got fucking papers on stage and shit like that. Yeah, she getting fucking novels from Shia LaBeouf. He basically broke up with her. Jesus Christ. That's fucking crazy, man.
But I thought that email was pretty important to read because it
seems genuine as fuck.
It really, I think it really speaks to like how much Olivia Wilde is sort of spinning a narrative of like she's trying so hard to keep things under control, but everything's kind of falling apart around her. And
she just became a director, right? Oh, no, this is her second director.
This is her second film directing. So she's just like, she's doing everything she can to just like hold everything together. But it's all like falling apart.
You think somebody went up to her and was like, "Don't worry, darling."
God.
Just had to
Frankie, the door's right there.
Fucking, I will say this real quick. So I had no idea Harry Styles in the movie, even though I deadass saw the trailer myself. But they showed like a little sneak peek of him kind of like arguing with his girlfriend or something like that, like a little sneak peek. Mm-hmm. I didn't think it was that good. Like again, I think Harry Styles is great, like in music sense. But that little snippet of him arguing with the girl in the movie, I just thought it was alright. I don't know if you've seen it.
No, I haven't.
To me, it was pretty kind of just not that good. I didn't feel any emotion or nothing from it. That's just my personal opinion. I don't want to like, shit on him or something like that. Maybe the movie's gonna be good, but yeah.
I'll get to that in a sec. Of the reception of it, but
but this is the hold on, I'm gonna show you very quick. We'll cut this out the audio, but we'll come right back. Sorry, we just watched the Harry Styles little clip, and what did you think? Yeah, right. It wasn't like it didn't seem like real emotion. It didn't seem like just goodness. It kind of just felt like Harry Styles reading lines, kind of trying to be dramatic. But I guess that's why actors get paid a lot of money to do what they do, because he kind of like, is this gonna be a thing? Like how bad? I don't know if you see Bullet Train yet.
Yeah.
Nice. Fucking. I don't know if it's gonna be like Bad Bunny was in it for a little bit, which I think they did correctly because he was a small portion of the film. But this celebrities have always been in movies, but these major roles from like,
Yeah, I mean, that's another point of controversy around surrounding the film where Harry Styles just even getting the role of this when he's now dating Olivia Wilde.
So, he's not dating her?
Yeah, they're together.
What the fuck?
Did I not mention that?
I mean, maybe I just.
Well, no, I said Wilde and Styles affair. They're now dating.
I thought it was all speculation. Okay, my bad. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, so that's where a lot of the controversy comes behind it, and like why Florence Pugh doesn't really reference him by name or whatever, because it's kind of like, oh, he just got the job because he's fucking the director.
He's clapping her cheeks.
Yeah. So there's like the controversy behind that. That tickled Lucas.
It's domino fight, tickled everybody. But, that's crazy.
Yeah, so Pugh, she did not attend the press conference for the film, but attended the Venice Film Festival premiere, where she made no interactions with Wilde. She didn't walk next to her, didn't stand next to her at any point, and didn't even face her during the 4-minute standing ovation that occurred after the film. And the saga peaked this month during a tense news conference at the Venice Film Festival. When asked about the controversy, Wilde responded, "The internet feeds itself. I don't feel the need to contribute. I think it's sufficiently well nourished." Which I was kind of like, okay.
Yeah. You're no Shia LaBeouf. Stick to making movies.
But Wilde declined to comment to the New York Times, canceling a long scheduled interview just hours before it was to take place.
Okay.
So that's a little like, okay,
she
now
seems
you're just kind of like avoiding it or something.
She should just be honest, bro. I think so now.
And a representative for Pugh also declined to comment. And this is just a fun fact, but the script was originally conceived by Carrie and Chan Van Dyke, the grandsons of Dick Van Dyke, in a script that was featured on the Blacklist, a compendium of the best unproduced screenplays of the year. And then Don't Worry, Darling was rewritten by Katie Silberman, who wrote her first movie, Booksmart.
Oh, shit. That was a fun fact. That was very fun.
Yeah, so it's kind of like they took an old script of the year, rewrote it, and that's her movie.
Okay.
But so the movie officially came out this Friday.
It came out already?
Yes.
Bro, what the fuck? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah. Yo, clear your throat.
Yo, bro. I was so flabbergasted. A long time. That's crazy. I didn't know the movie came out.
Yeah, so it's officially out.
Shit.
The movie is now out, and the verdict of the box office has yet to be known since the weekend is not officially over.
Oh, so they can't rate it until it's out for that long?
Well, it can have ratings. I'm just saying the box office. So we don't know how much money it's earning.
Yeah, you're right. Fucking, and let's see, Rotten Tomatoes. Ooh.
I actually have it. Don't worry. But yeah, originally the box office projection was roughly $20 million, and then it dropped to $18 million at the controversy. And at the time this article was written, a survey had it written down that it dropped to $16 million.
Damn.
But an insider at Warner Bros. Says they always expected 18 million and that interest had not fluctuated.
Okay.
So back and forth. But early reviews have not been kind. Currently sitting at a 38% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Yeah, that's ass.
The consensus reading, despite an intriguing array of talent on either side of the camera, Don't Worry Darling is a mostly muddled rehash of overly familiar themes.
Yeah. Damn.
And many of the reviews touch on the controversy around the film and question the response of the people. And what I mean by the response of the people is that...
What do you mean, dudes? No, I'm kidding.
I'll tell you what I mean. It sounded like an old cartoon where they do a rap to be educational.
Let me tell you what I mean now. That's what I put. I thought you just make it random. Pretty funny shit. That shit tickled me, bro.
But basically is that many people wouldn't blink twice if these actions were done by a male filmmaker, which this is a very common thing in the film industry where men have hooked up with actresses and things like that,
Harvey
and whatever,
Weinstein.
all that shit.
Yeah.
So it's this is nothing necessarily new in the Hollywood space.
I don't know though. I feel like
it's just a lot of the focus is just more so that oh, she's a woman. And so, what one person says is that this doesn't condemn her from her actions. Clearly what she's doing is still wrong.
Yeah, that's what I think.
But clearly the amount of focus that this is getting is kind of unfair comparatively to the lack of focus that other male filmmakers have gotten.
Is it that, or does it just involve a lot of high profile names? It involves Harry Styles, who's the biggest music person in the world, right? It involves Shia LaBeouf. I don't know who Florence Pugh is, but I feel bad for her ultimately. You get me?
She was in Midsummer.
She was in Midsummer. I knew her from somewhere, and I think I feel bad for her the most out of everything because I feel like she got stuck in this fucking, twirl of madness. But I knew she looked familiar as fuck. She's gorgeous. But I just feel that it just involves a lot of high profile names, and I don't think it has to do anything with that she's a woman. I think that by saying that she's a woman and then it kind of just singles her out and makes this more about her genitals than it really is about her irresponsibility with the film, handling wise, and her inexperience as well. It just, these seem more just genuine young mistakes to make, and she should just either keep her mouth shut or just be purely transparent if she chooses to be public about it. I get what you're saying though, but I also feel that I'm not you, but what people are saying. Yeah, you're right.
Because the way I feel about this story is that I just kind of feel bad for everyone because this just seems like a messy situation.
Except Shia LaBeouf. Let me tell you why. That's how we're gonna segue everything.
But I don't know. It's Olivia Wilde. She's clearly been irresponsible with her response and her actions and stuff. But it's this is all so new to her. I feel bad for her. It's I don't know what I would do in a situation like this. It seems like she's just trying to look out for herself. Yeah,
that's ultimately what I think it is. And when you're when your name is attached to something that so many people work under, because that's when I get flashbacks to Tom Cruise getting so angry at his crew for the whole COVID thing and screaming and how many jobs are on the line, this and that. That's ultimately what this comes down to. It's not, how is it going to affect me today as Olivia Wilde? It's it's going to affect everybody, And again, this all aside, I just don't think from that clip alone, Harry Styles is not a good actor. He's just not. And maybe we're wrong, and maybe he's a great actor throughout the whole film. Aside from that,
he could get better.
Yeah, and that's 100% a fact. But just I think bad move to date the person and also put him in your second movie, and I still haven't seen Honey Boy, which people praise Shia LaBeouf.
Honey Boy is really good.
Yeah, I heard, so I haven't seen it yet, but I haven't seen anything from Shia LaBeouf that's blown my mind movie wise and stuff. So,
Honey Boy and
even Stevens movie,
Peanut Butter Falcon.
Oh no, I heard about that too, but I never heard of it.
Peanut Butter Falcon is so good.
I gotta check both of them out. So until I see those two, I see Even Stevens. I fuck with Even Stevens a lot. But I just think it's a messy situation. It's a messy situation. It's super gossipy, but it's also it does get very interesting in the midst of the whole thing too.
Yeah, it's this is the most gossipy story that we brought on the show.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I just find it so interesting because it's this has affected a movie that is so high profile and stuff, and it's just interesting to see the turmoil behind it.
Yeah. I wonder if the feedback it's getting has anything to do with this whole thing though.
Well, like I mentioned, a lot of the reviews do mention the controversy that's happening,
which is unfair. I think it has nothing to do with the movie itself,
and that's why I find this story so interesting, because it's like they expect that all this trauma, or not trauma, all this drama,
all this PTSD,
like because the article does state that like all this drama could affect the box office, but at the same time, people are saying there's no such thing as bad publicity. So if anything, this could just raise the box office earnings.
That was my initial thought with everything. The fact that it's getting so much attention. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you, now that I know it's out, which I didn't know it was out, I might go see it. To be honest with you,
I wanted to watch it even before this controversy came out, because I was like, Olivia Wilde, I love the book Smart, I'm down.
Nice.
And I mean, even with this controversy, I'm still gonna go watch it because I'm curious to see what it's like.
Did you see the trailer?
I haven't seen the trailer.
Yeah, because you don't really watch trailers before movies and stuff. When I saw the trailer, which I won't say nothing, I thought it was very. I don't know what the fuck, because when you say, now that you say like it has a lot of themes that are very like, actually on Google users, 85% of them people liked it.
The user scores on Rotten Tomatoes was like in the 80s or so. So it seems like
Rotten Tomatoes is 38.
From the users.
Google, the users of that.
On the users on Rotten Tomatoes.
Okay. So I think they are being very just idiotic with their rating system.
Also, something I feel like a lot of people tend to forget or maybe don't know is that the rating on Rotten Tomatoes isn't depictive of how good the film is. A rating on Rotten Tomatoes is just a percentage of critics that liked the film. Yeah. So when a movie has a 38%, that just means 38% of the critics that have seen it have liked it. That doesn't mean that it's a 4 out of 10.
Gotcha.
That just means that
out of the critics that you're relying on in terms of Rotten Tomatoes, those are how much people liked it.
I feel like a lot of people don't really keep that in mind, or like don't know that, and I feel like that's just really important to think of just like a Rotten Tomatoes score doesn't tell you how good a movie is. Yeah, like because movies are very subjective. So it's like
100%.
The fact the user scores are kind of high in the 80s and stuff. Like, it's very possible that you and I might go see this movie and we might like it.
Yeah, we just leave with Harry style t-shirts. And we're like, ooh. I love that ooh shit. Man. That's fucking so ooh. You think somebody ever seen a serious crime, like a murder? They're like, ooh.
Someone in the back is just like, ooh.
Like, shut up. Shut the fuck up.
It's my daughter.
Like, duh. No, but you're right. I think it's kind of, if anybody's rating this movie off the controversy alone, especially like professional critics, if that's even a real thing, you feel me? I know that they are, but come on, like, like when you're rating food and dinner, it's like you could rate this, broccoli all you like. If somebody doesn't like broccoli, then your shit is irrelevant. So, but I don't know. I still think it just gives it, like you said, there's no such thing as bad publicity, So it really all comes down to just who's gonna watch it because of it. But still, at the end of the day, I think it's still one of those movies where it's kind of like, it just seems like a love story. I think it is like a psychological, like some shit.
Yeah, it definitely takes a turn at some point. Yeah. That's all I know.
Just from what I've seen from the trailers. And I'm not gonna lie to you, that day was some of the best trailers I've seen in my life. There was a lot of good trailers, and this one was like the weakest one out of all of them. But I was like, I'll give it a little watch. But that's when I saw the Emmett Till trailer. Nice. And then I was really like, ooh, because that's when me and Brian got a whole discussion, and I can't wait till that movie comes out, because that I 100% want to talk about on the podcast. Okay. And then it comes out this year. Nice. So that shit gonna be crazy, bro.
But yeah, so I don't got much left of this, but I'll just tell you that what's next for Wilde is unclear. She had another film after Don't Worry Darling set up called Perfect, but insiders say that she's left the project due to asking for multiple rewrites and saying the script isn't ready for production. So she might not do that film anymore. So we don't know. Gotcha. And at the same time, she has another 2 projects in early development, one of them being a new Marvel movie, which is possibly going to be a Spider-Woman movie.
Oh, shit.
And an untitled holiday comedy movie that Universal has had in the works since 2019.
How original.
So,
how original.
So, she still has some work, but this controversy hasn't necessarily said one way or another if she's lost her job or anything like that. At the moment, she still has her job, is what I'm getting at.
Okay, got you.
And to sort of speak again to the promotional efforts of the studio behind the film, Warner Bros. Has announced that its September 19th IMAX event, where they premiered the movie, was the fastest selling live event in IMAX's history.
Oh, shit.
It had a live Q&A across 100 locations.
The movie, The War and Darling, or something like that? Wow.
It had a live Q&A across 100 locations, and Olivia Wilde was there. Florence Pugh was not. And yeah. And
was Harry Styles there? If he was, that makes sense.
It didn't say. But yeah, that's really all I got for you with that story. I thought it was really interesting because this was a movie I was interested by. I think Olivia Wilde is a really good director from at least Booksmart.
I gotta check out Booksmart.
From her one movie, I can say that was a good film.
I mean, bro, when Get Out came out, Jordan Peele was just like, oh, it's just Jordan Peele, and now look at him. You know what I'm trying to say? That's the beauty of new directors always coming out, man. It's the best. Yeah,
so I thought this movie was on my radar for a hot minute. Ever since it got announced, I was like, yo, Olivia Wilde, I gotta check this shit out. So as soon as I saw all this controversy arising, I was like, yo, man, what the fuck is going on with this shit? And then reading it, I was like, yo, this is so gossipy. Oh my god.
Yeah, bro. I'm surprised you didn't get this shit off fucking I don't know any
People Magazine.
People Magazine. That's your fucking source, bro. Ooh. But it's just so fun to start.
Yeah, that's what I got for you with the controversy surrounding Don't Worry, Darling.
Okay.
Like I said, definitely still gonna go check it out. 100%. I definitely want to see what it's about. I have no idea what it's about.
What movies are right now, by the way? I didn't even know.
There's a film by George Miller that I really want to watch called like 3,000 Long Years, something like that. It has Idris Elba in it and someone else.
Idris Elba was just in
some movie called like Beast or something like that.
I didn't think that did too good, to be honest with you, but
nah, that movie kind of looked like doo-doo.
Let's see. I'm gonna just look at what theater I go to. Williamsburg Cinemas has a good fucking.
There is a Marcel and the Shell with Little Shoes.
That's been out for a while though.
That's still out. I still haven't seen that yet.
Wow. Let's see.
There's another movie that I wanted to see that
The Woman King came out. That's Viola Davis's new movie.
Okay.
That me and Brian were both like, it looks alright. And it's not that it's like, because you say a movie like The Woman King looks okay, but it's like, how dare you? What? But to me, it just seems like one of those movies where Viola is kind of old, like not in a bad way. She's a great actor, great fucking actor. You get me? And she might even not be that old, but to me, I feel like she looks old. Oh, David Bowie movies out right now.
That's the other movie I wanted to see. The Moon Age Daydream, right?
I want to watch that shit. So that's wow.
That got good reviews. Wow. I really want to watch that.
So Woman King's out. I'm not gonna even speak on it no more because Bodies. That's Pete Davidson's movie.
That's the other movie I was thinking of. I wanted to see that as well.
I just don't like Pete Davidson. I don't think he's that funny. Not the Kanye shit.
I don't give a shit about Pete Davidson, but I just want to watch that movie.
Gotcha. The trailer didn't seem that good. That's why for the movie, like it was just But also Super Pets, which didn't you see, Lucas? Super Pets? Did you see Super Pets? Yeah, I left that. How Lucas said he left that.
It's gonna be on HBO Max real soon.
Ooh. Don't Worry, Darling. David Bowie's movie out. Wow, I can't believe David Bowie. And this movie called Pearl, which looks very interesting.
Oh, that's the prequel to X.
Oh, really? What do you mean X? What movie is X?
The horror movie X.
Horror movie X. I don't know what I'm talking
about.
That
you saw with Kid Cudi in it? Isn't that?
This is the prequel to that?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Even Martin Scorsese likes it.
Wow. Yeah, that's a good fucking. I'm telling you, man. To me, it's one of the best modern screams in a film in a long time. Very good. Did you see it, X?
I haven't seen it yet.
Check this shit out on a spooky day when October comes.
It's October. Yeah. Well, it's about to be October.
I already know what movie I'm picking. Oh, nice. I gotta check that shit out. X was really fucking good. And I saw it on a very little screen in Nighthawk Cinema. And then some movie called See How They Run. Yeah.
Don't know that one.
Let's see who released on the 16th. Director Tom George. In the West End of 1950s London, plans for a movie version of a smash hit play. Okay, man, this movie is whack ass movie, bro.
You lost me. Anyways,
fuck this movie, bro. God, why'd you even make that shit, Tom George? What kind of name you got? 2 first names, bro. Damn, bro. Well, shout out to Olivia Wilde.
Shout out to Olivia Wilde. Yeah, that's what I got for you for the news. First story of the day.
Nice.
Pretty interesting, I think. Pretty goddamn interesting.
It really is. For like a gossipy story, it's incredibly interesting.
But now we are at the second story.
Oh, shit.
So this story I'm going to be reading off the laptop.
Okay.
It's called The Mystery Behind the Crime Wave at 312 Riverside Drive.
Okay.
This article really caught my attention because from the title alone, I was like, the fuck? Because this is a local New York story.
Okay. Yeah, I was thinking like that seems like it would be around New York City, but Riverdale is so, could be anywhere.
Riverside.
Oh, Riverside. Oops. Riverdale's a show.
Riverdale's a show. Yeah. Riverdale is also a place in Queens, I think.
Oh, okay.
Like out in Queens.
But this is
like
Manhattan, I'm assuming?
This is Manhattan.
Okay.
So pretty much what's been going on with this situation, the article opens up and says, New York City, 911. The emergency dispatcher answered. Do you need police, fire, or medical? The person says, I need police, 312 Riverside Drive. And he says it in a hushed voice. The lady in room 340 on the third floor is cutting herself. She's mentally ill. She's buck naked and she's mentally ill and she's cutting herself with a razor. The dispatcher asked follow-up questions and assured the man, help is on the way. That call just past midnight on December 16th was the first of 5 that day reporting dire emergencies at the same address. Fights, stabbings, sexual assaults, shots fired, all at 312 Riverside Drive.
Okay.
It was the location of thousands, and that's not exaggerative, of 911 calls going back more than 2 years. Without question, the most dangerous address in all of New York City by this measure. Again and again, police officers had raced to the tree-lined block of the Upper West Side between West 103rd and 104th Streets. Firefighters and paramedics met them there, but the response all ended the same way. Emergency vehicles turned and left, their sirens off. The police over time stopped responding to the calls at all because there is no 312 Riverside Drive.
Oh, shit.
It's not a real address.
Oh, what the fuck?
So the calls had been treated like emergencies.
I just imagine all these emergency vehicles crashing into one another.
Like,
and just
where is it? Where is it?
Back up. We're still just that's crazy.
But the calls had been treated like emergencies. Now they were a mystery. Who was making them? Why? Was it a coordinated attempt to disrupt the police or an epic years-long prank? Detectives eventually traced the calls to a single cell phone in a building on West 43rd Street that had once been the Hotel Times Square, but for years has offered affordable housing and counseling to vulnerable men and women in the city. The police found the phone on the 14th floor and with it the man behind every call. And so the mystery became a puzzle. One that has confounded an entire team of lawyers, caregivers, and social workers. His remarkable case is an extreme example of a familiar dynamic. One man with a cell phone has created enough havoc to be hauled over and over into court, but not enough to warrant a prison cell.
Oh, shit.
He knows it's wrong, and he apologizes to the judge, but he won't stop. Help is always on the way, but it never quite reaches him. And from this point, it gets a little more into who this character is.
Okay, I'm listening.
And so...
Imagine I wasn't, though.
Damn.
It just reminded me of another story that I'm going to say after this. Very similar, I think.
Okay. But Vicky Mitwitani is how I believe her last name is pronounced.
It's Italian.
It's not even Italian. I think it's like...
British.
Because she's black, so I think it's like...
Oh, he's saying black people can't be Italian? I'll tell you, black people can be Italian.
I mean, I've never met a black Italian, so I wouldn't know.
I think you gotta open your mind.
I'm just basing off my experience. I've never met a black Italian.
If you go and fucking if you look at soccer, there's a bunch of black Italian players.
I'm not saying there aren't black Italians. I'm just saying I've never met a black Italian. That's news to me.
Well, you know what?
What?
I haven't either, to be honest with you. I don't think I've met a black Italian, to be honest with you. So, well, I know they exist, though.
Good for you.
Thanks.
Good for you. Let's go Mets.
Let's go fucking Mets.
Let's go Mets.
Let's go black Italians. If you're a black Italian, come on the show.
Yeah.
Oh. That's very quiet. Oh.
So we meet Vicky with... I'm going to try and pronounce... Okay, her last name is spelled Mwitanti. Mitwitanti.
Let me write it out. MWI, right?
Tanti.
What was it?
So MWI.
MWI.
Tanti.
Mutanti.
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 Let's just go with that.
Nice.
But Medante walked into her office building near the criminal courthouse on Lower Manhattan Center Street in June and entered the elevator, pushing the button for the 20th floor. Mm-hmm. She was a lawyer at the New York City County Defender Services, and she was churning and grinding the job that can make idealistic young people cynical and exhausted.
Wait, is it M or N?
M.
M? Because this is how you say Nuatanti. I'm sorry, I looked up Wantiti. YouTube had. I'm sorry about that, but it has it right here actually. Hold on. Okay. It says. Okay.
What?
Muentati. Oh, muentati.
Muentati?
Muentati.
Muentati?
Muentati.
Sure. Muentati. Muentati.
M.
Muentati.
Muentati. There we go. Sorry, I had to look it up and it's there because the name is Semba Muentati.
Muentati.
Muentati. All right, so read the beginning of that sentence.
I got you.
This episode is just Muentati. Muentati.
So Vicky Muentati walked into her office building near the criminal courthouse on Lower Manhattan Center Street in June. Mm-hmm. She entered the elevator, pushing the button for the 20th floor.
Oh, shit.
She was a lawyer of New York County Defender Services, and she was churning and grinding a job that can make idealistic young people cynical and exhausted. Ooh. But 3 years in, she felt invigorated by the work, and she had just been assigned a new client of an unusual case.
Oh, shit.
Before the elevator door shut, a tall, older man, 70, and wearing thick eyeglasses darted inside. He smiled. We bonded over the weather, but it was not small talk, she says. He complimented my dress, and we had this engaging back and forth.
And then they fucked.
Right in the elevator. Right in the elevator.
You saw into the story. I was like, oh shit, where's it going? Okay, they talked about the weather. Dress.
When the elevator arrived at 20, both of them got out. She heard the man approach the front desk of her office, and she realized that he was her new client.
Oh, shit.
He was not what she had expected. He was just so warm and kind and sweet, she recalled. His name was Walter Reed.
Oh, shit.
Mr. Reed had arrived in New York City in the late 1990s, well into his 40s, and trouble followed. He was arrested and charged with petty crimes starting in the late 1990s, and in 2002 was caught stealing a camera and a phone from someone's hotel room in Midtown. When the owner of the property confronted him, Mr. Reed struck that person in the face.
Damn! That's crazy. Hey, what you doing? What? Boom! Never mind, sir. Move along. That's not funny, bro. I'm gonna do it next time a cop confronts me.
But he was convicted of burglary and sent to prison, where he served almost 6 years.
6 years.
Upon his release, Mr. Reed seemed to have drifted from shelter to shelter, trailed by arrests for trespassing, larceny, and drug possession. He began using crack cocaine and in 2018 was arrested for selling a small bag of the drug to an undercover officer for $60 outside his apartment building. This time, after pleading guilty, he was sentenced in the Alternative to Incarceration program of the court, in which defendants can attend regular meetings of counselors and meet other requirements to avoid jail time. And so Mr. Reed was in many ways a model candidate for the program, an enthusiastic attendant at meetings of counselors and doctors, because he attended all of them. But in other ways, he was an abject failure. He consistently tested positive for controlled substances, but more troublesome in many ways was his newer habit, on one that gripped him as tightly as any drug, a daily, even hourly fixation with a hotel on Riverside Drive that he had imagined from thin air. And these quotes from another phone call say, New York City 911, do you need police, fire, medical? I need police, ma'am. 312 Riverside Drive. The people there just heard an old woman, 94. They beat her up and took her money and they're still there, but they might get away with it. How long ago did this happen? This is happening right now as we speak. Okay, we're going to send some help. That call arrived on February 28th at 5:24 a.m. It was one of 24 calls on 911 that day alone regarding 312 Riverside Drive, and one of a staggering 501 calls to the location that month. All the calls were closed as false reports. And they say it's difficult to pinpoint when exactly the 911 calls began, but in 2020, there were 1,937 calls to that location. In 2021, that number grew to 2,336.
Jesus.
So now, pretty much the building that he thinks is 312 Riverside Drive is some old building called the Master that used to be like a museum and stuff like that. It used to be a home to artists, a museum, an art school, and a theater, but it is now a renovated apartment building. And this is what they say is the setting for Mr. Reed's delusions.
Yeah.
We got firemen coming in asking about 312, said Don Ben, a concierge at the master building. Firemen and cops when the night guy works too. The 911 calls were often announced simultaneously over the popular Citizen app. And if you don't know what the Citizen app is,
it tells people what's going on in the city.
Yeah, it just tells you any crimes that are happening around your area, which reports nearby emergencies on users' phones. And this one person, Charles Gross, he lives on the corner of West 103rd Street, so he's right there in the corner of where 312 Riverside Drive is supposed to be, according to Mr. Reed. And he described looking of shock at his app and its drumbeat of reports of crime at that location. Stabbing, he said, assault, distress. He said he would run to his window for a closer look, but it's always silent, he says. In January 2021, one woman spoke up at the 24th Precinct's monthly community meeting and asked about 312 Riverside. What's going on here? The question was hardly unusual. I would say it comes up each meeting, Deputy Inspector Naoki Yaguchi, the commanding officer of the...
Oh, you can say that. You can't say Mutani.
I know, right? Get a load of this fucking guy. Get a load of this fucking guy.
Istanbul Miklaku Kiche. Can't say Mutani.
That's racist.
That's not racist. That's names, bro. My teacher's name is Mr. Sankiche. I don't know about Istanbul, though.
But, pretty much that Deputy Inspector.
I like how you put that should be a still frame. That's racist. When Javi said he did the finger gut thing, tilted his head and said, "That's racist." With a smile. That's the funny part. All right, but
Yaguchi, he says, sometimes every other meeting. What's going on over there? Should I be worried? New officers had similar reactions, and I thought this was kind of weird. The quote says, it was a rite of passage. There's obviously a sense of excitement that they're about to go to this very serious call until the training officer beside them says, relax, kid, it's just a fake call. And I'm like, damn, do cops really get excited when they hear calls like that?
Probably, bro.
Like, that's kind of like, I don't like that.
But like when they get the 312 Riverside Drive call?
Yeah.
I feel like it's like when we work at Starbucks, you feel me? And then you like, oh, it's this guy again. Like, and then like we get a new worker. And it's like, oh, what does he do? Oh, like, oh, he always gets a cup from the trash. Then comes and gets a refill. You get me? It's like you got to go through it because it's gonna happen, type shit.
Well, I mean, I just feel like it. What I don't like is the cops getting excited about like a call, and they're like, oh, finally some action.
Oh, I don't know. I feel like that's a phenomenon that really occurs. But what worries me, and then I agree with you heavily, is that a lot of cops want to see action. Therefore, that's why they're so trigger heavy, because
they've been waiting
for this moment. Yeah, it's like one of those things where like some cops work their whole career with never shooting their gun. So I feel like there's definitely a portion of cops, because our ways of initiating cops and allowing cops to be is so not outdated, because y'all want to defund them. That you know, there's a lot of trigger friendly cops, right? Or like what's the word? Trigger
happy.
Trigger happy, yeah. So I feel that's a big thing. So I feel that a lot of cops want emergency because it makes the job more interesting. Again, not in a positive or negative way, just in a realistic way. You get me? And that's what you sign up for. You get me? So
yeah,
but I agree with you. It is kind of like,
it's a little weird. Yeah. It's just kind of like, oh, finally, I get to shoot someone. It's like, whoa.
We called you in for littering. He's like, nah, bro, I'm shooting the garbage and the person. Do you remember that one day where there was no crimes reported in New York City?
No.
It was one day. There was a headline on it. I'll look it up actually. But yeah, it was basically no calls were made to the police in New York City for one day.
Sounds like a good day.
That ass. Just people dying. Just nobody want to call the police. Like, come on, we have this whole day. Let's see. Police NYC. Let's see.
At 12:01, there was a crime.
Oh, look. You know what's so funny? The mystery behind the crime wave at 312 Riverside Drive just came up.
Nice.
That's weird, though, because I wrote, no calls were made to the police NYC. Who was listening to us, bro?
What the fuck?
That's weird, right? Why would that come up?
I mean, the article does say...
Huh? No, I never looked it up before. We've only just talked about it now.
I mean, it does say in the article at some point that no calls were ever made to 911. So maybe it's taking that exact like line.
Probably.
And because since this is a recent article, maybe it's just like relevancy.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Let's see. But let me look it up. My Googling is not on point today. It really isn't. Okay, yeah. The New York City celebrates a day without violent crime. This occurred on, come on, BBC. Why you gotta be so complicated? November 29th, 2012.
2012.
Yeah.
Oof.
That's a long time ago. Yeah.
Back when the world was supposed to end.
Oh, yeah, man. It's a shame we didn't.
Good year.
It's good year. All right, so continue.
So, the deputy inspector, he explained the situation at the 2021 meeting as he has many times since. That is an individual that's basically making fake 911 calls. He perceives that something is actually going on in that place. In 2022, by late March, the calls about 312 Riverside were on pace to beat the prior year's record. So again, 2020, he'd made if I pull the numbers again real quick.
Like 1,000 or something like that, right? Calls?
It was like 1,000.
Yeah.
So in 2020, he made 1,937. In 2021, he made 2,336. By March of this year, he was already on path to beat that record.
This year?
This year.
2022?
Yes.
It's crazy.
So it just increases as the years go on.
And he doesn't get arrested because he's not doing anything wrong, right?
That's something that the article points out. He's not really
he's delusional.
doing anything wrong. So, and that's why it says he's making all these calls that are bringing him into court, but technically he can't be arrested for this.
So should we call the cops right now? Like, hey, 312 Riverside Drive. They come knocking on the door. I want to tell a story real quick. I have like 3 stories I want to tell just off of this because it's so. But this is one I tell quickly. When I was a kid, I called the cops in my house. I was pretty young. I called the cops. I got into a little corner and I covered myself and shit. And I was like, "Hello," and they were like, "911, what's your emergency?" And I was like, "Hello." I'm paraphrasing because I don't remember exactly, but I was like, "Help him kidnap. I'm in the middle of nowhere." Hang up the phone. I said I'm in the middle of nowhere, right? So I was like, bro. 20 minutes later, all I hear is on my door. And I'm there sitting like, oh my God. Right? Bro, my mom's making carrot juice, bro. In the kitchen, she's making carrot juice. She never makes carrot juice, right? Fucking the cops come to my room, bro, and they're like, yo, like, you can't call the cops. No, I think I go to the kitchen or something. But yeah, bro, don't tell the cops you got kidnapped in the middle of nowhere. True story. 2 cops, bro.
I think we've all like prank called the cops once before.
I just felt ridiculous for being like, what the fuck, bro?
I think we've all been there.
You called the cops before?
I think if
Nice.
Yeah, I think
you called 911. They were like, "What the fuck you doing, Lucas?"
Like, yo,
what the fuck is up? Stay on the ground.
No, I think I've called the cops before, like saying some dumb shit. I can't remember what, but I think I've done it before.
Did they ever come to your house while your mom's making carrot juice? Well, best believe they will, bro. It's a crazy day, bro.
Oh man,
that's fucking crazy.
But yeah, so fucking
he's on track now to be making those calls. They should just take away his phone, bro.
So I'll get to that in a sec.
Oh shit, I'm a fucking psychic.
So pretty much, in Mr. Reed's mind, 312 Riverside Drive is chillingly real. He sees it as if standing outside on West 103rd Street. You see the big numbers right on the stone wall, he said in an interview this summer. There's a revolving door to a lobby, and on the other side, in his quietly urgent telling and call after call after call, lurks a cast of violent predators. He describes them to dispatchers, men in hoodies and jeans, attacking an old woman on the floor, a crew with a man known as a director, assembling what looks to him like a pipe bomb. "I'm not professional. Send someone over who's professional," he says. He knows at least one person there quite well. "My girlfriend," he says. "They won't let her leave the building. That's the only reason I called 911. Outside of this vivid, teeming, nightmarish place, Mr. Reed's real life is quiet, even mundane. Tall and lean, he looks like a giant in his tiny apartment in Times Square, seemingly able to touch opposite walls at the same time. He greeted a visitor with a warm handshake and a smile, offering a seat in his tidy room, sitting before a portrait of the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. and a Hunger Games movie poster tacked to the wall. He was laid back, friendly host, and conversationalist. I keep a low profile," he said. A favorite outing is Washington Square Park to listen to free jazz.
Barely making the fucking phone calls. Lying ass.
He's delusional, man.
Yeah, man, he really is. Shit. Good for him, though, making it on the New York Times. The New York Times, right?
Yes.
Good for him.
At ease in his modest room, Mr. Reed spoke of his family and of his lawyers, who he thinks of his blood at this point. I love them so much, he says. He worked at the grocery store Gristedes in recent years, sweeping up and hopes to return, he said. He likes work and was known to show up early, but with age a new pain has crept into his legs and is walking slow. 60 blocks uptown from his apartment is the corner of West 103rd Street and Riverside Drive and the Master Building. Mm-hmm. There's no stone with the number 312.
Wow.
Inside its actual building, apartments are rented by the organization Breaking Ground, which provides permanent housing for formerly homeless and mentally ill residents.
Nice.
On-site counselors and programs support their needs as well. Within this world, the level of attention paid to the man on the 14th floor has been consistent on a weekly basis all summer.
Give
me a fresh beef, Frankie. The oddity of his fences.
Sorry, you got that shit in my head. It's stuck in my head. It's gonna stay in my head. I have to get it out. No more picture.
But the oddity of his offenses and their outsized impact on the city's responders and his earnest charm seem to draw people to Walter Reed, without necessarily a clear idea of what to do with him, but with a desire to understand. And this is a picture. This is a picture of that Hunger Games poster that he has tacked up on his wall and stuff. He has other things tacked up around it and stuff. He's definitely a very interesting character.
That's oddly symmetrical.
Isn't it?
Yeah, that's honestly very interesting.
Like, he's not disturbing Katniss or anything like that. Yeah. Like, everything is right around her.
Yeah. I never seen Hunger Games. I don't know.
Really? Wow.
Never read the book, never seen it. I heard it's good. I heard it's very good.
I've only seen the movies.
What a fucking noob.
Get a load of this guy.
I watched the movie. So I can't criticize it for the book being better.
But the article gets pretty interesting here because it kind of talks a little bit about Walter Reed's life. Mm-hmm. It entails that on December 16th of 1971, the Vietnam War was pulling thousands of young men out of their homes and neighborhoods and into the front lines. Mm.
He was drafted?
Walter Reed was 20 years old in New Brunswick, New Jersey, when he arrived to join their number.
Wow. But he was drafted, or he was, like, how can I say? Like, he purposely went over there?
It is unclear whether he was drafted or he enlisted, but he showed up.
That's a perfect answer to my question. That's awesome. The person writing the article will know what the fuck they were doing.
But he was born in Connecticut of 1951 and had been sent to New Jersey as a preschooler after his mother, a widow, died unexpectedly of an overdose.
Oh, so he's like 70-something now.
Yeah.
Wow.
He lived with relatives. His brother, Lawrence, lived nearby with other family. And against these difficult odds, Walter came through okay. He was a funny kid, a character. He finished high school and enrolled at Rutgers University. He fixed his hair just so and sang in any R&B band that would have him. Nice. He had a girlfriend named Gardenia. Weird ass name.
Yeah, honestly, I was thinking about the name Gloria.
Gloria?
Yeah.
I mean, at least you got the G.
Yeah.
For gangster.
Nah. Exactly. Thank you.
But like I said, then came the army, and like I said, it's unclear whether he was drafted or enlisted. But he did not last long, leaving just weeks later on January 29th, 1972, with an honorable discharge.
Oh shit!
He would not fight in Vietnam, nor would he die there. He seemed to seize upon this great relief with a newfound embrace of life. He and Gardenia became parents months after his discharge. They named their daughter LaKenya and married a month later. He worked a steady job at a factory that made corrugated boxes.
What's corrugated boxes?
No idea.
Sounds like egg cartons, but that could just be wrong.
I don't know.
Wow.
But that apparent happiness lasted only a few years. The couple split, and his former mother-in-law, Rosa Jeter, who's 94, which is crazy, says they were just young and didn't know. And then in 1994, Gardenia died of cancer. Damn. She was only 38. Their daughter, by then in her early 20s, could take care of herself. Walter Reed was then alone. He moved to Massachusetts and lived with family for a while. Then in the late 1990s, he arrived in New York and then led all his troubles. Sam Sloan, an attorney at the New York Defender's Office, was monitoring the courtroom arraignments one day in 2019 when a tall, older man approached and said his attorney had directed him here for a new Metro card. He says, "He came down and started talking to me. This cool, very polite guy. There's always some people you talk to and say, why is he in this building right now? He came to learn about the man, Walter Reed, and his case, and eventually became his lawyer. When he left on parental leave this summer, he landed his files to Miss Mitwatanti.
Hey, the GOAT.
So he says this was probably the most stressful case to transfer to someone else. It's the kind of guy who requires a lot of patience and curiosity. I remember telling her this case could break you, as it has literally almost broken myself. At the same time, it's why you at least say you want to do this work. They both teamed with a forensic caseworker, Taylor Garzone, who, like the attorneys, has spoken at great length with Mr. Reed and sought to understand his compulsions and his attachment to a sinister building that no one else can see. And I really like the way that line is written because it makes me think of the Sanctum Sanctorum, Doctor Strange's home in the Marvel Universe, where no one can actually see it unless you're summoned by Doctor Strange or sent there. Like it's his Sanctum Sanctorum is right on Bleecker Street,
but you can't see it unless you're the one see it. So it's kind of like his own 312 Riverdale Drive is what. Yeah. That's interesting, man. I mean, I was gonna say, you mentioning his whole history, like this guy has a whole life, you know? And I wonder when his delusions started, you know, and whether, like, I don't know how, I'm not at all informed on this, but whether it occurred after his wife passed away or since Vietnam or this and that. At what point, you know, was this occurring and stuff? And
I mean, I'll just say there's no definite answer to that.
Yeah, it's just a sum up of him up until now. Is he alive still?
He's still alive.
Let's go.
And because it seems like a lot of his legal troubles came as soon as he moved into New York.
Yeah.
So a lot of his legal troubles came in his later life.
And I think it seems also that the police are also just kind of like, there's no use of pressing charges on this guy. Like, it would do more wrong to put him in a jail cell.
The article tries to sort of touch a little bit on the mental health aspect of things, of like, clearly this guy is ill.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
And in New York, we don't really have the capabilities to deal with people that are ill, that are sort of causing crimes, but not
still
really
functioning and stuff like that.
Yeah, so it's like, how do you deal with people that are mentally ill but are not causing crime?
Just smack the shit out of him. Boy! Every time he calls, just have a phone that smacks him whenever he says 312 Riverdale Drive. That'd be funny as fuck. Damn, though. Or maybe they could just ignore his phone calls, which is that's not a good idea.
So it's interesting. They kind of say something like that, but
that's crazy. It's the cops.
I mean, when you get that many calls a day from at the same location.
Nah, bro, you gotta pick up the phone, bro.
But Mr. Garzone, I'm sorry, I lost his title. The caseworker, forensic caseworker. He says there's something about that location that reminds him of his previous trauma. He genuinely believes that someone is in danger. Someone's being harmed there. Mr. Sloan said Mr. Reed, Mr. Sloan being his lawyer, his past lawyer, said Mr. Reed often calls him in the middle of the night. He does not answer, and Mr. Reed leaves long voicemail messages. He says he's not sleeping. He's lonely. He can't get his mind to stop racing. There's some sort of catharsis or comforting feeling he gets when he calls. There's a need to explain the whole situation over and over. He'll call me the next day and you can tell he's calmed himself down. The police seem to largely ignore Mr. Reed and the false reports. The fact that he always used the same address made the calls easy to dismiss, like spam emails. But then in late 2021 or early 2022, Mr. Reed failed to show for a court hearing in the ongoing $60 crack cocaine case from 2018. A warrant was issued for his arrest.
Some bullshit.
And this is where you start to really feel bad for him. He was picked up April 4th and sent to Rikers Island, and later to a veterans hospital in Brooklyn for medical supervision. The calls stopped. He did not have access to a phone.
You know what's crazy, real quick? That he was sent to a veterans hospital, but he barely served in the army. Like, that's just kind of a way, like, oh, well, you were enlisted, so we're just going to put you in this little group of people that were along with you.
I mean, as soon as you enlist, or as soon as you're part of the army, like, you're automatically, like, entitled to that.
I just also feel like it's looked at as, like, because I'm not trying to say it in a bad way, of course, whoever fights for a country, you know, good for them, and thank you for them. But I'm trying to say also that there's also this stereotype to, like, we saw a lot of people from that, like, veterans come to Starbucks, you get me, and they're weird, and most people pointed them out, I won't say who, but as homeless or as, like, mentally ill and stuff like that. And not that they were all perfect, but they were also just older, you know. And there's this little mixture that's commonly done that I always kind of have, like, a little squirrel with, that it's like we kind of look at people who are just different minded, and, you know, they may appear to be insane, you know, quote unquote insane, but really they're just, you know, from a different time. You get me? And and people would like to equate mental illness with homelessness, you know, and I know that's definitely a frequent, you know, thing that happens, you know, but I think that more often than not, homeless people are mentally ill. Not all all mentally ill people are homeless. You get me? And there's like this confusion that we label veterans with all the time. You get me? And I mean, in this case, this guy's definitely mentally ill. You know, he's not homeless though, but there's this kind of cliche and this and that. You're right though. I'm not trying to say that a veteran's care is wrong, but there's just also just, I mean, he was at the Rikers and then there, and at what point are you kind of grouped with this just, we don't take care of our veterans in America, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and like I said, the article tries to point that out. Yeah. I didn't really, I kind of like erased that from my notes and stuff.
I will say this last thing. Trump did make it that they took care of our veterans very well.
Oh, yeah?
Much better than past like presidencies. And I mean to say that for Trump, but that was very much suppressed in the news a lot. And people very much don't like to hype up things because of Donald Trump. But that's something that he did do very well. So
I wouldn't know.
Now you know. And I need to educate myself more, but I know for a fact that's a real thing. So I just think that when it affects people in a good way, we should also point that out. And that should always be every president, not just him. And I'm sure there's other presidents in the past that did that, but I just want to bring that up because people are going to be like, oh, this motherfucker did Donald Trump. I'll be like, ooh.
And you're like, ooh, I don't even vote. Ooh.
Yeah, exactly. I don't give a fuck. But I think it's important, and I hope that it inspires somebody to look that up themselves as I look it up myself. And then we can have some tea or something like that.
And throw that tea in the river.
In the river, bro. Or a blind person's face. I just think of this Always Sunny in Philadelphia joke where some guy's really depressed, and like Mac and D, like the bartender that's Always Sunny, you know, they're trying to make him happy, but nothing they're doing is making him happy. So then in the video, you know, it's a rich fuck. He's like, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna fill up balloons with champagne, and then we're gonna go on a limo, and we're gonna find the next homeless person and roll in the windows, and we're gonna throw the water balloons at their face, and it's gonna splash in their face, and we're gonna say, how does the taste of a good life taste? Or something like that. And then the guy starts laughing. I don't know, man. Like, it's just so stupid, but it's just cruel humor that's retarded, you know. But it's still funny. How do you like a taste of the good life or something like that? It's just completely irrelevant. We gotta look it up. Look that up on It's Sunny. It's so fucking funny, man. It's so. Anyway.
So, like I said, he got sent to Rikers. Then he got sent to medical supervision.
Okay.
He didn't have access to a phone, so the calls were stopped pretty much.
Oh wow! Damn, his streak.
His Snapchat streak.
Damn, bro.
He was sent home in late May, but his troubles followed, namely smoking crack and calling 911, albeit both relatively sparingly. It is unclear whether there is a link between the two, because using cocaine is likely to promote acting upon one's urges, but Mr. Reed's haunting delusions about 312 Riverside have crested during periods of sobriety as well. And the article says, there's no magic pill to stopping calling 911.
Yeah.
Mr. Reed has been medicated to stabilize his anxieties in recent months, with signs of success. His surest path to being released from the court system is to show continued abstinence from drugs and 911 calls. In court hearings, judges reminded him of the importance of self-control. He promised to comply. A week or so later, after he was sent home on June 6, just after midnight, a dispatcher answered a call about an assault in progress in a hotel at 312 Riverside Drive. Damn, Link.
Link just fell real quick, actually.
You good, bud? God damn it. that was so random.
He's like, this rain is fucking with me. It's raining, by the way, for those that are listening. It's fucking raining like crazy right now.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't like it.
I can
He's
see.
like, yo, man, do I gotta go out there?
He's like, you don't hear that. Just every raindrop falling, he just hears like a big splash. Just hear, sorry, like it's only apocalypse. At least we're not Puerto Rico. Now what? Damn. Link, why'd you say that, bro? That's
racist ass motherfucker.
Fucking disgusting, bro. Dang. The medication has been helping.
Yeah, but and then he made another on June 6th, another call about 312 Riverside Drive. And then one day during this summer, he accidentally broke his phone.
Damn.
He accidentally broke his phone.
That's so random for it to make it to the article.
Well, it's important because while this was a relief to the 911 system, says the article,
he got into real trouble.
It brought Mr. Reed new hardships.
Oh, shit.
His lawyers had a far more difficult time reaching him.
Oh.
He missed court-mandated appointments of counselors, perhaps because he was not aware of them or could not call to reschedule. And in August, he missed an appointment in Harlem where he was to be given a new phone. At a hearing in August, a judge who has overseen Mr. Reed's case for years voiced her displeasure and urged him to get a new phone. They say, nobody wants this, but if it continues like this, if you're not going, we're going to have to remand you to jail. I'm going to issue a bench warrant for your arrest. I don't want to do that, but I will.
This is bullshit, man. I feel like this guy is just trying to just exist in his own way that he only knows. And everybody's getting upset at him.
And a little note that the article puts here is that after that was said, Mr. Reed lowered his head and Miss Mutanti reached over and gently rubbed his back. So it definitely speaks to sort of like...
the homie.
It definitely speaks to the fact that like people are trying to help him, and this is such a unique case where it's just like people don't know what to do with him. They really don't know what to do with him.
Yeah, man. I wouldn't know either. I don't know, but for me, it just seems like I just my thought, like I'm not an expert or nothing, but I genuinely think that he's calling because I think there's a certain realization that he upheld or always had within him and realized the most when he went to Vietnam, like to go fight for like those 2 weeks, and I think with that realization, like just really sprouted this urge and anxiety to always help, you know. And I think that's really I have no idea, but if I were to link any two events, you know, especially with just, you know, just what can trigger that, I feel like that's a major thing right there because he probably saw some crazy shit regardless.
The author of the article, which I'll say their name real quick, kind of at the end of the article makes their sort of stance on why they think.
Is it John Sudeikis?
Yeah, Jason Sudeikis.
Jason Sudeikis. Oops.
But the author of this is Michael Wilson from the New York Times.
Nice.
But he kind of makes his own little stance of like what he thinks these actions are being caused by. But we're pretty much near the end of the article where the article points out it was an irony bordering on the absurd. A man whose life has been upended in large part because of his misuse of his cell phone was being scolded, even threatened with arrest for issues stemming from his no longer having a cell phone. And that kind of speaks of like, you know, imagine if he didn't have a phone.
Exactly, yeah.
And it's like now that he doesn't have a phone, he's getting scolded for that.
Like
now he's actually
everything.
Yeah, like now he's actually dealing with consequences for not having a phone.
It's ridiculous.
And then another phone call happens. New York City 911, do you need police, fire, medical? It was an otherwise typical 911 call from Mr. Reed about an imaginary terror cell operating out of 3012 Riverside, one of 283 calls he made in June 2021. But in it was something different, a flicker, perhaps of truth. He says, please send the police, 312 Riverside Drive. He said, I'm downstairs in the basement. I'm security. I'm watching the people in room 340. There's people up there with a bomb. And the article notes, I'm security. And the article continues, a young boy becomes an orphan, and the home that he knew is gone. In a new one far away, he grows tall and lean, singing and joking. He finds a home of his own and sets to filling it with a wife, a child, with work. Then it too is gone. The marriage, then the wife, and with them the man's sense of place and purpose. I'm security. In creating a place called 312 Riverside Drive, a 70-year-old recovering addict with bad legs has built a world that terrifies him day and night. And yet the invisible place that has taken so much from him has given something as well. At 312 Riverside, Mr. Reed is part of a community of men and women who very desperately need him. Here, he is vital and he is important. He is the help that is always on the way. And that's how the article ends.
That's a very interesting article. I like the article very, very much because I feel like it just tells a good story about one individual, but it speaks so much towards so much other things that happen in the world. And I think that's very crazy. It's a very crazy article. Like that's just super informative. And props to Michael Wilson for writing it. Thank you for sharing it on the show and stuff like that. But that's super interesting, and it speaks levels to just how we oversee and react to mental illness in general. But particularly like with the cops, because that's like one of those situations where, you know, people get shot usually and die because they're having like a suicide, you know, little moment, or like artistic people and this and that, and police don't know how to react. But this is a more, you know, same type of situation, but in a more simmering way instead of a real
Mm-hmm.
filled situation, like no violence.
It's just like it kind of goes back to again of the idea of that like he's not technically doing anything illegal, but he's causing a lot of trouble,
and it's causing like not force but like response that has to be done, and nobody knows how to really react, you know. But there's no nice way to go about this because he's still kind of on the brink of committing crimes, you know, and they're just trying to catch him in any act that they can to put him in situations that are just worse than just what he really needs is, you know, which is like somebody to be with him, like a nurse or something. I think so. And he probably can't afford it or can't access the resources. I mean, if he lost his phone and was sent to jail, it just goes to show how incapable he is to lead a daily life.
Yeah,
you know?
I mean, definitely, like, this is the kind of person that requires assistance.
Yeah.
And again, it just speaks to the fact that we are not capable. We're not what's the word, like, set. We're not ready to deal with people like this. We don't have the means to really like solve these solutions, and that just really sucks. And
it's hard because it's not even just one specific like mental illness. It's just such a peculiar, unique, and specific situation. And that's the thing about mental illness, that it doesn't just it doesn't blanket all people in one single area, you know. That's what I mean with the whole veterans thing, that yes, a lot of people a lot of veterans suffer from mental illness or have PTSD and anything in that range, but everybody reacts to it so differently. You get me? So there's no certain way on how to like help with that. Like there's a broad way to help with these things and broad reactions to things, but when you have such a specific reaction, like calling for 312 Riverside Drive, it's just, think about it, like he's not the only one. He just happens to have this longevity of a situation. You get me? And some other people have those situations like cut down real short, but in a more violent manner.
Like something that I think of from an old coworker of mine, where he says there's no guidebook to dealing with mental illness.
Not at all.
Like, you don't know how to help someone with mental illness. Like, we might have medication and things like that, and the article does point out that the medication helped with his anxiety, but it didn't stop 911 calls. Yeah. There's just some things that are just sort of, there's no solution to it.
We're not there yet.
We're just not there yet. And it's really unfortunate, but I think it speaks to that volume that sometimes we need to be more understanding than we need to be vindictive.
Yes, I agree. And it's it's very difficult, and thankfully we're not the ones in handling of that situation. But this is one of those articles that I feel that everybody in New York City should read that article. Like, if you've lived here your whole life, like, you should read that article. We explained it to you, but I think it's super crucial. We should share it on the social just cause, in some sort of way where we can like sum it up. But I think it's really, really important because it just goes to show that you should always respect people, anyone around you, because like, I know that's cliche to say, but you don't know what anybody's going through ever. So that's literally a perfect example.
Yeah, and I'll just throw it out there. The only reason why I read it off the laptop is because there were a lot of quotes. I was like, I'm not going to write these many quotes. I'm not going to write these many quotes.
Well, these are the two things that remind me of. So one is this quick thing. First of all, shout out to the Instagram called Ride the News, all one word, all lowercase, on Instagram, and they do they inform like a motherfucker. Like they're very informative, is what I'll say. Okay. They give you very great stories. But look at this. I'm just going to read it from post to post because it's very interesting. This is the lady I'm going to read to you about, right?
Okay.
All right. Her name is, Sally Hafiz, right?
Okay.
Or Sally Hafiz. Last week, Sally Hafiz stormed a bank in Lebanon. She aimed what appeared to be a pistol and demanded $13,000 in cash. A group of her doused gasoline everywhere inside, took out a lighter, and threatened to light it, a witness said. It looked like a robbery, but was it? She says, "I did not break in the bank to kill anyone or set that place on fire," Hafiz later said on a live stream. She said, "I am here to get my rights." The pistol was a toy, and she had deposited $20,000 in the bank previously. And the money she stole, quote, stole, was for her sister's cancer treatment. She said, "I had begged the branch manager before for my money." And she said, I reached a point where I had nothing else to lose. Now, ever since she's done this raid, she's become a national celebrity. What makes this interesting is this. Lebanon has been in a crisis for years. To keep money in the country, its banks have limited cash withdrawals of US dollars since 2020. Up to 75% of the country now lives in poverty. Others have done the same as Hafiz, including a food delivery driver who took 10 bank customers hostage to get his savings. They said, there is no government, no economic recovery plan, he said. People must take matters into their own hands. And the article, semi-article, because IG, it says, there isn't a clear path out of the crisis. Lebanon has no money and can't reach an agreement to borrow what it needs. Local cash is worthless, and much of the country has no power. There have been at least 7, quote, robberies, and some Lebanese banks have closed indefinitely. For now, there is no end in sight. So that's all this says. And the reason I think about that is because these are crimes that are the crimes, And I just, for some reason, I thought of that. But what else made me think of something is this. I don't know if you know this guy on YouTube.
Who's this guy?
I'll tell you right now. But his name is Martin Cabello.
Nah.
Okay.
Don't know this guy.
So if you don't know who Martin Cabello is.
Sounds fake.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you this. You might, if for listeners, you might have seen this guy on YouTube or any social media. So look at this guy. I'm gonna show Javi. We're gonna turn on the sound real quick.
Here's my gas can. My brother Josh blew himself up and his 2 kids.
You ever seen that?
No.
All right. So that's it's kind of a meme, but it kind of isn't, right? And he's dead serious. His brother Josh, his brother or his friend Josh, blew up his house with his 2 kids. And he goes on for the video, so we're going to play the rest. So I knew this guy for a while because he says, and we can't play that probably on Spotify because it's YouTube. So he says, he's holding a gas canister and he says, my brother Josh died. He blew himself up and his 2 kids. And I remember I seen them before. I was like, what the fuck? And then I seen the video again. He posts a lot, but his IG got taken down. Mind you, his name is Martin Cabello, right? And now, so I was on Reddit the other day. You saw me sending you a bunch of Instagram shits, and I was like, it's a bunch of random shit. Now, I was like, who the fuck is Martin Cabello? Quick sum up, he was somebody who used to work for the FBI that used to handle kids that were used as drug mules or sexually molested and assaulted. And it was him and a group of other people. And so a lot of people speculate that he's very a conspiracy theory now, and he blames a lot of his neighbors around his neighborhood for committing crimes like rape and trafficking people and children, and saying the government has plans in the neighborhood and a secret location that he has keys to, all these kind of weird things, right?
Wow.
And it's proven as a fact that he's autistic, but they don't know as a fact that if he's lying about these FBI things or not.
Huh.
Right? So it reminds me of what you're saying about this guy. What was his name again?
Walter Reed.
Right? So I looked up at somebody on Reddit, and shout out to Reddit because it's so fucking amazing. Right?
Isn't it?
Yeah, man. And this article is more than 10 years old, but I'm going to read this article just because this is the article concerning his brother Josh, quote, brother Josh. Again, I don't know if it's his brother or not, right? And I just want you to hear it because, first of all, it's crazy. And the title reads, U.S. father Josh Powell blows himself up with 2 young children. All right. So I'm going to just read it. It's not too long, but I just figured you would understand it more than me. I'm just going to read it very carefully and coherently, right?
Okay.
Days after a judge ruled against him in a child custody hearing, a father and his 2 young sons were killed on Sunday when police said he appeared to intentionally blow up a house with all 3 inside. A tragic ending to a bizarre case that began more than 2 years ago when his wife Susan went mysteriously missing in Utah. A social worker brought the 2 boys to Josh Powell's home in Graham, Washington, for what was to be a supervised visit, and Powell let his sons inside, but then blocked the social worker from entering. The Graham Fire and Rescue Chief Gary Franz said. The social worker called her supervisors to report that she could smell gas, and moments later, the home exploded. On Sunday, the lawyer for Susan Powell's parents, Chuck and Judy Cox, said the children had started talking to their grandparents about things they remembered from the night their mother vanished. Quote, they were beginning to verbalize more, end quote, said attorney Steve Downing, whose clients had custody of the children. Quote, the oldest boy talked about that they went camping and that mommy was in the trunk, end quote. Mom and dad got out of the car and mom disappeared, end quote. Ed Troyer, the county sheriff's spokesman, said emails that Powell sent authorities seemed to confirm that Powell planned a deadly blast. Troyer didn't elaborate on the contents of the emails, but said they make police believe this is intentional, this is planned. Authorities said they found 3 bodies in the home late on Sunday afternoon as fire crews and police continued to search the rubble. Troyer said it appeared some sort of accelerant was used to make the house burn faster. Jeffrey Bassett, who represented Powell in the custody case, said he received a brief email from his client just minutes before Powell and the two boys died. It read, quote, "I'm sorry, goodbye," end quote. The email arrived at 12:05 p.m. on Sunday, about 10 minutes before the explosion. But he didn't see it until 2 hours later, when others told him Josh and the boys had been killed. He said he knew Josh was upset after being ordered to undergo a psychosexual evaluation recently, but he didn't see this coming. Powell was under investigation in the disappearance of his 28-year-old wife, Susan, from their West Valley City, Utah home in December 2009. He claimed he had taken the boys on a midnight excursion in freezing temperatures when she vanished. The children, 5-year-old Braden and 7-year-old Charles, had been living with Susan Powell's parents since Josh Powell's father, Stephen, was arrested on child abuse, image, and voyeurism charges last autumn. On Wednesday, a judge had denied an attempt by Josh Powell to regain custody, saying she wouldn't consider returning the two boys to their father until he underwent a psychosexual evaluation. Sherry Hill, a spokesperson from the Washington Department of Social and Health Services, said the social worker who was with the children was not a Child Protective Services employee, but a contract worker with the private agent that supervises visits for the states.
The fuck?
Yeah. The visit supervisor for this particular agency had taken the children to the home. When she does that, she sits through the visit and might take notes on her observations, Hill said. She pulled up in the car and the kids ran out ahead of her. He closed the door and locked it. She wasn't able to get in, and then she smelled gas. Almost done. Lawyer Steve Downing, who represented Susan Powell's parents, Chuck and Judy Cox, in the custody fight, said, quote, "It's the most horrifying thing you can imagine happening. The Coxes are absolutely devastated. They were always very fearful of him doing something like this, and he did it." Bassett said he represented Powell free of charge because, quote, "every parent deserves the right to an attorney," end quote. This is fucking crazy. Powell called or emailed him at least once a day, and often more than that, and in their conversation said, quote, "he never once admitted..." Oh, sorry, my bad. Let me read that again. Bassett said he represented Powell free of charge because, quote, "every parent deserves the right to an attorney." Powell called or emailed him at least once a day, and often more than that. And in their conversations, quote, "he never once admitted doing anything regarding Susan. In fact, he denied it."
Interesting.
Sergeant Mike Powell of West Valley City Police Department in Utah, which is handling the investigation into Susan Powell's disappearance, said it was too soon to say how Powell's death may impact their case. Quote, "Quite frankly, this is obviously quickly unfolded up in Washington, and we're obviously just working through the details ourselves here," said Powell, who is not related to the family. The day of hearing last Wednesday, Powell submitted a 6-page affidavit attesting to his love of the boys and his competence as a caregiver, and insisting that it was time for the boys to come home. This is what he wrote. "For over 4 months already, my interactions with my sons and many other aspects of my character have been investigated and documented by CPS," he wrote. Quote, "I have proven myself as a fit and loving father who provides a stable home, even in the face of great adversity. It is time for my sons to come home," end quote.
Damn.
And he blew his kids up.
It's crazy.
That's fucking crazy, right? When I read the article, I was kind of confused because there's a lot of names in there, and I was like, who the fuck is who and everything?
Uh-huh.
But I only want to read that out because this guy, again, Martin Cabello, Martin space Cabello. Again, he sees these things and he always is saying, they don't know if he's trolling or it's also like maybe it may be a a consequence of his autism or whatever, or maybe his past working in the FBI or this and that. And there's not so much information on him, but there's articles from his neighbors like hating being around him, and his IG got taken down and stuff like that. So like he was on Instagram as TI_me_2_mass_soul_I_exist. That was his Instagram. Yeah, that was his Instagram, and it's a beautiful like Reddit link because it's just people very interested in his whole story, you know. And there's a whole bunch of things people are trying to say that he's trying to make. He's very intelligent and like takes a fucking handful of vitamins every single day. He gives out like fitness advice and this and that. He wants to make a book that has the Bible and some certain science like aspect of life within together. I don't know, bro.
Okay.
But it reminds me very much of what you're saying, and it just like if he's a troll, he's a troll. But if he's not, like, what the fuck? Yeah, man.
Yeah, I mean, I think again that just kind of speaks of like you don't know what's going on in someone's head.
No, and
you really don't.
And we've only mentioned 2 people, and there's like a billion. There's like 8 billion people on Earth, man. What the fuck was that? You heard that?
What?
The beep, 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 beep.
Yeah, that was Lucas.
Oh shit! I was like, what the fuck? I was like, we about to explode, bro. Yeah. So yeah, it's crazy world. Super crazy world.
Definitely some interesting characters out there, but I think it's just important to kind of remind yourself that you don't really know what's happening in someone's life.
Yeah, ever.
And I think it's important to remind yourself that the most that you can do for someone is just try and be a little empathetic to strangers.
Or just admit you don't know what's going on.
It's easy to be empathetic to your friends, but try being empathetic to a stranger.
Always.
Try like putting yourself in someone else's shoes of someone that you don't know.
Yeah, man.
That might change your perspective on things.
Yeah, no doubt, bro, because it's just it's just, again, we've only mentioned 2 people, but there's so much people out there that are just, we call crazy, but crazy is turning out to be everybody, to be honest with you.
Everyone's crazy.
That's what I think. That's what I think and always say, man. Like every time somebody's like, you're crazy, I'm like, we're all crazy. You know what I mean? Like we really are all crazy. And it's the people that seem the most normal that you're like, what the fuck, you're the craziest, bro. Get the fuck out of here. You know, like I don't know.
There's a song in our album section later today that kind of speaks on that a little bit. I'll try and keep that in mind for when we get to it.
I'll write it down. Not really. I'll keep a mental note though. But yeah, man, I just want to read that out because that came up this week, and I just had to bring it up now because it just makes so much sense with this story right here with the Riverside, right? Okay, I keep thinking Riverdale all the time.
Yo, Riverdale hurts me.
It's a good show.
Nah. I'm an Archie fan, and that show has nothing to do with Archie. Like they just use the characters' names.
Archie, like the comic.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what Riverdale is. It's an Archie show.
Really?
Yeah.
What the hell?
They just took the world of Archie, the characters and like the way they look.
Like the tiger?
Like,
or am I thinking about something else?
You're thinking of Calvin and Hobbes.
Calvin and Hobbes, but Archie's the rich kid? No, that's Richie the Kid.
Yeah.
And Archie
is a redhead kid.
Oh yeah. But he reminds me of Dennis the Menace.
Dennis.
Let me look up Archie real quick because I know.
But yeah, like I really like the Archie comics a lot, and that Riverdale show does not do the comics justice.
Oh yeah, this guy.
They just use the characters and their names and tell their own story.
This guy right here.
Yeah, that's Archie.
Man, that's an old ass comics. You used to read them a lot?
I used to read them growing up, and then I also read them recently over the last like 10 years.
What are they about? They're just like high school stuff?
From what I remember, just because of like the more recent comics that I've read in the last 10 years, Nick Spencer wrote some Archie comics at some point. Nick Spencer is a great author. Do you remember when that whole thing came out about Captain America saying "Hail Hydra"?
No, but I just finished Winter Soldier.
Okay. Well, there was some point in the comics where Captain America was like "Hail Hydra," and that became a meme across the internet of like, where people were really upset of like, what the fuck are they doing with Captain America?
Yeah, but that was part of the comic books, right, and everything.
And Nick Spencer was writing Captain America at the time, but that's like what he's recently more infamously known for. But
even I thought in the Winter Soldier, I was like, damn, this is pretty daring for like a Captain America book, but it's also historical as fuck and everything, and obviously correlates with what they were doing before in the past, because instead of like the one hand like slanted upwards, it was like 2 hands up or something like that. Yeah, but it was definitely just Hitler shit and everything.
But yeah, so Nick Spencer wrote Archie comics for a little bit, and those are really fun because they kind of dealt with like a lot of mystery stuff and things like that, and a lot of sort of just like high school drama and whatever. And it's just they're fun comics.
I gotta check them out. I have actually, when I was in Utah, I have a whole bunch of comics, like a variety, and there's a couple I want to show you that are very OG, like old, like you know what I mean. And one thing I wanted to ask: do you think they'll ever make a Superman movie, like a live Superman movie, where he actually punches Hitler or defeats Hitler?
Nah, I don't think so.
They should though, because that's what it was about, right?
Well, I mean,
that was one issue, right?
I don't even remember. All I remember is Captain America punching.
Was
Hitler.
it Captain America?
Captain America punches
do you think
Hitler.
they'll do that with Captain America punching Hitler?
Well, they kind of did that in the first Captain America movie where they did it on stage.
But they should do it with actual Hitler. You feel me?
I don't think they want to put Hitler on screen.
Well, they got to, bitch, because that's history, motherfucker. That's history, bro. It has to be like that. But was it? I thought you said with the Superman, remember we did the highlight with Superman, and there was the two guys, the Jewish guys that invented Superman or something like that. Mm-hmm. And then they didn't put the issue out with him, or it was Captain America.
That was Captain America.
Nice. Well, I think they should do that, or there should be like a fan adaptation, which I'm sure there is.
A lot of original comics, like back from the day from the 40s and 50s, were written and created by Jewish kids. So,
and then today, even there's a lot of media entertainment still created by Jewish people. So, but now we're up to GTA 6 leaks.
GTA 6 leaks.
All right. And we're here at the GTA 6 leaks.
GTA 6 leaks.
All right, cool.
So you said you saw this pop up online?
I saw this on a thing called Virtual Red Band, right? That I always talk about and stuff like that. Real quick, I want to hear from my left here, my right here, but that's cool. It's going to record still, right?
Yeah.
All right, cool. So I'll say that again. So yeah, I heard that from I heard it from this guy called Virtual Red Band, right? Who help the Joe Rogan stuff and everything, but he does his own thing at night. That's where I get most of my VR news, like video game news and stuff like that. All I've heard is this, that you can't really show the content on YouTube and stuff because they might take you down, because Rockstar is constantly pulling out the items and stuff because they don't want it out. But I saw it on Instagram. But the three things I heard is this, that that the person that leaked the things are trying to work with Rockstar to get money to not leak more. And that's the two things I heard. And then I seen the actual videos, which I think is pretty dope. And it kind of sucks for GTA, to be honest with you. But it's like, you may as well wait like 10 fucking years. I kind of don't feel bad, honestly speaking. So I don't know. But that's all I got for that stuff.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'll just sort of run down the sort of general consensus of what's going on.
Okay.
But a hacker has leaked over 90 plus images and clips of early development of GTA 6.
Crazy.
And they are now attempting extortion, like you said. And Rockstar Games and Take-Two Interactive are doing damage control. And this is one of, if not the biggest leaks in the medium's history. So this is one of the biggest video game leaks in history.
And mind you, with leaks, I always think that leaks are done purposely. So I always feel like when music artists have their shit leaked and stuff like that, I don't think it's malicious. I think they did that on purpose to get their stuff out, to hype it up and advertise it more. So I don't know, man. I don't really believe in that whole leak stuff.
Well, I mean, in terms of the video game industry, I think
might be a little different.
I think it's a little different in terms of the principles, because when music gets leaked, it maybe gets leaked like a month in advance. Like you get the album like a month early.
True.
That doesn't mean that the album is unfinished. Like that's like the finished version of the album. They just haven't released it yet. Yeah. When it comes to leaks in the video game industry, this is footage and clips of an unfinished version of the product.
Okay.
And I think that's the biggest difference in terms of like other mediums. And I think leaks in the video game industry are much more damaging than any other industry.
Gotcha. Because they spoiled something like this. The main role is gonna be a female, and it's gonna be a couple things, and a couple of things they spoiled, like dialogue between one character and the other and stuff, and so that kind of sucks.
So I'll get into a little bit of that, but way back in 2018, there were supposed leaks from an insider surrounding GTA 6. Those leaks back in 2018 included that what did I write here? What the fuck is this?
I don't know, bro.
Whatever. The game would take place in a fictional Miami Vice City.
There we go. That's
extending its reach to South Americas. It would also include the first ever playable female Latina lead.
Hey.
And it is inspired by Bonnie and Clyde narrative with 2 playable characters, and that it would be released by late 2024 into early 2025.
Okay.
And so on Sunday, September 19th, a GTA forums user, Teapot Uber Hacker, published a post titled GTA 6 (parentheses America's) leak 90 plus MP4 footage / videos. And the thread post reads, "Hi, here are 90 footage / clips from GTA 6. It's possible I could leak more data soon. GTA 5 and 6 source code and assets, GTA 6 testing build."
Wait, did they name themselves, or was it a random person?
Their user is Teapot Uber Hacker.
Okay, Teapot Uber Hacker.
That's all that's all there is to this person's name.
All right.
They say, "My Telegram is blah 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 for any question. Evidence attached under," and they had download links and images and all this stuff. And early on, they were skeptics to the validity of the leaks, but further evidence was posted onto the forum that supported that this was true. and the footage spread like wildfire online. Rockstar and Take-Two began removing the footage, which further validated the legitimacy of the leak because they wouldn't take down something that wasn't real.
Yeah, and it looked really unfinished. Like there was like coding and shit that was happening within the screen and stuff, so you could tell that. I mean, again, I still don't think that it was fully done maliciously. You're right, though. It could be different for like video games and stuff, but still, I don't know.
I mean, with this, we know that it was leaked from an outside person. It wasn't leaked from like someone from Rockstar.
That's what they say, though. That's what they say.
I don't know. I'll get into that a little bit.
Okay.
But so yeah, some of the footage showed a female character walking through a strip club, which is densely packed with NPCs. It showed character walking through a Vice City metro train, which further confirms the location. It also showed new mechanics as to shooting while driving, and it showed a new conversation system. As the leak went viral, Teapot Uber Hacker edited his post to include extortion. He says, okay, so this has gone unexpectedly viral. Woke up to 3,000 Telegram DMs. If you are an employee of Rockstar or Take-Two and you're trying to contact me, send me a message contacting, and he writes some long-ass ID number on Telegram. Or you can email me at teapotuberhacker@protonmail.com. And he puts in like asterisks from your corporate email address. I will try to read all these replies soon. I am looking to negotiate a deal. And I wrote down his quotes and stuff like as it's written in the post.
Yeah.
And I don't think English is his first language.
Oh, because maybe he does that. I mean, I don't know. It's a hacker, so he could just be fucking around and shit like that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
But they're just sort of like a lot of grammatical issues and just like
saying it's stupid? No, okay.
and just like improper use of words, like when he says he uses the word your but uses the improper your at some point.
No, you're just being a grammar Nazi.
I mean, I am, but at the same time it does speak to the fact that maybe English is not his first language.
True.
But we don't know that. But so after that happened, apparently and he said, like he said, I'll try to read all these replies soon. I'm looking to negotiate a deal.
Gotcha.
So that was his official statement on trying to make extortion on the leaks, on the things that he's uncovered and whatever. And what's crazy is that someone did make a deal to buy GTA 5 source code for $100,000. But
what's GTA 5 source code?
So source code is just the main backbone code
like
of
the base,
game.
Like the base of how it functions?
Of the game, like the code of the game. This is like what the game runs off of. And so someone supposedly bought the source code to GTA 5, which is proprietary, for $100,000.
It's crazy.
But what's even crazier is that was
how crazy is it?
Pretty crazy.
Ooh, he bought the source code. All right.
But what's crazy is that this was reported that this was a scam.
All right.
And that it wasn't actually T-Bot Uber Hacker that sold the source code. So someone impersonated T-Bot Uber Hacker
and sold some shit for
sold something for $100,000.
Oh, good for that guy then. Because if you're trying to do some illegal shit, but then you got some illegal shit done to you back. I mean, I don't know, because if I don't know. I'm kind of back and forth on that. Because when a cop, like earlier, when they have a cop sell somebody drugs or have a person sell them drugs to the cop undercover and stuff like that, and then they get arrested for it. It's like, that's kind of unfair, like what the fuck, what the fuck you do? Just don't be there, bro. Like, now there was one person who was he was selling something to an undercover cop. I think it was coke or marijuana, but now he's in jail up until this day because but he was very young and the cop coerced him to make him sell him something like that, and then now he's in jail up until this day. And it's like, isn't that kind of fucked up? You get me? Like to trick somebody and then you put them in jail, and you only sold him a gram of whatever it was.
That sounds like a test of faith.
Nah, that sounds like some bullshit, bro. Fuck out of here. But okay, so the guy got finessed for the $100,000.
Yeah, so that happened.
Okay,
but like I alluded to before, most of the posts have been removed by Rockstar and Take-Two.
Okay,
so you won't be seeing any footage from us about this stuff.
Nah, I got some footage stocked up right here. I think so.
It'll get taken down if you try and put it up.
Really?
Yeah.
Even on Instagram and stuff like that?
Even on Instagram.
I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out.
Because I thought about it. Trust me, I really thought about it, but it'll get taken down.
But I saw it on Instagram.
And I'm sure it's taken down now. That's my point. Like, yeah, we can put it up, but it'll get taken down.
We're going to do it anyway. Look up that shit anyway. Fuck out of here.
But so the GTA forums and subreddit were momentarily shut down.
Okay.
The GTA forums were contacted by Take-Two to take down anything pertaining to the leak. And afterwards, GTA forums locked the original thread and removed all media, codes, and links in that thread.
Okay.
The subreddit opened back up with the exception that no one posts links, photos, and videos of recent leaks. But they were still allowing conversation around the leak. And this is one of the most damaging things about leaks is that the potential of bad reception as a first impression.
Okay.
And that's kind of what I was alluding to before, where I think leaks in the video game industry are much more damaging than in other industries.
Yeah.
Because, like, sure, you could maybe leak early footage of a movie and you'll say, oh, this looks like shit.
Yeah, but they're still working on it to make it look better.
And it's the same principle with video games. Like, they're still working on it. And I'll get to a point that someone makes at some point, which is very inaccurate. But yeah, like I said, this attracted a lot of bad impression as a first impression amongst people. A lot of people on Twitter and whatever were just kind of like, this game looks like shit. GTA 6 looks like shit.
Yeah, but that's very premature and
that,
everything.
Whatever. And just really like shitting on Rockstar, and GTA 6 is like, oh, this looks like ass.
Gotcha.
Like, I can't believe this is what they're working on and this and that and whatever. And so honestly, when this first came out, I didn't believe it. I was like,
that's what I'm saying. That's what
I didn't believe it.
Okay.
But the moment I believed it was when Rockstar made their official message on the internet about this. As soon as I saw Rockstar respond to this, I was like, oh shit, it was real. Ooh.
So he did that shit. But even then, I still think that is I don't trust nothing with the media in terms of that, because I think it's kind of like the "don't worry, darling" thing. You know, I think it's the publicity is gonna hype it up regardless, and so they can put out some shitty footage, but that footage can be from like 5 years ago, and they could already be caught up, because if it's gonna come out in 2024, then a lot of their shit is probably already perfected, and they're just kind of like, you know, smoothing out the little bumpy parts of what's already an amazing game or could be an amazing game. So again, that's where my skepticism really is, because it could all just be like a little plot to hype up the game on both sides. Because again, like, I know it's different from music, but when artists have their stuff leaked, they always come out and say it themselves, like, yeah, my stuff has been officially leaked. But then people are more hyped to hear the album because they hear little snippets of what they're expecting, you know? But again, I believe it to a certain extent, you know? But I also think Rockstar is very smart, especially for putting out a 6th game, which is, you know, like, how long can you have what is it, a saga, what is it called, a franchise like that to exist and be popular, you know? Because GTA is a fun game, but it really is the same shit over and over and over again. And aside from GTA 5 being so, you know, particular in how it was revolutionary. I mean, and something that I'll point out is that something that the article points out at some point is that GTA 5 is the best-selling entertainment product of all time. That's crazy. Like, I don't know that. That's crazy. Like, it beats movies, it beats like TV shows, it beats all that. It's the best-selling entertainment product. Does that include online purchases or just the game itself? It includes entertainment things, so like movies, film, all like. But I'm saying, like, does that said best-selling? So, yes. So does that mean like buying the game or buying things within the game also? Buying things within the game as well. Because I feel like that's a little sketchy too, because you could buy so much little things in GTA 5. No, I mean, and you know that there's controversy behind the microtransactions behind GTA Online and all that shit and whatever. I'll say that like I double checked the information when I was looking this up and stuff, because I was like like I do remember hearing that it's the most that it's the best selling entertainment product in history. Gotcha. But when I double checked that information, Minecraft is the best selling video game. So when that's crazy. What the fuck? Yeah. So when Mario would be that shit or some shit like that. Nah, Minecraft. That's crazy. So when they say that GTA 5 is the best selling entertainment product in history, they are saying that in terms of like how much money it is still generating. Yeah, man. Compared to other mediums, especially film. Yeah. Because Avatar used to be the #1 film of all time, and then Endgame from Marvel beat it at some point, or Infinity War, one of the two. This is still #1 or is something else now? Avatar was re-released in theaters at some point. That's some bullshit, bro. And then it took back #1. And that's some bullshit. So that's what I mean. Yeah, it's like it's the best-selling piece of entertainment because it can still generate revenue. All right, that makes sense. All right, that makes sense overall. Even within the microtransactions, it's still fair because it's still like, again, gaining revenue and stuff like that.
So, yeah, like GTA 5, like I said, best-selling entertainment thing in history. And so GTA 6 has a lot of hype behind it. And like I said, as soon as Rockstar finally had a response to this, that's when I took this story serious.
Gotcha.
And this is their message. They say, we recently suffered a network intrusion in which an unauthorized third party illegally accessed and downloaded confidential information from our systems, including early development footage for the next Grand Theft Auto. At this time, we do not anticipate any disruption to our live game services, nor any long-term effect on the development of our ongoing projects. We are extremely disappointed to have any details of our next game shared with you in all this way. Our work on the next Grand Theft Auto game will continue as planned, and we remain as committed as ever to delivering an experience to you, our players, that truly exceeds your expectations. We will update everyone again soon, and of course, we'll properly introduce you to this next game when it is ready. We want to thank everyone for their ongoing support through this situation. Rockstar Games team. So that was their response to the situation. And I know you might have a lot of skepticism and things like that. I think I still fall a little more into the camp that I think because it's a video game, like this this first impression is more damaging than anything. Yeah. Because first impressions in a video game mean everything. Yeah. Like, and something that this article sort of alludes to as well is they compare GTA 6 to Cyberpunk,
which is a big failure, right?
When it launched. So like you think of like the first trailer to Cyberpunk, when the first trailer to Cyberpunk came out, which was almost 6 years before the game.
Like, oh shit.
Yeah. It came out almost 6 years before the game ever came out.
I still never played Cyberpunk, so I can't really say nothing about it.
And that hyped people up so much. Just one trailer hyped people up 6 years before the release.
Fair.
So that's why I think like...
But I feel like GTA is like Nike shoes. Like, people are going to buy it regardless.
People will buy it regardless, but...
And then new trailers will kind of make up for whatever was leaked anyway. You know, because when the new trailers come out, it'll be revolutionary.
Like, definitely kind of what the article touches on is, like, we don't know the larger effect implications of what this leak might do. We don't know if this leak might delay the game. We don't know if this leak might affect sales at any point. But... this is just it again. This is like one of the biggest leaks in video game history, so it's just kind of like, whoa, what the fuck?
Yeah.
But that was it. Rockstar had the response, and apparently the leaker was able to download the videos from a Slack channel owned by a Rockstar employee. But would have had to gone through other means to get the GTA 5 and 6 source codes. So no one really has an idea of how they could have gotten the source codes.
Okay.
And pretty much this is just a complete disaster.
Yeah. Because it's like Olivia Wilde with the movie.
Because this whole disaster, it causes lower morale across Rockstar because their game has leaked and they weren't ready to show anything. This could lead to possible delays, even though in their message they say it won't cause any delays and that they are still on track. But as well, Take-Two's stock price went down 2% overnight when this happened.
That means just buy the stock now. Fuck that shit. Because it's going to go back up regardless. And what is Take-Two?
Take-Two is just a company that owns Rockstar and other video game companies.
I'm about to buy their stock, bro. Get the fuck out of here. Because I feel like, again, it's Rockstar. It's like water. Like, it's going to sell regardless of anything, you know? So, I think it's going to sell regardless.
But, yeah, like I mentioned before, a delay to GTA 6 would be similar to the CD Projekt Red / Cyberpunk hack delay, because at some point the developers behind Cyberpunk, CD Projekt Red, were hacked at some point, and a lot of their information got leaked, and that delayed one of the updates, one of the very necessary updates to Cyberpunk after its broken launch. So it's not the first time that we've seen in the video game industry where hacks have caused delays.
Is Cyberpunk Rockstar?
No, that's CD Projekt Red.
Gotcha.
But that's just a comparison to that. So it's, again, we don't know if this leak is actually going to cause a delay for GTA 6.
Yeah.
They say it's not, but we don't know.
Yeah, I don't think it will either. I think they might change some things, though. Because if things were leaked, I don't know. But if they change the role of the woman role, that might suck ass for everybody. Like, oh, you did us? You know, so it might suck.
But what's interesting about this is that much support has come from people and other developers in the video game industry. And after many have taken a stance in the GTA 6 What did I write here? What the fuck?
I don't know, bro. You wrote it.
What the fuck?
Uh-huh.
But pretty much after many have taken a stance in the GTA 6 leaks, the video game industry united. And meaning that like a lot of people that said that, oh, GTA 6 looks like shit, GTA 6 looks like ass, whatever. A lot of video game developers said, no, you guys don't know what you're talking about. And this really began with one particular bad tweet where someone said, if you knew how game development goes, you would know that visuals are one of the first things done. This game is 4 years into planning and development. What you see is almost exactly what you will get. The next year is mission coding and debugging. All back-end stuff. It does look like shit. And this was said by AVG guy, so average guy, at Design for Mind, the number 4, Mind 317.
Okay.
So if you want to send him some hate tweet, go ahead. But developers responded with sharing footage of unfinished versions of their games. Just basically,
oh, it's cool as fuck. So it's kind of conjoin everybody's like work in progress and stuff like that.
Yeah, a lot of developers basically said you're wrong. Visuals are almost the last thing that are done in games. Here's what our games look like before they were finished. And some of those examples were Uncharted 4 with its downhill chase scene, Control, which has won multiple awards for its graphics, a game called Plague Tale Requiem, which is an indie game, Cult of the Lamb, which is another indie game, Overwatch, which everyone knows.
There's a new one coming out, right? Overwatch
2.
Yeah, that's fucking crazy. That's a good ass game right there.
And Horizon Zero Dawn, which in the footage to that, they use a Killzone model because Horizon is made by the same people who made Killzone.
Killzone's one of the best games in the whole world.
I only ever played the one on PS4.
It's one of the best games in the whole world. And it's just an older game. I think it was on PlayStation 2 or something like that. One of the best games ever made ever, man. And it's so unique in its own way because after like online came about, it really never kind of came back to me, at least. I don't know if there's online Killzone nowadays.
I don't know.
But that was one of the funnest, just, single player games. But I still feel like today they don't emphasize single player anymore. Like it's all online, everything. Like I even felt that GTA 5 single player was whack compared to what the online contributes.
Oh, really?
Like I don't think it was terrible. I just thought that there wasn't as much focus on it. It was very short and it wasn't as exciting as like San Andreas.
You know, I'll say that like even for GTA 5, I also thought,
or even GTA 4. GTA 4 was amazing in terms of the campaign and stuff like that.
I mean, like I'll say for GTA 5, while I also felt like the campaign was short, in retrospect, it's actually a longer video game than most.
I know that. I remember you told me about the hours, but I still feel like as a person who's played it multiple times, it's still extremely short.
I think that just kind of speaks to like how. I think it almost just speaks to how good it was, where it's like you just didn't want it to end. You just you just wanted it to keep going.
True. I don't know.
I don't know.
I still like Nico Bellic in GTA 4, man. That was one of the best. Like I genuinely feel that like that story was great. I mean, I played San Andreas, which of course is a classic. You gotta always respect that. I played. I tried the trilogy shit that came out on the Switch.
Yeah.
Or on all consoles and stuff. That shit was ass. So, like, I don't want to accept it, but it was ass. But I'm playing the first one only, so. I'm trying to go forward. I don't like Chinatown Wars that much and everything, but I don't know, man. Whenever I really miss that from older games, the single player. I remember Call of Duty stopped emphasizing on it, and there were future games that didn't even have campaigns.
I think there was one Call of Duty game that didn't have a campaign.
And it's disappointing because I feel like Call of Duty 4's campaign was great. Everything, so that's not even focused on it anymore, So I think it's important. I mean, Overwatch has no campaign. It's just straight up just online.
I do know that for Overwatch 2 they are introducing some sort of campaign, but even then it's still co-op stuff, so it's still online. Yeah. But I would agree that like a lot in the video game like world today, a lot of games are more focused on online stuff.
That's where the money is. That's where the money and the consistency is,
Like I'm definitely much of a fan of single player games still. Like I very much prefer playing single player games and stuff. I play a very select few of online games. Like really the only online game I play right now is Rainbow Six Siege.
That's a good fucking game.
Yo, man, I just finished my placement matches yesterday. You want to know what I got?
What you got?
Gold 1.
Give me some knuckles. Give me some fucking knuckles, bro.
Gold 1, baby.
I haven't played that shit in so long, man, but I still love that game more than anything. And it's one of the few games that I still play online. And right now, all I play is like baseball. Like I'm just there for hours, just playing baseball on a fucking video game. But I love it. I love it. FIFA 2, man. All these games are fucking fun. But I really miss the old days where there wasn't too much online to focus on. It was just straight up just, a story, to unfold and experience. And I think that's why GTA will never go old, even though there may be one day where it just completely diminishes or they know when to stop. But there's a beauty in unfolding a story within yourself. You get me? When even with open world and stuff. I mean,
also even a GTA 5, like before the game ever came out, they said there was going to be DLC to that game, but
never came out
because they focused on GTA Online instead because that became such a hit. So, like, we've seen even with Rockstar games that online services can kind of diminish single player experiences.
Even Red Dead Redemption's online was I
played a little bit of it. It was pretty cool.
It was cool, but nothing crazy,
But I never got past that. But I hear that like pretty much the Red Dead Online is dead. Like no one plays it.
There's a video. I don't know if you showed it to me or we just seen it separately. Or you remember you've never seen it, but there's actually people in Red Dead Redemption. I mean, they used to do this in Call of Duty. I used to know a lot of people that played Call of Duty in the past that they would have practice. I swear, like that.
What do you mean practice?
Like they would want to be so good at Call of Duty. I'm not sharing them. Like, I never did it myself because I always play those games to have fun. Like like I was good at them because I played them, but I never played them to be like, oh, we're this clan that has to do good and we're so good at this and this. So it was one person I knew in particular. I won't say who it is, but he would have practice. So they would have like practice round and this and that to get better at Call of Duty. So when they would play, they would, be better. Like anything you practice, you're better at, right? But it's just like, yo, bro, I got to go to practice. Like, what the fuck you mean practice? So with Red Dead Redemption, there's this certain thing, and you can find it on YouTube, where there's an initiation to get into this certain like group in Red Dead Redemption, and like it's a rigorous like initiation of things, and if you don't get in, like they kill you off the bat, you can never join again or something like that. I don't know what it's called, but I watched this fucking 20-minute video, but people take this shit serious. So I mean, I don't know, but same thing with GTA, man. Like a lot of money is spent on those things, man. It's like FIFA as well, and even like right now, like 2K, like Lucas is playing, like people spend money on this game too and stuff, and it's pretty incredible how like a game could cost $60, but in the long run could cost you like $300 or $400, and
we've seen that for some people in terms of gambling. Gambling addictions, it reaches the thousands.
Yeah, bro, I'm gambling on this fucking football game right now. If the 49ers don't win, I'm out fucking $40. So I think it's crazy, but at least GTA is something that is like worth it long term in a way, because that sports games comes out every year and people spend money on it every year, but then I think there's always a counteraction, because the streamers also make a lot of money off streaming these games. So they can buy these packs and all this stuff and just profit off like Twitch, YouTube, and all these things. And even Slime, our CFO Slime, who profits off, not profits, but he's, has his own YouTube channel. Shout out to Scushia Runs.
You know what he did? I finally, he posted on a story, and I finally noticed that his name was changed back to Scushia Runs.
That's a fucking damn shame.
And I responded, I miss your old name.
Me too.
Motherfucker left me on red. Motherfucker left me on red.
Jonathan, your name is Slime, and you'll always be Slime. Don't ever fucking run away from it, bitch. You know you're Slime. Yeah, no, but I don't know, man. I think it's incredible how much money you think has been spent on GTA 5.
Oh, over $1 billion.
You think so?
Well, I think from even learning or double checking about how it's the best selling entertainment product in history, since it passes Avatar, I think it's past 6 billion.
What's up?
I think it's past 6 billion.
6 billion?
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here. Oh no, look. Even more staggering to consider. Basically, it's been the total cost spent on GTA 5 is $2,079,480,000.
Wow.
So about over 2 billion, which is crazy, bro. What the fuck? I don't know when that was put out, but that's a lot of fucking money. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see. Let me see the date that shit came out. But that's still fucking a lot of money, man.
Yeah.
That's why I don't give a fuck if they got leaked, because, like they got that much money to work. If they better put out the best game in the whole world. Let's see. I don't know. Yeah.
But like I mentioned with since you played Killzone and stuff, like in the footage of the Horizon Zero Dawn early footage, they use a Killzone model. Like Aloy, the main character in Horizon, is just a Killzone model. Okay. And their model is using a gun as well. They're not even using a bow and arrow like how Aloy does in the game. So it just goes to show that like assets get reused from old games and things like that, and that like visuals again isn't the last thing.
No, it's a process, and I genuinely don't think that GTA 6 is going to have any like. I know the first impression thing is so important, but I also feel that, I mean, if they're spending this much money and it's the highest paid entertainment in the world, I mean, what fallback can they really have with GTA 6? Because those are automatic purchases from the previous buyers, you know? But it still could be something that would never, you'll never know the actual outcome if this really didn't affect it negatively with this.
And it's just, I think that's what's important to remember. It's like, you know, it is Rockstar. Like, people are still going to fucking buy GTA 6. There's no doubt about it. But it's like, you still have to keep in mind, like, we don't know if these leaks are gonna affect the game long term.
True.
We just genuinely don't know if some people have already made such a stance and said, you know what, fuck this game.
But I doubt it.
I'm not buying it.
I doubt it, because
some people are that stubborn.
That sucks for them, because they're gonna. It
sucks for them.
Yeah.
But I you know, it's I think it's still important to note that it's like there are people out there that are probably have already made their stance. Again, and that's it.
I just think with the newer trailers that come out, they'll just be like, you know what, maybe I should just be rational and just understand the leaks.
You would hope.
Yeah,
you would hope.
True.
But another game that was shown off by a developer was God of War. They showed.
I never played any God of War. Yeah.
I played one on the PSP for a little bit, but I want to play the PS4 one really badly.
I heard the older ones are really good too. Also had nudity in it.
But the PS, that.
I just want
to
throw it out there. Yeah, just.
But the first boss fight in the God of War PS4 game was the developers behind that showed like the early footage of it, and that apparently to that one, like, it's in an enclosed space, so in the actual game the character gets thrown against the walls and stuff like that, but in the alpha development of it, it's just like an open space. So it really goes to show that it's like even the scale of the size of things isn't considered until much later.
Yeah. I mean, of course, because they have so much outwards things to work on and shit like that and everything.
And for as well as Destiny had a leak. Or not a leak.
I never played Destiny either.
Really? Wow. Destiny's a good game. But as well for Destiny, developers showed off the first alpha build of Destiny and just compared it to how Destiny looks like today.
Okay.
And again, this just goes to show that a lot of developers were like, yo, man, like, graphics are actually like, visuals are like the last thing done in a game. Like, we need to make sure the game can actually run before we make it looks good. And it might seem like, oh, you know what, the guy made like an innocent mistake. He
didn't make no mistake. He leaked that shit for selfishness and he wants money.
Not the leaker, but the
tweet.
The tweet. The person who made this tweet, maybe
his bitch ass.
Like you could say that it's like, oh, he made an innocent mistake. Like,
he
doesn't really know what he's talking about.
He's a hating asshole who wants attention, bro. That's bad.
The issue is that he pushed,
he's the Andrew Tate of video games, bro.
The issue is that he pushed a supposed authority. Like, meaning that, like, he tried, like, someone asked him, oh, are you a game developer? And he tried to say, like, oh, you know, I used to do this and that and that and this and whatever, like, in the video game space.
So he's a lying asshole too.
But after that, locked his Twitter account.
Oh, really?
So it's like, motherfucker, like, how are you going to be like, I know what I'm talking about, but then just lock your account? Like, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah.
So that was just like a little thing where it's just like, dude, like, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about, and it's upset a lot of video game developers.
Yeah.
And the latest development of this story is that on just Friday, September 23rd, the London City Police announced they had arrested a 17-year-old from Oxfordshire Thursday evening.
Oh, shit.
And it has not yet been confirmed why, but it's been reported that the teen was arrested in connection with the recent Uber and GTA 6 leaks.
What about Uber, though?
The article didn't really link anything to the Uber leaks or anything like that.
It's London, right?
Yeah, so I wouldn't know too much about like what exactly is going on with those Uber leaks or anything like that. But the suspect remains in custody at the moment. And it's believed that the teen is connected to the hacker group LastPus, with 2 S's, and the second S is a
Laxpus?
LastPus. So LASPUS, and then the second S is a money sign.
Of course it will be.
That's just disrespectful.
And this group has been involved with other large companies, including Uber, Microsoft, Cisco, Samsung, Nvidia, and Okta.
I found the Uber thing. It says The Uber files are a trove of thousands of leaked confidential documents that show how the ride-haul company broke laws, secretly lobbied governments, and exploited driver safety to expand aggressively from 2013 to 2017, which is the article I covered on the fucking day that motherfuckers didn't want to listen. So go back to the episode where I was talking about the Uber, because this is basically what I'm talking about, where they were protesting and shit like that, and Uber tried to use it as a way to say that we need to make our riders safer, but it's because they were only protesting because the Uber drivers were stealing fares and money from local cab drivers that have always existed, and Uber tried to portray them as violent, like radicals, when they were just trying to maintain their own money. You know. By the way, I just want to say I covered that story. So I've been knowing it. I broke the fucking arrest me, bro, because I leaked that shit. Proud of myself. Fuck out of here. That was a good article. It was just really badly written, Anthony. Nah, I'm kidding.
But the last note I got for you is that this hacker group first showed up in 2021, where they hacked Brazil's Ministry of Health.
Damn. That's crazy.
So that's the last note I got for you for this story. Like I said, it's unknown if this 17-year-old kid is actually the kid who leaked this GTA 6 leak. Personally, I don't think it is.
Me either.
Just because I think, again, from the original post, that I don't think this person's language is English as their primary language.
Still though, that could be just very disguised, like ways of just putting yourself out there.
It could be super well thought out, but that'd be a pretty fucking smart 17-year-old.
It's not that hard, bro. It's kind of just like imagine I texted you and I just misspelled my words and you'd be like, it's not Frankie.
I mean, I would think that. It's very subtle. Like, it's not like he's spelling your with a U-R.
Yeah.
Like, he's misspelling. Like,
no, that's you, bro. That's your English major ass coming out, bro.
I don't know, man. He
didn't use a comma.
Like
apostrophe.
The way people write, it can really tell like a lot of
that's
like what they know.
But do you think when people leak things, when companies are doing wrong, like companies are committing wrongdoing, do you think that when people leak those things that they should be rewarded instead of punished? Because I feel like they should be.
I mean, it's kind of similar to almost like Robin Hood, where it's kind of like
with the A.M.C. thing and everything. Oh, or like actual Robin Hood, like steal from the rich, give to the poor.
Yeah, like it kind of reminds me of that, just because it's like, yeah, they're kind of doing an illegal thing, but they're doing it for the right reasons in a sense. So it's kind of like, I think it kind of comes down to the intentions. I think some hacker groups are maybe just out there to cause chaos. They don't really care about like fighting for the truth or justice.
Chaos is subjective to whoever it's affecting. You get me? So chaos to Facebook, if Facebook is like supporting human trafficking, but with like a blind eye, is still chaos compared to the chaos to like, shitting on a local business because they make cakes for gay people, which is a real story that came out.
Well, I don't really think that's much chaos as much as that's just like organizational, where it's like,
what do you mean?
Well, because I guess what I mean is like when in terms of chaos, it's like the sort of stereotypical thing is like look at an anarchist. An anarchist points out at what's wrong with society and things like that, but they don't provide any solutions. You look at an anarchist,
but it leads to solution though.
Like and a lot of the times and whatever, it's accepting that something's wrong. But like with anarchists, again, they don't have the solutions or anything like that. So I think it's important to kind of point that, like, you can say that something's wrong, like with these hackers, like pointing out that like this company is doing something wrong, but if their intentions aren't to find justice or truth behind that, if they're just kind of doing it just to do it, then it's kind of like, why?
What if I just like, I don't know. I was going to say, like, what if I see somebody like robbing a store and I'm like, hey, I'm calling the cops. They're robbing the store. Like, my intention is for it to be solved, right? To hold them accountable.
Well,
right? So like,
but I think that comes down again to the intentions. You're doing it to get these people accountable, to hold these people accountable. Yeah. And what I'm saying is that I don't think all hacker groups stand or uphold that same.
But I think they do, because that's the reason they're pointing it out. Because why else would they do it? Like that,
for chaos, for anarchism, just to point out what's wrong.
I think that's the only label you can place on them, because they have no true identity. But I think that if you were to put an identity, because for me it's my face that's put on the person that I'm like snitching on for the robbing, right? right? But when it comes to a hacker, like I think
Well, you could do an anonymous call. You don't need to put your face
then
on
is
it.
it anarchy if I do an anonymous call?
No.
So exactly. So what I'm trying to say is that like when you point out a company doing
But
wrong, listen, like if you do a company that's doing wrongdoing, like that's just the voice of reason. It's kind of like anonymous, right? Like are they anarchists or are they trying to help? Because their intentions clearly show they're trying to help because there's rebuttal to it too, you know. So I feel like because they're a hacker, like it's maybe because we're pointing out the flaws in society, somebody else should pick up those steps as well. They clearly can't like take up a name on that, like pointing out of, but this is the, I mean, I think there's a true heroism of anarchists, because then it's like, what is America gonna do, or big companies that are supposed to hold companies like Uber accountable? How are they gonna hold them accountable? You get me? So there's a solution that comes with this like pointing out of things. I think so, but I don't know. Like I get what you mean with the whole difference of two things. I still think that it's still like justified in the sense of like true justice. You know?
Well, I mean, it's just, again, what I'm getting at, what you mentioned, is the intention behind it. You look at a group like an Anonymous, they are doing it to seek justice for these things. I'm saying that I don't think all hacker groups are in that same principle. I don't think all hacker groups are doing what they do to seek justice.
I'm saying all hacker groups are not in that group. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, and then we're just in agreement. Like, I'm just saying that I think that there are hacker groups out there that are doing this simply for the anarchism and for the chaos of it, of like, I got this out there. What are you gonna do with that society?
What are you gonna do? But what about in this situation with the Rockstar, Uber, and what was it, Cisco, Sears, Samsung, not Sears. Like, what do you think in this situation? Are they being anarchists, or are they trying to seek justice out? Because it's kind of hard to put the justice aspect when Rockstar is involved.
Well, I don't have too much like information on these other leaks, like with Cisco and Samsung and Okta and these other companies. I don't know. Like, I mean, in terms of the Brazil's Ministry of Health, that seems pretty malicious. To hack a Ministry of Health.
It depends on what they're doing.
Like, I mean, unless the Brazil's Ministry of Health is corrupt.
Let's see. Like, I don't know, favelas and shit, bro. Let's see. Brazil's Ministry of Health. What, they hacked it?
Yeah.
Leaked. Let's see. Data leak. Okay. Damn, that's a big ass article. What the hell? Hold on. I'm allowed cookies. Okay. On January 19, 2021, a company called PSAFE found out that private data of over 220 million Brazilian citizens was leaked through the website of Brazil's Ministry of Health. So this was malicious because they leaked 220 Brazilian citizens' private data. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's malicious as fuck. It included information regarding dead people, private data of approximately 104 million vehicles, and 40 million companies was also leaked. Damn, bro, they did this motherfucking Brazil crazy, bro.
Yeah, that's kind of wild.
It's a little wild. It's a little wild.
But yeah, I mean, I think again that just kind of comes down to the intention of things. I don't know the intention behind this hacker group.
Yeah.
But I mean, with what I said, it seems malicious with the Brazil's Ministry of Health.
Yeah.
Like why? Like
no,
what,
that's super malicious.
Like what other reason would you have behind that unless they're corrupt?
Yeah.
In terms of Rockstar, it seems a little malicious, especially in terms of the fact that they are seeking extortion as well.
That's when Brian told me, he was like, "Isn't that?" I told Brian about the story, and then I think no, he sent it to me, and then I told him that the person wants like compensation or money in order to not leak more, and then Brian was like, "Isn't that extortion?" I'm like, "Yeah, it is actually."
Yeah.
But then, so if he gets caught, he's in big trouble. Or she, or they, them.
They.
Oh, they're in big trouble, right?
Yeah, so it's extremely illegal what's going on right now. We don't know what the intentions are behind it. We still don't know who's behind it. There is this teen and suspect.
You know what it is? Jason Sudeikis, bro.
It's been him all along.
Every story, bro. The rivers. Basically, bro, just cue the music. It's been him, the fucking Harry Styles, the Riverside, this fucking GTA, Brazil. He's an asshole, man. He's an asshole, and so is Shia LaBeouf. Fuck both of these motherfuckers. I hate all of them, bro.
But yeah, I mean, that's all I really got for you for the GTA 6 leak. Like it's pretty interesting, I think, overall, because again, one of the biggest leaks in video game industry.
Yeah.
history, and it's just there's a lot going on around it, and it especially when I found out recently about the hacker group and stuff like that, where I was like, oh, this goes a little deeper than I thought it would. Like originally I assumed it was maybe just one person just kind of being a dick and just kind of doing this, but like the fact that there might be a hacker group behind this that are doing very other malicious things is, I feel like, kind of raises concern, where it's kind of like maybe like, because the article where they say that this kid was arrested and stuff says that the FBI was looking into it and stuff
crazy.
like that.
Yeah.
So it's like maybe there needs to be a little more attention on this. Like, you know, I definitely understand that, like, it's Rockstar. They can afford these leaks and whatever.
But in the future, for like smaller companies, this and that. I mean, hacking is so. I think the battle between hacking and those who get hacked is, I don't know who's winning that battle today, because I know people that I know like work with like cybersecurity and stuff like that and everything, and I wonder like who's on top of that. You get me? Like it's like the cartel with the DEA. Like who's actually winning that battle? Because like you want to dress up like Pablo Escobar, but I mean this is obviously very old. But when he got caught shipping like 50 pounds of cocaine, there was another like 2 tons being shipped in a different method. So I mean, I don't know. I just think that like if anybody's gonna get hacked, it should be the government, but not for the citizens, people, just these fucking politicians and their fucking corrupt ass. So the fact that so many politicians aren't being hacked, who's to say these hackers aren't in cahoots with politicians? You know, because at the end of the day, everybody wants a Jeffrey Epstein list. Like that's what people want the most. And how come we have no access to that? You get me? So like even that, and it's a trickle down effect to everything. So I don't know, man. That's just a newfound conspiracy that I'm making up. I feel like hackers today are in cahoots with politicians. They have to be.
I don't know.
I don't know, bro.
I feel like hackers in today's society are kind of
Heartless. Unbiased.
Are kind of outliers to society. In today's society,
that's what
especially.
I mean. Like they don't really care for like helping or not helping. It's just like we're just gonna do what the fuck we're able to do for the sake of just doing it.
And I feel like that again speaks to what I feel like is what's really important, sort of the anarchy and the intentions behind things of like, are these people doing it just to fuck around or are they trying to find justice?
Funny enough, that reminds me of Watch Dogs in the sake of conversation. Even though Watch Dogs is more so to help society and so, but it kind of get reminiscent of that whole ideology of like, we're trying to hack for the better of the future using the future. So weird, bro.
But it was a very interesting situation to arise in the last couple weeks.
When I see people say like my Instagram got hacked, it's like, did it get hacked or did you just like be dumb on the internet? Like, did you click that spam link? They're like, oh, we owe you $6,000.
Dick size pills.
Singles looking for you in Brooklyn. Oh, what? Like, were you dumb or were you just, because some people don't get hacked. Some people are just stupid. And I feel like majority are stupid. And that being said, I got hacked the other day.
Could happen to anyone.
No, but I fucking got a call from a spam call, and I was applying just when I wasn't working anywhere, and they called me, and they're like, "Hey, is this Frankie?" I was like, "Yeah, it is." And they're like, "Were you looking for a job?" I was like, "Yeah, I was." And then they were like, "Oh, okay, cool." And then I just got mad spam texts from then forward, and I still get spam texts to this day, bro. I felt like a dickhead. I got. I got, man, in the most simplest manner, bro. I gave him my name, my address, everything.
Oh no,
yo, bro. And I have like 1,000 calls from like Michigan. I got a call from Poland the other day. I swear to God, it was a fucking phone call from Poland. So I picked up because I know a little bit of Polish. So I picked up and I was like, "Przepraszam," and they were just hung up the phone on me. So I don't think they were expecting my ass, but that was kind of cool. That was kind of cool.
Oh man.
Yeah, shout out to GTA 6. I hope they recover from this tragedy.
I hope GTA 6 is super fire.
Me too. It will be. It will be definitely super fire.
I'm really excited for that game.
Me too, man. Me too.
I really like GTA 5. Like,
I like it too. Also, I don't want to shit on it for the short like story, but it's just too short for me. But I still think it's a very good game. Absolutely.
Like I like GTA 5. I like the single player. I'm upset there was never any DLC, but GTA Online definitely craved a lot of my appetite for a couple of years.
Have you played GTA 4?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Cool.
I played that back on my cousin's 360 years ago.
I always replay it, man. It's so fucking fun.
Yeah, I remember one of my favorite things to do in GTA 4 was to drive as fast as you can down the streets because since it's an older game, if you drove fast enough, you could outrace the map pretty much.
Really?
So sometimes if you drove fast enough, you would hit an invisible wall and you just go flying out of your car.
Is that in Times Square where you can do that with the hill in Times Square?
No, it's just anywhere. Like if you just drive fast enough anywhere on the map, like the game is like because
it can't handle it.
The game right? Can't keep up with you, and so eventually you'll just hit an invisible wall and just go flying out your car.
Do you remember the swing glitch? Where you drive your car onto the swing and
yes,
it just launches you into the air and everything. Yeah. Oh man, fucking. do you remember the Call of Duty 4 Easter eggs? I don't know if you remember that. Like not Easter eggs, but glitches. Like you can go outside the map, the giant cookie, all that stuff and everything.
I don't know. You probably have to remind me.
I'm throwing it way back right now. Yeah, there's a lot of old glitches on GTA. Oh my! I mean, Call of Duty 4 and everything. I feel old. Feel old. But all right, but yeah, that was GTA 6 leaks.
Yeah, and that's been the news section of today's episode. I hope you guys enjoyed the stories.
Me too, bro. I hope I enjoyed it too. Okay. Now there was some interesting stories. My favorite one was the I forget his name, Gerald Levine.
The Riverside Drive.
Yeah, it was
Walter Reed.
Close enough. Close enough. But now we're up to the A.M.C section.
A.M.C section.
If I can clap it up. And now we are up. What are we up to now?
We are at our A.M.C section.
Yes, sir.
As I alluded to before, we are at the album section.
Yes, we are.
And if you don't know what the A.M.C section is, it's our little entertainment section.
Life. Get a life.
Go touch some grass.
Go touch some grass, bro. Get the fuck out. That's my favorite saying ever, bro. I remember I was like, what the fuck does that mean? It makes perfect sense. Go touch some fucking grass.
Go touch some fucking grass, kid.
But our A.M.C section is the album, movies, and comics section. Every episode, we do a little cycle of albums, movies, and comics at the end of our news section. And this week we were at the album section. And what are we talking about today?
Well, before I even said what we're talking about today, last week we were on comics. We talked about All-Star Superman.
Fucking great comic book.
That was a great fucking read.
Super fucking great fucking read, man.
Before All-Star Superman, we were on the movie section. We watched Green Room.
Yep.
Great film.
And then before that, album was a Mac Miller.
Yeah, that was I Love Life, Thank You.
It's a good fucking album. And we do that we always will traverse into the 3 weeks and then keep on going and continue the cycle and stuff. So this week, Javi hosts the show. He picks the A.M.C section and then it switches up. Thankfully, it's in thirds. So it always mixes up and everything. That was very lucky of us, to be honest with you.
In retrospect, that's something we didn't really plan for, but it really works out.
Hell yeah.
It goes back to one of the quotes that I've shared with you before that I've created of that evens always end in ties.
Evens always end in ties, so it's always the same shit.
Yeah. So it's like it's good that we are at an odd number because that always means we'll always
switch it up and
switch
everything.
it up.
Shout out to odds. Shout out to odds, bro.
But and it this is pretty fun because like with this week particular, we'll be having 2 episodes come out this week.
Yeah.
And realistically, we'll be having 3 episodes come out in a week span.
Pretty much, like from this Sunday to like next week and stuff like that.
Because we'll have this one come out on Wednesday, next one on Thursday, and then the following on Monday.
That's how we fucking do it here.
But we'll basically go through a whole cycle in a week, in a week span. So that'll be pretty fun for you guys. To dive into this. Exciting
Not fun
week.
for us. It's a lot of fucking work, but it's still that's awesome, and we fucking making up for some time lost. But we're here now.
But yeah, so this week we're on the albums. I'm hosting this week, so I chose the album, and I was really like struggling to find which album to choose, and I just finally decided maybe I should just do this one because it's new, it's fresh, and I think it might be good to get some hands on this and stuff. With the fact that of how new it is and stuff. Similarly to the Mac Miller mixtape that we looked at, with it being released this year and things like that on Spotify and whatever. But we are looking.
It was always out, but then it was finally put on Spotify this year and stuff like that. But yeah, man, it's important.
But we are looking at the debut album of the indie pop rock group Hoax.
Yes,
their debut album is called B with a question mark.
Question mark. Yeah,
it's just the letter B undercase with a question mark. And these guys are guys that I discovered back in 2019, if I remember the year correctly, when I went to go see Tippling Rock.
Okay.
Tippling Rock is another fun band, another indie band that I really like a lot.
Okay.
But Hoax was opening up for them. And I thought they stole the show that night.
That's awesome.
They were one of the openers, and I was just like, yo, these guys are fucking amazing.
Hoax spelled Hoax. Just
Hoax.
for those who don't know. Now you
But
fucking know.
I talked to them afterwards, and they're like, yeah, like, we're from Queens, this and that, and all this stuff. And I really got to meet them. And recently, what I'm holding in my hands is a little booklet because they had a listening party for their debut album. I'll point it to the camera a little bit, but it's a little booklet that is basically has the track list and a description behind every song, as well as the lyrics behind every song.
Which is awesome because that's so unique to put out things like that. And not a lot of people are buying physical, music anymore. Like it's all online and stuff like that. Like, of course, people are buying vinyls and whatever they can and stuff. But I still feel that the most popular version of buying music today is the digital or Spotify. Not even like particular albums on iTunes. It's like streaming. So I think it's really cool for them to have physical things that go along with it because vinyls used to have the lyrics on them and stuff like that too.
Well, they still do.
They're still doing everything, right? Which is very crucial, I think so.
Yeah, that's how I learned a lot of the lyrics to my more recent albums of my favorite bands and stuff. But yeah, I mean with this, like they had this booklet, they had some stickers, they had temporary tattoos, and things like that. They had $2 shots.
Hey, nice! That's the best thing ever, bro.
Crazy.
I spent like $50 to die.
I remember my cousin was like, "You'll never see a place have it cheaper than that."
No.
And I was like, "Yeah, you're probably right."
Except Philadelphia, they got $2 shots of Fireball, which is ass. I hate Fireball, but they have it from 1 to 7 at a place called A Bar.
But yeah, I went to a listening party. I met the guys behind Hoax. Mike and Franz are their names.
Nice, Franz.
But I met them. And as I did when I saw them in 2019, I was just like, you guys are really great. This music is really fucking fantastic and stuff like that. I told them like, yeah, I was at the 2019 show, and they were like, that's fucking awesome.
That's
Holy
cool,
shit.
I'm sure they appreciate that crazy.
Yeah, and I'll just read a little bio off of Spotify. But Hoax is an indie pop rock band from Queens, New York. It is the musical brainchild of Michael Raj and Franz Caesar, who creates the sonics and concepts behind their self-described style of empathy pop music. Their modern vintage musical sound draws from a wide range of influences like 60s pop, 70s Motown, and alternative R&B. They like to see themselves as the beautiful sound of sadness, a description coined by a close friend. Their music thematically focuses on the human condition, explorations of social constructs, and decisions people make based from them, all tucked underneath pop melodies. So that's just a little bio of who these guys are. It's a little duo group. One of them plays guitar, one of them plays bass, and this album is DIY, meaning that they produced it themselves, published it themselves, and stuff like that. Like.
And the sound itself is impressive to hear from that. Like it's a crazy sound from them for sure.
Yeah, and I'm gonna read this little forward that this little booklet has towards the album because I think it's pretty good. It's a little lengthy,
okay,
but it's pretty good.
Okay,
but the forward reads: somewhere in the midst of this whole process, I was watching a James Murphy interview where he talked about how to deal with failure. I was lazy, but it never felt right when I heard that. When I said it to myself, it wasn't that I was lazy. I was really afraid. I was really afraid of failing. All my life, I've been precocious. And I was like, I was supposed to be smart and I was supposed to be creative. And I think hearing those things makes you scared that you're going to do something stupid or do something uninteresting, and no one will see you as smart or creative anymore. James Murphy. Those words sat inside of me for a long, long time. I related strongly because my whole life I was told I was going to be successful. School came naturally to me, and growing up in a traditional South Indian household, education and academia had a direct relationship with my sisters and my self-worth. If you were smart, it was indicative that you would get a quote-unquote good job and make a lot of money. I'm also pretty sure that because my dad read to me and my older sister when we were very young, I developed some sort of auditory or photographic memory where I was able to consume information and understand it clearly since I was little. Because of this, I became an A student, a student athlete, and even worked at an after-school program to help little kids up till the end of high school. By all measures of traditional Western society, I was on a trajectory to becoming quote-unquote successful. I started college in a competitive physician's assistance program that only a handful of applicants get into. But then there was some sort of change that came over me. I was overcome with guilt. I felt as if my life was a hollowed out narrative of picking a profession solely on if you can read a book and understand it. There was no passion. There was no romance. I began to feel as though even if I just grinned and bore it, I would be a fraud because there was no depth behind the reasons I did anything. I dropped out of the program, and as random and as chaotic the universe is, there were moments so outlandishly serendipitous it would suggest a divine outline. I met Franz, someone identical in how I felt, someone who was always brimming with potential and destined to be successful, but never setting to follow a traditional path, which in turn led to years of ongoing ridicule. We started Hoax in 2016, and at the beginning it was easy to create because we felt so free, but all things succumbed to time eventually, and after throwing away careers, relationships, school, etc., the honeymoon phase of music had faded. Franz and I were left at a crossroads. What the fuck do we do? We had been feeling like failures. How could two people who were so smart, creative, and talented have still nothing to show for it? No magnum opus, no awards, no substantial streams, no records, no huge following, no connections, nothing. We traveled to Leh, India. During that trip, we had a numbing realization. Success is relative. There are places in this world that exist where your life is not measured by a definable sum of quantifiable actions, but rather by the weight and the quality of your being. What does that mean, though, to be? We hear Hamlet's soliloquy and roll our eyes at how overly dramatic a rich prince sees their struggle. But how often do we suggest our being? Once in a lifetime? At all? We became obsessed with exploring this idea and what it means to be. Not be measured by our success or failures, but to understand the true inner voice and what makes it tick. If you feel lost, if you feel like you don't belong, if you feel like you're just floating through the motions of the waves life throws at you, if you feel like you just do stuff to do stuff or because you are told to, if you have trouble falling asleep, if you feel like you are never enough or not enough, if you feel like you used to be relatable, but now you have trouble going, if you feel misunderstood, if you feel like God's unfavored, if you feel a Sue, if you feel like time doesn't exist, but that you still waste it, if you feel like you never get ahead, if you feel stuck in your ways, if you feel like a side character, if you feel like an extra, if you feel like a mistake, if you feel hurt, if you feel sad, if you feel angry, if you feel anything, this album is for you. And that's the forward.
Very well written.
So
very relatable, you know? Like, I think for many people, you know?
So I think that forward kind of speaks a lot to the theme of this album.
100%. 100%. This album is depressing as fuck. To start it off, to be honest with you. Honestly speaking.
But, I mean, before I ask your thoughts real quick, I'm going to just go down the track list real quick. It is, I believe, a 17 track song. Begins with Trees, Could, Soju, Wasting Time, Formulate, Beach House 2, Drew, B ? 5, Golden Eyes, You Get So Alone Sometimes, Bleach, Unconditional, More Than You Know, An American Dream, Western Medicine, and Lily's Daydream. Those are the 17 tracks on this song. This is probably one of the longest albums I've shown you. It clocks nearly almost an hour. I think the second longest album I showed you is probably Cosmic Thrill Seekers in our first episode. But an hour still to me is pretty short. Like compared to like a lot of other albums and stuff like that. I think an album is still pretty short, but still very lengthy compared to like 30 minutes, 40 minutes if they regularly have that. But yeah, definitely a longer album. Yeah, I mean, I'll just ask you what were your thoughts on this?
So I have a lot of thoughts on the music, and especially because it's very different from everything else you listen to. You know, first of all, it's a good album to the ears, like for sure. I think it has a strong point and a weak point, and I think the strong point of this album throughout the whole thing is its lyricism. Its lyricism is undefeatable, very exquisite, like incredible. It speaks to the soul. I mean, regardless of what you're going through, especially like love things and stuff like that, all that, it really speaks to it. But also like not even just love, but to me it seems like a breakup album at the very peak of it. There's a lot of it speaking to like a past lover or like a this and that or what's potentially like not good for you that you want to be good for you and stuff. I just think that one thing I didn't like at a certain point, which is like in the middle of it, is the repetitiveness of sound.
Okay.
So for me, like the lyrics make up for a lot of repetitiveness of sound, which to me wasn't like a terrible thing. I took 2 listens to it, one when I was playing pool, and it was so repetitive at one point where I was like, yo, am I listening to the same song over and over again, or am I like, you know? And then even today beforehand where I listen to it, I always have to listen to it while reading the lyrics, it makes it stand out more. But that's all. I mean, it's a big portion. It's like from like the midsection to me is what like, was repetitive. But I think regardless, the lyricism always stood strong. And I have like for every song, pretty much in the whole album, I have like, you know, a couple, you know, of the verses that I really thought stood out because they're very poetic. And just like the forward reads, it really does. You could tell that they're very lyrically, you know, focused. And I think it's important. You know, so
I mean, I'll say like for my and like feelings about this album in general is like I really like Hoax. I really like their sound.
Yeah.
I think they have such an energetic sound. But I think I can relate a little bit to sort of the sameness in in the sound in certain tracks on this album. Because what I will say is that this album basically took them 4 years to make.
Wow.
So about half of this album were singles that have been released over the years, like Could or Beach House 2.
Even Soju, I imagine, is a big like hit and everything.
Soju came out kind of recent. It came out this year.
It's the only one I could find on YouTube Music, like the app YouTube Music, but they have the whole album for free on YouTube. Yeah, which is awesome. I don't know if it's them or I forget who. Let me see right now. I don't know. It's the Daily Dose. Who their whole album is free on YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's all. 'Cause I was trying to find it everywhere. I don't have Spotify. I have YouTube Music. Like, what the fuck can I listen to this shit? And at first I listened to it per music video or like per like mix on YouTube, like playlist. But the whole thing is on YouTube for free. At the whole album is free on the Daily Dose. That's the name of the account.
Yeah, I think because of the fact that this album took them so long to make, I think that it's almost a detriment to it in a sense, just because like I think if it came out all at once, it would maybe stick out a little more.
Yeah, or it could be 2 different albums. I think so also. Like there could be a chance for like, and of course we're not them. We can't really like speak for them and everything, and they know their own sound because their sound is great. Like it's very them, and it also reminded me very much of Arctic Monkeys and Gorillaz. But more like for me, this all this music, a lot of it is Arctic Monkeys without the accent. You know, like for real, like, but and it's not a bad thing because Arctic Monkeys is great
Without the accent.
Yeah, like 100%. Like, but a lot of their sound, like if you just put like a UK accent or whatever they are, British, or whatever, same shit. I don't know, but pretty much you get Hoax, and it's a compliment. It's not like to take away from them because I don't listen to music to criticize. I listen to music how I hear it, you know. And from the first listen, I'm like, no, this is very much like the beauty about Gorillaz and Arctic Monkeys is that they have a lot of hits and a lot of mainstream music. But it's also very powerful and it just separates from the cliche like Megan Thee Stallion bullshit we hear and everything, you know, like, and that, of course, are completely different genres. What I'm trying to say is that it's not like bubblegum pop shit. Like it's actually real in-depth music and what like kind of what is it like? What's the word? The phrase like what it finalizes that is that the lyricism again is so consistent where I can see the 4 years being put in the lyrics, but I also see with the production of the whole album, you can definitely tell it took 4 years also because it's very clean. There's no flaws in the sound. I just feel like a lot of it was like from one song to the other. I'm like, it's literally just a switch up of just the same sound. I'm like, what the fuck, man? Like, I don't like this part. You get me? But it's not that it was unpleasant. Repetitiveness doesn't mean bad, is what I'm trying to say. For me, it just meant like there could have been more variety. And I felt like in the beginning and then the end was where it was the most, you know?
I think like while I agree there's like some sort of sameness to some of the songs and stuff, and while I did say that like maybe taking so long to make this album could have been a detriment, also at the same time I will say that because that I knew about half of this album before it came out, since a lot of these songs were singles, I think that also probably helped just in terms of like it made a lot of these songs very recognizable to me. So it made the new ones stick out more where I was like, oh, what is this song? Yeah. So I guess what I'm saying is I can go both ways.
Yeah, honestly. But again, it's not a bad album whatsoever. Like for me, I was just, having never heard them, I was like, what am I going to think? And I'm like, nah, it's a good album. There's a lot of, I think, I don't know where I would place this in terms of where to play it. But I feel I did two things. If I wrote this in my later notes, if you're listening to this, you're depressed as fuck or you're high as fuck or both. But there's definitely no sense of happiness in here. There is, very slight, lyrics, and there's one song in particular I'll get to later that I very love. It's not even a song; it's more of a message, But I very much appreciate the lyricism, and that's what makes this stand out so much to me. Because again, when you're listening to something and it makes you feel, I think that's super crucial. And there's a lot of lyrics here that just like really hit home, and were so poetic that I think it's so gorgeous for them to put things out like this. Because not a lot of people listen to the lyrics today. And I think it's important that when we do this albums, movies, comic section, that we get to emphasize all aspects that we recognize and take time out to like appreciate. And I feel like if you're listening to this and your first impression is like, oh, this and that, like if you haven't heard the lyrics, like you should be amazed because it really is super crucial and impactful.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can just kind of dive into it. Like, well, I'll ask you real quick. What were your favorite tracks off the album?
Oh my god! I'll tell you my least favorite tracks.
Okay.
Soju I wasn't a fan of.
Oh
yeah, I think this was either my second or first like least favorite song. And the first time I heard it, I liked it, but to me it was more like, and it's not a bad song at all. But to me, I wrote, I'm alright with this song, although I understand its catchiness, but super still. Was it or super? I have my notes shortened here. Sorry. Super simple. Lyricism still stands strong though, because I feel like there's a lot of music like this that's not. I don't think this song is very instrumental. Like it's like dun 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 dun. Like it's kind of very simple, and I didn't like that very much. But I do love. I won't read the lyrics right now, but my other song. Let's see. There's a lot of short and sweet songs also, but I don't like track number 6, which is Beach House 2.
Okay.
Yeah, I wrote sweet song, but second least favorite, poetic and soothing, but repetitive sound with little essence. And but my favorite song, and I have it right here, is track number 13, which is Unconditional.
Okay.
Actually 14. So sorry, 14. I loved More Than You Know. That shit to me was fucking awesome. Like I only heard it like 2 times, and I heard it full through, but I definitely know like that was the one that caught me the most. And because the sounds kind of were like similar, I can't really point out what, but I have the lyrics to hear that I liked. But definitely loved More Than You Know very, very fucking much. How about you?
I'll say that my 2 favorite tracks were Formulate and More Than You Know.
More Than You Know. More Than You Know is still a great song though. That's the one I pointed out too, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
It's no, I mean there are a lot of, I mean the thing is that what doesn't diminish the greatness of it is the lyrics. Again, like if you hear this and you just got broken up with or something, or you're going some hard like tough times, like that shit is gonna hit you in your fucking like core area of love, bro, because that shit really fucking stings. Word. Word. Palabra.
I mean, I think it's interesting that you bring a lot of sort of the relationship aspects of these lyrics and stuff. Because something that they definitely push a lot in sort of the explanations behind these songs, because every song has a story behind it in this little booklet. Yeah. I'm not going to read every single one because some of them are a bit lengthy.
Gotcha.
But a lot of them have to deal with this idea of not being a doer but being a beer. Yeah,
and that's what and I forget what is it with the, it's towards the end, but track number 13, it's Unconditional, right? Where there's a lady just talking and stuff.
No, that's Bleach.
Well, that to me was very incredible because actually, and Mac Miller's I think it's Faces, but it starts off and it's called It Just Doesn't Matter, and I don't know where it's from. I wanted to look up the sample. But the base of it is some guy just talking to a crowd and saying, it just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. And he's kind of screaming and he kind of preaches and stuff like that. And the crowd is cheering. But like, I very much love things that like, in albums where they put in a little sense of like speech and stuff like that. And I feel like with Bleach, the fucking anime came up. If you don't mind, if you want to read that out real quick, like, the lyrics of that, they have it in there? Yeah, please. Like, cause I feel like that is, very, very well done. Bleach, right?
Bleach.
Oh.
Have it right here.
Nice. Yeah, read that whole thing because I think it's amazing and everybody should hear that before you even start. And that's like midway, right? That's track number.
This is track number 12. Mm-hmm. So, do you want me to read a little bit of the explanation or do you want me to read the lyrics first?
Read the lyrics first and then the explanation.
Okay. So Bleach, it's a very simple track. It's more so just sort of like a robotic like woman just kind of like speaking some speech with some soft guitar playing in the background, and this woman says, "Just for 1 second, don't do anything. Do not do. Stop learning to show it off. Stop posting. Stop taking pictures for them. Stop tagging. Can't you just let it happen? Can't I just let it sit in for a second without a need to be explained? Stop processing. Stop making goals that you achieve while still feeling that shitty despair in your chest. Stop waking up thinking you deserve anything. Sit still in gratitude. Take a fucking breath and feel your lungs hold on to a gift that people wish to hold for infinity. Life. You have that. So where are you going? What are you looking for? You already have that which is most important. Do not do. Just be. Just be. Just be. Just be. 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 And it goes on. Be.
And I love that shit, man. I especially love the tone of the voice because like, there's no human, attachment to what she's saying, and it's all relatable. And for that, I wrote here because I didn't write down the lyrics. I just said to look it up, but I couldn't find them just now very quickly. But I wrote this, and it was track number 12, right?
Yes.
Oh, I misput it as 13, but I said look up lyrics. This is awesome. Modern romance and philosophy, or modern romance and whatever, a mixture of both and everything. And I think it's true because I think it's all relatable, especially whether they'll stop posting, stop this, stop the whatever, don't whatever. But then it was just like also be yourself, like just exist for yourself and only. And I think one thing that this album provides, it's this like pinnacle of sadness, and then it relieves you with saying, but you're a human being and you also have to exist for yourself and be within yourself as well and be appreciative and gratuitous to what you're able to exist as, you know what I'm trying to say? And I think there's this kind of pressure on yourself, and then you can relieve it, but there's always something in the back of your head that you're always going to focus on, which is just everything that's going on in your brain,
Definitely, there's one of the song explanations speaks that a little bit. I forget for which song, but I'll get to that. But I mean, I'll just say that for the explanation that they wrote down for Bleach, they say, when we outlined the album, Franz and I sat down to write a manifesto that we would live in for the 4 years it took to create this album. Dramatically, we locked ourselves in an office and vowed to not leave till we finished writing. But since we exist in the 21st century, we got distracted and watched the entirety of Donald Glover's Guava Island.
Nice.
Then we finished the
Have you ever seen Guava Island?
I haven't.
Check that shit out.
Then we finished the manifesto at around 3 a.m. The first half of the album is the call, setting up the stage to how we felt we were living and what the outside world is like. Bleach, therefore, was the response, a regimen we wanted to live through to become closer to the idea of existing through being rather than doing. I think if you truly want to be, it is probably a lifelong work, but this is where we started. And that's including their manifesto behind this album.
Dope.
But in continuing about the sort of explanation behind this, they just sort of speak to I think a lot of us think this but don't say it. This obsession of doing is a distraction. Breaking life down into boxes of things you can get, buy, and achieve, never filling the empty void. Crossing off items on a never-ending grocery list of superficialities. Widening the void at the curse of more. Measuring happiness with a white picket fence picture. Thinking that dream job, status, and legacy is what makes you alive, even though you'll be replaced by a better robot tomorrow. This is life in the binary, just quantifiable numbers in the matrix. Feelingless, and it just continues onwards.
That's interesting to me because he says the person that wrote the forward that they were saying that their parents they wanted like good grades to make them come up as something successful, right? But then they're pretty much living their dream job right now. So for me, it's a little like, how does that make sense with what he messaged in the forward?
Well, in the forward, he mentioned that his parents wanted him to be more of like a scholar, I guess.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say.
That's
like,
something he didn't find passion in.
But I'm trying to say like he's not. I mean, to me, a scholar is subjective to whatever you amount to be knowledgeable. I mean, you could be a scholar to a kid. You get what I'm trying to say? But a scholar, obviously, the full definition is like intelligence of whatever subject you studied the most. I'm trying to say that like if he's doing music, which is like a dream, superficial thing that people aspire to do mostly in today's day and age, how does that kind of coincide with this message? It's kind of isn't it contradictive in a sense, like in his position.
Well,
like I'm not trying to like argue with his like logic and stuff like that, but you get how it's kind of contradictive in saying like Don't always like, you know, focus on that superficial list of what the impossible, if anything, you know, like be yourself. But he's being himself, but he's reached a level of success in which most people like kill for. Like even like think about like actors who like suffer for in LA just to have a little part in a big movie, you know.
I mean, I guess I will just say that like something that he does say is that the truth is whatever you say it is.
Exactly.
So I think it
That's
kind
why
of
I'm
comes
always telling the
down.
truth. No, okay.
I think it kind of comes down to sort of the subjectiveness of it. Like, yeah, you can definitely say he's living his dream job. I guess you could also say that he's just being himself. Like he's finally achieved that sort of just being of like, this is who he's supposed to be. He's not doing anymore. He's just being.
That's but I think that too with just people who like, I know people who are work way more harder than I do. Like it's not like, I remember somebody told me who's like a pastor, like he's a pastor now, like full blown now, but we used to do little sessions here because he's my old football coach. And, one of the most interesting things, it wasn't even in the talk that we were doing. Mind you, me and my friend Chris were just like in high school and the rest of were adults. And then one thing he said on the side while we were eating, he was like, it's funny, when people start feeling down and out and they feel like they're heartbroken or they're down in the dust, all they want to do first is hit the gym. You get me? And it's like, how does that like make you much better as a person, this and that, you know? And so going to the gym doesn't equate success, but I also think that there's a certain mentality in terms of discipline and how you focus your own self. That's why I'm always like, again, what I'm trying to say is that I know people who have that personality, are being themselves, but have this list that they project on themselves to fulfill this list that's maybe superficial to others. But that's what separates like the greatest from the not so greatest. You get me? Like some people are just being themselves and just being lazy. You get me? And I think you got to get out of your comfort zone sometimes. And again, it's not to argue with that. Just with my logic of things, I think some people are too comfortable. And I think that's why there's people that are the best at what they do because they got uncomfortable. You get me? And I again, like, there's nothing wrong with being yourself, but you know, when you are just being yourself, some people are themselves, but just lazy. You get me?
Yeah, and I mean, you know, even to that regard, you can say that like just some people are just lazy. Some people just want to, I don't know, play video games all day. And
that's what I'm saying.
Do nothing else.
That's why for me, it's hard to like not. I think everybody should be themselves, but you should also mold yourself with ways that don't fit your criteria.
It's just like, I guess the way I also look at it, it's like, what position are we in to say that other people should do that? Because like, I look at myself, you know, I do a lot. You know, we have this show. Yeah. I'm working on comics. I write and I make covers and things like that. Like I have many other side things that I do. Yeah. Not a lot of people necessarily do that. And I kind of look at that and I look at other people who don't really maybe do much. Maybe they just kind of go home after work and watch TV for the rest of the day. And it's things like that where it's like, it's hard for me to relate to that. It's hard for me to just imagine myself going home and just doing nothing but watching TV for the rest of the day.
And that's what I mean.
But
man.
I think some people are just like that. And I think that's just something that you need to agree to disagree with.
I think you can I mean, yeah, you're right. You can agree to disagree, but I also think that you see yourself. I mean, another way of saying what you just said is that like I'm more active in pursuing what I want to do in my future, and it affects my future positively. And if other people want to have brighter futures in any area they choose to want to have brighter futures in, they should work towards it. And people who are just doing that and doing nothing should start doing something if their goals are to reach that. You get me? And it's not wrong to say that to people, but I just feel that there's a lot of people who are just given free passes and say, no, you're fine. Like, just keep being yourself. You get me? And that can be very damaging to some people because sometimes people, I mean, it's like if somebody's at their lowest, why would you tell them to be themselves? You get me?
I mean, maybe they haven't been themselves.
Maybe they are being themselves, and what they need to do is change up and continue to be a better version of themselves, which is more proactive in terms of what correlates to happiness in their future. AKA somebody who's like addicted to a drug or alcohol, or somebody who's robbing people all the time, or somebody who, like, you know, is not picking up a book even though they want to be a doctor. You get me? Like, these are steps you can take to be better. But again, being yourself is obviously like a thing that can be taken any way you can. But some people are themselves, and that's the worst part about them, that they're just not changing what they want to be.
I mean, definitely, like they say in one of the songs in this album, I forget which one specifically, but they say something along the
There's
lines
a lot of fucking
like,
songs, to be honest with you.
yeah, but like they say something along the lines of like, people change, but something else doesn't.
And it's true.
No, sorry, it's the other way around. That principles change, but people don't.
And but that's the thing about it, and that's why it's like life is an everlasting struggle because of that. But it's a struggle you always have to fight with. Like just the same thing with addiction. Like people relapse all the time.
And there's another song that says something along the lines of like, do you agree to disagree? And I think that's something that like this album kind of does well, where it doesn't try to answer these questions.
Very vague. It's very vague.
Yeah, it doesn't try to answer these questions. It just sort of tries to raise these questions, similar to say an anarchist might raise the issues in society.
That I agree. Because even in the second song, in Could, it says, "How can this be life? Every day I watch us waste away, saving up the time to spend it all on mindless entertainment, as if we'd find some sort of reason behind this need to survive. We could be right or we could be wrong together. When daffodils skies." And this is kind of crazy because I wrote ouch right after this when he's like, "Tell yourself you're fine like your mother and father did before. Eat yourself alive." You open up, but the words are all tongue tied, pulling back the blinds. Is this the world you pictured here before? Struggling to find some sort of reason behind this need to survive. And that's all very vague, and that's why I think the poeticness of this is super crucial, because it's little like key things that could point out to everybody. But like the "tell yourself you're fine like your mother and father did before," that's like that hits home to everyone, you know, because you know, and nobody has the perfect pair of parents, nor should all parents be perfect, you know. But just I mean, again, it's a lot of very vague messaging, but that still hits, and that's why it hits so, I think, to so many people, because it's not so clear as to what it's regarding. And it's that shit hurt. And it says, "Alone through the worst and the better."
I found the line where he says, "Do you agree to disagree?" It's in the title track B question mark, where the opening verse says, "There's a silver lining on the TV screen. It's a brave new world where every thought is free. Do you agree to disagree?" And I think those last two lines, where every thought is free, do you agree to disagree? And I think that just kind of speaks to sort of like, you know, we can all think whatever we want to think,
for sure,
but do you agree to disagree?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of have to.
And I think that's what it raises the most of like, we need to just sort of accept things as they are at times. And in the explanation behind this, they say the title track of the album and the exact center point. The whole idea of transitioning from a doer to a beer is embodied by the positioning of this track. If the first 7 songs are the exposition and rising action, B is the climax. It's the epiphany, but it isn't meant to be esoteric or grand. Instead, it is just a simple truth boiled down to a quiet realization. They continue. Behind all the facades we put up, under all the masks we wear, there we are, ourselves in being form. It used to be very hard for me to explain what it meant to be to other people. And believe me, I know I'm not original in this line of questioning. For God's sake, we all know what Shakespeare said through Hamlet. But as the album developed, it became clear to me that being is synonymous with peace. And that peace looks different in everyone's mirror. It starts with self-reflection, never ends with anything other than life devotion to your truest form. I said it so many times throughout our career, but if there's anything you take away from listening to Hoax and this album, it's to please prioritize your peace. We are only here for a moment in the blip of infinity, and during that blink, our peace and being will always be under the scrutiny of the randomness and chaos of life. Perfect the art of sitting still to know yourself and be authentic to your peace.
I think that's the crucial word right there, to your peace, or to crucial statement, like what your peace is. And again, like it all comes down to like, how can you reach your peace? You get me? And I was gonna bring up like Anthony Kiedis, right? I forget his name, but I read like halfway through his book, it's like his biography, or like he had help writing with somebody, and he starts off the book and he's like, I'm sitting at home, and I wrapped a plastic around my arm, right, and the needle is about to go in and stuff like that. And, you know, I'm about to get ready to just, you know, self-medicate. And what he's putting into his body, he there explains, is a bunch of vitamins and that things that help him, you know, feel better for himself after he's recovered from doing heroin so long in his youth. Now, it obviously misleads you thinking that, oh, like he's going to do drugs in the beginning of the book. And when you go down his pathway of life, like what was he doing his whole life? And again, I know like the being yourself thing is so vague, and I'm not trying to say like don't be yourself. You get me? But he had a lot of struggle in his whole life, and I mean, it's a great book. I forget what it's called, but shout out to Danny from Starbucks. She lent to me. But things with his father, like his sexuality, like just fucking, like his dad let him fuck one of the girls that he was fucking. Like, that's crazy, right? Like his dad was like, "Oh, you like her?" And he set her up so he can fuck her.
That's weird.
It's super weird. And his dad wanted a role so bad as acting that he went from being this party god. And at one point, he came home to his father, and his father was dressed up as a woman because he wanted to play a trans lady in a role. And he went from being just a like just dressing up to her to like acting like it, to like flirting with men and stuff like that. And one day Anthony Kiedis got home, him and his dad got into an argument, and he pressed him to the wall because his Anthony Kiedis called his dad a faggot. You get me? And it was just like, then he pressed him to the wall. He's like, don't ever call me that in my life, while he's dressed like a woman.
Interesting.
So it's like, you get how all these like things sum up of life and stuff like that. Like, I feel like there's this disconnection of this is lack of connection to people who to come up differently. You get me? And it's so much easier to say like, oh, be. You get me? But try telling people that are broken to be. You get me? Because when you tell people that are broken to be, it's like, but I think what you said there is like finding your peace through the havoc that was your upbringing. That's when it becomes much more clear, the message, because I think it's important. You get me?
Yeah, I mean, there's
and it's a contrast between the last track and this one that we're talking about right now.
There is one of the songs for one of the descriptions kind of talks about how I think it's in the next song for 5 where he sort of talks about how like some people like depression is almost a key to see how the world really works.
Yeah,
where it's like something along the lines of that. Yeah, it is in 5, where he says a quote, "This sounds counterintuitive, but on your journey to being, depression is inevitable. Happiness in intelligent people is the rarest thing I know." Ernest Hemingway. And because the following song after B is 5, and the lyrics to this song is what they describe as a comparison to the 5 stages of grief to overcome your heartbreak. And that you must go through a metamorphosis to go from being a doer to becoming a beer. Ironically, it is almost the same 5 stages. And so the whole name of it, 5, is just kind of this idea of like
stages.
The 5 stages of becoming a beer rather than a doer. And it does speak to like, you know, more broken, that it's probably easier for broken people to achieve this because they have reached that sort of stage of acceptance versus other people who maybe have not accepted like their broken aspects of themselves. But
or it's become much more clear to them in the process of life.
So 5 is I think is a pretty strong song in terms of lyrically. And even in its chorus, when he says, "So just wait for a minute. I know that your wish is to change the things we can't control. But if we just lay here and listen, maybe we could give into the sounds that the silence ignores." And I think that just sort of speaks. I feel like this whole concept of being is so reminiscent of Buddhism, of just kind of like meditation and things like that, and just kind of this acceptance of just like being there with your thoughts and just being like that.
No, for sure. And then of course, like even like just like the album itself, like the term just being is so vague and subjective and particular to each person, which is subjective. But I like the first line of 5 where it says, "So sick of having to wait your turn to have to speak." You get me? Because it's not like saying like, "Oh, I want to be heard." But it's just like everybody wants to be heard in this whole world. That's why we exist. I mean, that's why we do a podcast. You get me? But in a way, that's like,
no, it's my turn to speak.
No, I'll talk over people.
No, it's my turn to speak.
And it's just like, but
it's my turn to speak.
But in some people's way, like we do this for entertainment because it's fun for both of us, and we have this like middle, like we meet each other in the middle because we want to put on a show for other people to hear us, because we want to put in the work for people to hear us. You get me? We're not just chatting about nothing, anything, which some people be doing. But I think it also screams, and not in regards to this podcast, but some people's methods of wanting to speak are like cries for help. You get me? And so like I think that's important because like this is one thing that happens a lot, but when people like I have a lot of friends that do this, and I'm guilty of this myself, but I try not to do it. When somebody comes to you with a problem and they're like, "Hey, like I need help with this," and when I talk to people, this is what happens to me a lot. They're like, "Hey, I could totally relate." So with me, and it's just like, whoa, like bro, bro, or like whatever. I'm coming to you as like, I need you to listen to me right now. And I feel like that's what people don't do enough today. They don't listen. Like they try to like always not combat, but like just project themselves on you when you're asking them for your help. You get me? And I think it's super crucial for people to just listen, because that's sometimes what people need. But in a world where, like, again, like depression maybe amongst everybody, and I'm pretty sure it is, because it's a fucking crazy world, even with the simple facts of just dying. You get me? Like everybody wants to be heard. So I think that's a very like universal thing right there. You know, and it's, I mean, again, I was sad as fuck, but it's very interesting. And this song, this is the one I put that was short and sweet, that I had like a very, not sweet, but like it's a very short song.
I mean, I like, since we've just kind of been bouncing around, I'm gonna bounce over to Formulate, one of my favorite songs.
Nice. Okay. Which is track, tell me.
This is track number 5.
Okay.
I really like the way this song begins, where it's almost like the tuned down. It's almost like a radio sounding, where the bass comes in, doon 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 doon, and then it just cuts in with like full boom, just like everything like sounding clean and clear again. And it's just, I love the way that like that instrumental begins. It's so strong, I think. And this song has my favorite opening line, where he says, "Big man in the sky or black hole of desire." And it's just something that they say in the explanation to this song, is that there isn't much to say here that is not spoken for in the lyrics. But if I break down the inspiration of the song, it is from the perspective of a divine encounter. If you take all the religions in the world, you can find examples where some human had an encounter with the divine and was thus projected onto a path of the heavenly influence. It is natural to look up for answers. Our light comes from above, and we crave to be done away from darkness. But if you spend all your time looking up, you miss what happens at eye level, and those are often more divine than the heavens themselves. Peace has no equation, and if you are looking for some mathematical way to achieve it, you might as well just look up to the sky and wait for clouds to form into some fucking Greek letters of plus and minus signs. I know life is complicated, but I think peace doesn't have to be. It is just acceptance, warts and all. Can you accept yourself? And I think that explanation speaks to sort of the outro of the song, where it echoes, it's what we want, it's what we like. Yeah.
For me, I always say look up more. Because I feel like we look down way too much because of our phones, and we always looking around and shit like that. And I'm telling you, like, I remember I said this a long time ago, like, just look up. You get me? And just because, like, I think,
are you one of those people that believe that like looking down causes like that body like language of looking down causes you to feel sad?
Oh no, I think I just feel like looking down is just more common now than ever. I mean, it could be right. It could be right. I mean, well, I do believe it in like, there's certain areas where, like in sports or something, or like where you're not accomplishment. Yeah, like, because when you're disappointing yourself, you don't want to look at nobody. Like, say you just, I mean, there's a very amazing video, and I think it's in basketball, where somebody like just fucked up and his head is down, and his teammate comes up and he puts his chin up. And he's like, keep your head up. Like, you know, make sure you're doing your best and always know you're the best you can be. And no matter what is happening, like, keep your head up, because it's more metaphorical than it is like scientific. Like, psychologically, I don't know if it messes with anything. But like, yeah, I think like if you look at kids and they're embarrassed, they'll keep their head down, or they won't want to look at you. You get me? Just because it's like, I think little things are always telling of body language. You get me?
I'm really back and forth with it, because at the same time I'm kind of like, if that's the case, then school must be depressing as fuck.
Why?
Because like you're just looking down at a desk all day.
Oh yeah, but that's like, but that's like, more of a logical sense of looking down. You know what I'm trying to say?
But that's what I mean. It's kind of like you're literally looking down. So it's like, what's the difference of like looking down and writing a paper versus like looking down at your phone?
How about this? When somebody cries, what do?
I mean, they definitely look down.
What else do they do?
I don't know. They put their hands in their face.
Right? Because, you know what I'm trying to say? Like, I feel like body language is super crucial and stuff like that.
It
is.
Know?
But I think in the sense of you, like, if I say look down on the floor for some ants, you're not going to be sad. You're like, oh, I'm looking down on the floor for some ants. But if you're like, yeah, you hang your head and stuff like that.
It's kind of like one of those things, like
I'm going to Google it too.
It's kind of like one of those things that you mentioned of like, in the sense where it's like everyone that puts their head down isn't sad, but everyone that's sad puts their head down.
I didn't say that.
Well, I know you didn't say that exactly, but you had something along that same line of like everyone does this, but it doesn't mean that everyone does that.
Well, right here, look, this is just a Google thing, so we never know it's true, but it says, since posture affects our mood and thoughts so much, the increase of collapsed sitting and walking from sitting in front of our computer to looking down at our smartphones may very much have an effect on the rise of depression in recent years.
Yeah, I mean that's something I've learned about. That's why
physically
I asked,
to your neck and everything.
That's why I asked if you're one of those people that believe that, because I was like, I knew that was like a thing or a theory, so I was just curious.
For me, I just say look up just to see how small you are. Like I feel like that to me, it opens your eyes to see like how minimal you are to everything. Like when you look, and I feel like we look down more than before. Like I feel like people in the past that before phones, like in the 40s or 30s, like I'm not saying they were happier because they were weird motherfuckers, but I feel like outside the phone being a major disadvantage to mental health and like happiness, I just feel that also that I don't know, I just say look up more just because like we don't do it enough. Like I think most of our lives we spend it either looking forward or down, and I feel like just look up a little more, like look at a cloud, look up at a tree and stuff like that, and how amazing it could be and how normal it is. And when you normalize looking up, you normalize how small you are, and like in a sense how much you don't matter and how important you are to the people that you matter to, and vice versa. You get me?
I will say that, like, even though I say that it's like I don't really believe in the whole looking down thing, at the same time, I say that, like, with that logic, then say living in a place like New York City is probably very inspirational, which a lot of people say it is. Because
I'd rather see a mountain than a fucking skyscraper, bro. A mountain is natural. Like your science, like
I mean, I'm just using New York City as an example. I'm not using it as like the definitive thing, but it's like in that same logic, it's like you go to a place like New York City and you look up at all the lights in the buildings and whatever. It's like looking up, and people like we have that Jay-Z song and things like that of like how inspirational New York is and whatever the case is.
New York is whatever. Like, I'm tired of Skyline Road. Now, okay, it's cool.
But I think what's important too is that something that he mentions is that you miss what happens at eye level, and he says, but if you spend all your time looking up, you miss what happens at eye level.
But that's what I think is more inspirational.
I think this just kind of speaks to people, like maybe more religious people that kind of are always looking up for prayers and things like that. But
what do you do when you pray? You look down, boy. You put your head down.
I don't know. Some people look up.
Oh, those fucking weirdos, bro. Who the fuck? Oh, God.
So I've definitely seen people do this. Like,
but like when they're like, oh, nah, I mean,
you just did it right now.
Yeah, because if you're begging to God, but if you're but when you go to a church and you pray or you're at dinner, you put your head down and you hold people's hands.
Like, no, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
Yeah, I think prayer often, even when you're like meditating, you're not.
I think meditating, you're kind of like eye level.
Meditating
I don't think you look down.
Meditating is whatever you want it to be honest. It doesn't have to be anything.
My point is that like there's no definitive way of looking when you pray.
Yeah.
It's like you can look up, you can look down. I think it's metaphorical when he says that looking up.
Oh no, that's for sure metaphorical. But I think when you believe in God, everything is God. You get me? Like everything, like there's no up or down. Like I think first of all, heaven, hell, that's kind of like whatever you think it wants to be in terms of like biblical or fantasy, whatever you see it as. But I just think it has to be metaphorical because I don't think looking up is anything. I think it's okay. We're all stardust, right? Realistically,
yeah. And I think like again, why I think this song sort of speaks to religion. Again, speaking to that first line,
for sure, it does.
Big man in the sky,
formulate
black hole of desire. Who makes love go round, or makes night retire? And I just when he says. Sometimes we understand, sometimes we figure out, but I want it more than I can formulate. Sometimes we can relate, sometimes we disagree. We love to make it seem so complicated. It's simply what we want. It's simply what we'll be.
Yeah.
And I think that just kind of speaks of like, we're always trying to find a purpose in things, but sometimes it's just better to just accept things as it is and just be again.
Definitely. But yeah, for sure. But there's being so much more complicated. It's so much more complicated.
It is.
Yeah. Do you know who's actually being? Those motherfuckers that live like and just fucking not the woods, but like those monks that just live with themselves the whole time and don't like do anything else except just go pray, live, and then the whole lives just die. You get me? Like that's being, if you want to really put it like that. You get me? But it's all subjective to everything, but it's hard not to be. You get me? It's just because you always have to. You get me? But it's the way of being that I think is super crucial to understand.
But I think it's interesting that you weren't a fan of Soju, because I really like that song actually.
It's a cool song. Like I'm not saying I hate it. I just think it was very super simple and like kind of cliche for like a song, because it's not bad. It's catchy. The reason I don't like it is because it's so catchy and just like, you know, like that. Like it's a fun little like jingle, you know, to me, honestly speaking. But I mean, that's it. It's track number 3, right? Mm-hmm. And for me, I just like the lyrics that I pointed out. This is like, so love me like we're equal, because if there is no sequel, I'd rather live in peaceful understanding that we believed are every single words. Like again, what glues everything up with this album together is just its lyricism, because it always remains strong, regardless of sound.
Yeah, I will say that in terms of Soju, I'm not too crazy about the interlude where it kind of does a little cutouts, a little acoustic thing, and he says, where does he say it?
Life is simple, like, you know, like the little fucking, I hate the cadence of it. Like it's just, to me, it's just so like.
But I will say one of my favorite lyrics in this song is, because I lived in 100 years of solitude with you and never questioned what gives anyone the right to. And I just really like those lines, because it's like because this song definitely deals with sort of the relationship, and it's just in the explanation to it, which is stupid long. It's 2 pages
no,
long.
fuck that. We gonna post it on the supplementary for y'all bitch asses.
But it does sort of speak a lot to sort of like Mike's parents' marriage, where it was a traditional marriage where his grandparents set them up and things like that. Yeah. So it kind of speaks to sort of an old love in a sense.
Yeah, that traditional marriage shit is fucked. Respectfully. Or the arranged marriage, I mean. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
The arranged marriage is fucked.
But I think this song is just pretty strong in terms of relationship stuff. I think it kind of speaks to sort of the breakup stuff.
Yeah.
Because like when I heard, because I lived 100 years of solitude with you and never questioned what gives, I was like, damn.
Nah, I know, right? Chill, Drake. Fucking chill the fuck out, Drake. Yeah, but again, I'm not saying it's like a trash song. I just think it, to me, is very like simple for just the mainstream. But again, I don't think none of this album is realistically mainstream. I think it's very, again, like indie, like to itself and stuff like that. But just that one particularly stood out to me more in the sense of that.
Oh, I found the song that had the lines that I said, something changes, but people never do. And that's Beach House 2.
Beach House 2? Yeah. I just thought it was very elongated, that song.
I will say Beach House 2 is one of my least favorite songs as well. And it's titled Beach House 2 because they have a song called Beach House 1.
I imagine.
I much prefer Beach House 1 to Beach House 2.
This one was like, they didn't have to do all that. They were kind of dramatic with it and everything. And yeah, but again, the lyrics are really good. And what track is that? 5?
This is track 6.
6. I fucked up my shit here, so I'm fucked up. But one thing I will say it's very hard to put in a song the word priorities. Like that word priorities is super difficult to put in a song, really? Especially a singing song. Like priorities, like it's very hard to put it on. I think so, because when they did it in this song, like, it just doesn't sound good. There's like fucking mad syllables in that shit, and especially when you're singing it, I don't think it comes out really good. You get me?
I didn't really have much notice to that.
That's
interesting.
Yeah, but I like.
That's the line that I pointed out before that I really like. Priorities change, but people never do, and I would be a fool to think you're worth it to lose.
Yeah, that I have that here, but I very much like the part. I would be a fool to think you're worth it to lose. That shit's kind of crazy. That's some crazy shit right there to write. Like, ouch, bro. Like, who hurt you, bro?
But I mean, it's it's a sweet song.
Yeah.
That's
mad funny. I have here a sweet song. that's hilarious.
There's just something about it that's just kind of like missing. It's like there's like something about it that's just like doesn't hit as much as you want it to.
Every other song hits way more than that one. I will say that. What's the track before that?
The track before that is Formulate, which we went over.
Got you, cool.
You want to look at Wasting Time? We haven't looked at that one yet.
I think so. Yeah, I fucked up my lyrics here, so I'm oldly all over the place. But Wasting Time, is that the Soju?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, I definitely have. That one has a lot of crazy lyrics. I actually, I put down most of the lyrics here just because I think it was very beautiful. And it starts off with, if I could get back to a place where I relate to the people around me, right? I mean, man, I have so much here, to be honest with you. So, but I'll write this I'll read this when it says, "I'll be back again to try when the bottom of your eyes have finally dried. You know you only shed tears for Things worth a fight, and now you're staying up at night. Another bottle of wine, smoking cigarettes inside. When you fantasize about it, I doubt you can count the words around the phrases that you swore you would never say until your chariot came up in a fiery blaze. And then just the next one, I'll just read it real quick because it's just fucking crazy, man. So don't take any precautions. No, we can't waste any more oxygen and poor taste. Spending this life all alone, for Pete's sake, baby. Pick up the goddamn phone. I know you want me like I want you. You're the first thing that I think of when the sun shines through. And I feel like I like that line a lot, man, because it's fucking serious. I'm blinded by your lights, and even if I tried, I could never deny your orbit in my mind. So spin me in circles till I go dumb. Spin me in circles till I go, continues. But it's just
I think that's some pretty good wordsmith right there, where he says, you're the first thing I think of when the sun shines through. I'm blinded by your lights. Mm-hmm. And it's like the blinds, lights, sun. It's pretty clever.
Yeah, man.
But they in the explanation to this, they kind of say wasting time is not some epiphany to carpe diem. Mm-hmm. It is just understanding that time moves one way always, forward. And as far as I know, every single one of us is finite and wasting away. So if you're going to waste away, you might as well find some people to waste away with. Joan Didion said, life changes in the instant. You sit down to dinner and life as you know it ends. And Pascal said, all of humanity's problems stem from man's inability to sit quietly in a room alone. Slow down and examine ourselves quietly so we can hold gratitude for the people, places, and experience that happen with us.
Tell that to people in solitary confinement.
Damn.
Fuck out of here, bro.
Don't let this time slip. It's the most expensive, scarce resource you will never get back.
I like when they say, don't change your mind. Thinking of me, let fate decide. Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't know. I think people just know what they want. You know what I mean?
And I mean, again, this is just another song that sort of speaks to a relationship, which is kind of like, and he says it himself, you might as well find some people to waste away with. Yeah. And, but yeah, I think, that song kind of passes over a little bit. It doesn't jump out too much. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But, let's see.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep up with what we've covered and what we haven't.
Well, Drew.
Nice. I was just on the Drew not long ago too. Okay, cool.
Drew is a pretty good one. I like Drew a good amount. Mm-hmm. I'm not necessarily blown away by the lyrics, but I really like the sound, like instrumentally and like the beat to it and stuff. It's just very energetic. Mm-hmm. Like I think this is one of the more happy sounding songs in the album for sure. But the lyrics still are pretty kind of depressing. Yeah,
100%. Like right here, I just have like is it the choices that you left dripping in regret? Check the mirror's reflection, but don't recognize yourself. And it's just like, damn, bro. Like again, like, but what was one of my favorite songs in terms of like, I told myself I would listen to it so I could fucking reiterate it because I think it's my favorite fucking I don't know how to phrase it, just sound of lyric. Mm-hmm. Let me see if I can find it. So I can fucking show your ass, bro. I can't find it though. Fucking, we'll figure it out later. Okay. God damn it.
But I'll just say for the description that they give for Drew, at the end they say, life is random and chaotic, and time is cruel and unforgiving. And it'll always be easier to be cynical and sad than it will be to be optimistic and at peace. I hope to find the strength to change the way I see the world. I am overfilled with gratitude for all the Waymans and Drews who have made this march through entropy, meaningful and a little more kind. And if you already are a Wayman or a Drew, remember you might not be an angel, but you might as well be. And this is just like, I think that just sort of speaks again to sort of the acceptance of life, sort of agree to disagree. It's like sometimes things are going to suck and you just have to kind of deal with it and go through with it.
Oh, D. I found it, by the way.
What is it?
Okay, it might be I either in B or Drew. So I'm going to put this shit on right now, actually.
I can play it in the headphones.
Please do. Because fucking, I got to find it out.
You said B or Drew?
Yeah, put on B real quick. No, play Drew. Wait, hold on. Damn, why can't I find this fucking... Okay, the lyrics are no, it don't go... Play Drew real quick. Because the lyrics is no, it don't go the way that we planned it, but who the hell cares? Why does it matter?
Oh, that's true.
Okay, I like those two lines very fucking much. God damn it.
Here, hold on.
You planned it, but who the hell cares? Why does it matter? I love how that song. It's just so fucking groovy. I wrote here. I like the groove of these two lines. All right, thank you. I love that, man. I fucking love that shit. That shit's awesome. Nice. Got the head bob going and shit.
I didn't list it as one of my favorite tracks, but I think Drew is definitely one of the stronger tracks of this album for sure.
It sounds great. I mean, even hearing it now in the headphones, but those two lines right there killed that shit, bro. Killed that shit.
But I think Golden Eyes is a pretty interesting song too.
This is a very, very sweet song because I like how it speaks of at first I thought it was looking at people with golden eyes, but then it was like seeing through golden eyes. That's ultimately what they were trying to say, right?
I think the description is pretty telling where it says early on in the process of writing B, we created a whole story for the album to live within. Golden Eyes is just a chapter in how life changes through this end of the world story. The title of the song derives from a fictional drug that was created in which you drop a chemical onto your eye and experience hallucinogenic effects where you are only selectively seeing the fantastical visions that your mind wants to see. The effects are very real and highly addictive and is known for its serious and intense come down, as immense depression immediately follows a momentary euphoric bliss. So that song tries to embody that like drug thing of like it's super blissful.
And they say if you do that through your eye and everything, it's much more quicker, effective, right? Like LSD and stuff like that with eye drops and stuff like that.
I don't know actually.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
I do know that you can definitely take alcohol through like in your eyes. And
oh,
shit,
really?
I
didn't know that.
Good for you. Like,
I would never.
You can even take alcohol up your ass.
Yeah, people do it with tampons. I was just gonna mention people put alcohol in tampons and put it up their assholes. It's crazy, bro. Crazy motherfuckers out here. They gotta chill the fuck out.
But I think in terms of them speaking of how like an immense depression immediately follows a momentary euphoric bliss, if I were to show you, the lyrics are split up into two different parts. They say part 1 and part 2 because there's an instrumental breakdown in the middle where it kind of comes down to the that kind of sounds like clocks from Coldplay.
Oh, but, okay. I didn't know that until the day.
But
Look how small I'm in my fucking shits, bro.
Oh my god.
I can tell you that.
But yeah, so the first half of the lyrics for part 1, it's very atmospheric, it's very dreamy. It says, if I make this yours and you make it mine, well then we'll see with golden eyes. So hard to find there on your own, just passing through, just passing time. If I make this yours and you make it mine, well then we'll see with golden eyes. But then the second half, it completely breaks off from that and has completely different lyrics where it says, head in the dirt, wishing tables would turn, pray for life without pain, pray for life without work, stretching for things that are put out of reach. What's the last thing you think about before you fall asleep? The truth is hard to find, but mostly because we lie in versions of ourselves that we cannot define. We're moving backwards, or at best we're side to side. We're running circles up and down between the line. And it's like, the song starts off so dreamy and atmospheric and chill and stuff, but lyrically it really just takes that depressive turn at the end, as most of the songs do in this album. Much. But I think that just kind of speaks to the consistency of it, which again you could not like or do like, or whatever. I mean,
I think it depends on the mood you're in, but I think if you're very depressed, you probably shouldn't listen to the album. Like if you're genuinely like sad about something right now, like I mean, not in a bad way. You can always express sadness in a good way through the heartbreak of music and stuff. But I feel like this is one of those albums you put on, I think, when you want to feel sad, when you want to listen to some sad music, you feel me? Or if you're high as fuck. I really think if you're high as fuck, you want to shed a tear to put on this fucking album.
I think what's funny is that they say in the description of this is that while the vibe of Golden Eyes emits feel-good vibes, the point is not to preach $1 million pyramid scheme of happiness through realization, but rather hope that through listening to this song, it will maybe unlock some euphoric moment of freedom where you just truly are happy, or at least identify what it truly allows you to be. And if that doesn't work, there are always drugs.
I'm done. And I can see that. I can 100% see that. See, that's fucking bad funny. But the euphoria aspect, I think, is super crucial. Because, again, I don't think it's meant to be there to make you fucking sad. I think it's just meant to be there so you can have a, self-opening of yourself. Like really take a look inside yourself and what's hurting you, what's making you happy, and everything in between.
Yeah, I mean, after that, you get so alone sometimes. At this point, we're in the second half of the album.
Okay.
But yeah, we have You Get So Alone Sometimes, which they say we had a very specific mood we were going for with this song. I started thinking of it as the empathy of loneliness. It's a feeling of understanding what it means to be lonely and being okay with it. Not in the sense of hopelessness, like don't worry, it will be better in the future, but more like reconciling with loneliness as a true mark of feeling and being human. We tend to withdraw and lose touch of our humanity when we feel alone. In reality, loneliness is a critical fabric in the human condition. You can only feel belonging after you have felt alone. We feel alone because we know what it feels like to feel together with others. One cannot exist without the other, and if one did not exist, the other feeling would not be as visceral.
Mm-hmm.
And lyrically, this is just a really depressing song.
Yeah, and the sound finally changes up here. I feel like in between this and I forget what part of the earlier part of the album, I write here, finally some sound. I wrote finally some different sound, but man, listen to this again. I wrote you the higher set as fuck, and just to read one, it says, "Then you go break their hearts. I don't know who you are. As you lie in the dark, do you know what you want? You get so alone sometimes you start to forget that this side of paradise won't happen again. And for reasons unknown, we were brought to this space until legs grow too old to just fight the good race." Again, man, you just want to just be like, all right, chill the fuck out. Just stop making me sad.
But yeah, it's a very depressing song. And sonically it's very depressing.
Yeah.
Like, it's just instrumentally it's very like a lot of minors and things like that, just a lot of low chords and things like that, which fucking hits.
Yeah, bro. OD slaps.
But we've gone over Bleach.
Conditional, have we gone over?
We touched on it a little bit. You said that was one of your favorites, right?
Yeah, and I finally fucking realizing my flow here. I went up a number somehow, some way. But yeah, this is my favorite song of the album.
Okay. Yeah, this is one of the songs that was a single for quite a while before the album came out, but this was always a good song to me. And I really like the explanation that they have behind this. I'm just going to read the whole thing. It's not too long. They say, unconditional represents the presentness we must be willing to put into others' lives without reciprocation for a deeper understanding. Unconditional explores the transition that must indefinitely take place in order to truly give yourself over in any kind of relationship. It is not so much having blind faith, rather it's more so careful observation of the deeper understanding on why we see a person for their flaws or imperfections in the first place. We can't turn our brains off, and to preach a blanketed statement of love and acceptance revels somewhere between naivety and idealism. But the point is to love others for their being, because that's who they are unconditionally. I think it's natural for us as humans to seek out and want to be with people who are just like us, reaffirmations of the same beliefs. We all come with a set of user terms and conditions, and we allow people into our lives based on if they will or will not violate our terms. But then there is love, which is not subject to the laws of our personal terms and conditions. So naturally, when you give yourself to someone completely, a transition must take place. The hope is that when someone is done listening, they can evaluate all the things they are and aren't willing to give up and accept. That's just a start. Unconditionality is a lifelong work, and admittance is the first step. But that's what they had to say about the song.
That's interesting. I always thought people just like finding what's not the same with themselves, though. I feel like people don't like the same thing of themselves. I feel like people rather a different version of a different person. You get me?
So I'm in the other camp. I definitely think sort of agreeing with this of like people like to reaffirm their beliefs, and especially in today's society, I think a lot of people like to put themselves in bubbles, especially with the internet of like, you know, you look at a person like myself who's into a lot of punk rock and emo and things like that. You don't know like a lot of the bands or things like that that are in the scene, but I do. And that just sort of speaks to the bubble and just how I don't know a lot of things in mainstream media, again, speaks to the bubble. So it's just, I think a lot of people live in a bubble today, and that's, you know, I'm not going to say that's necessarily a fault because we're all victims of it. But I think that's just something that it speaks to, that of like, we all live in our own bubbles.
I think people always live in their own bubbles. I think now we have more access to things that we want to like be within the bubble. But I think, again, I always say this. I think everybody thinks they're so unique until they realize they are like everybody else. Like I always know, like from what I met, because I met a lot of people, and I also feel like when I see people, I'm like, oh yeah, you're just a different version of this person, obviously with complete different life experiences, and we're all unique in that sense of upbringing and collected experiences. But like I've met so many people where I'm like, oh, you're this person, but just in this form of my life, you get me? And I'm exactly like a lot of other people in just different ways of life. And I just think that we're all not that different, like, you know, all of us. And so many people that think they are, like even people like, let's say a Kanye West, who like is so unique into people's lives and stuff like that, it's just really the same person in a different shell. You get me, in a different light. And I think, I don't know, like mainstream media to not, like, I think everything is, I don't know. To me, like when I look at all that stuff, I just think it all comes down to our ego. You get me? Like I think it comes down to ego and what we think we are as individuals and how much we are really connected with one another. You get me? And I think I don't know. I just think in terms of that message, it's just subjective, but there's no really to find an individual in today's world is to find like a needle in a haystack, but the haystack is the ocean. You
Well,
get me?
I don't think the message is about individuality. I think it's just the message is just simply accepting people for who they are unconditionally.
No, I know, but I'm just saying like, but it's also saying people want to be with people that are like themselves. You get
I
me?
mean, yeah,
You know?
I mean, I still agree with that.
I don't.
And I think that like what you said, people have always done that. People have always put themselves in bubbles. I'm not saying that this is something new. I just think that this is something more apparent and more reaffirmed in today's society with the internet, where it's much easier to put yourself in a bubble than it might have been before in the past because of the internet. Because you look at things like algorithms and things like that, like even to say Instagram, like you like one post, or TikTok, which is more of an example of that you like
China.
one post and they know exactly what to show you. And it's almost a system that feeds itself. You are feeding into this bubble because you're just like you're accepting it. And that's just my view on it. But I think what's more important is just that I really like how they say in this explanation is that we must be willing to put into others' lives without reciprocation for a deeper understanding, and that they say that that this is something that applies that to truly give yourself over in any kind of relationship. And I think this isn't necessarily a romantic song, even though that the cover has a little flower and stuff.
Yeah.
But I think this
Flowers
is just.
die. That's the truth of it,
I think this just kind of speaks to general like relationships of like this is like you need to be unconditional to the people in your life always, because you're never going to be on the same page as them. And I think that's the biggest message it's getting across, and just agree to disagree and love them for who they are. But that's what I get from this song. And that I really like that message. But we get to one of the favorite tracks, More Than You Know.
Put the lyrics up right here.
What's interesting that they say in the explanation behind this is that More Than You Know and the previous track Unconditional are hand-in-hand pieces that complement each other. That More Than You Know is about the unspoken acknowledgments, understandings, and sacrifices in love over the readily observable and easily said aspects. And this whole song is just about like telling the person that you care about how much you care about them without saying how much you care about them, because you can't find the words to say it.
I like it says more than you know, more than a million conversations could ever expose. I think it's awesome, man. I think so that's like romantic and dope, and I think it's the beauty of like expressing love that you can't ever do it fully, because again, love is everlasting, but to the end, you know.
I like when he says, more than you know, every day the world is turning over and over. I need you more against all logic and discernment. Wherever you go, I'm going the same. Like, it's just a super romantic song. And it's just even the little image to it is a little heart with an arrow through it and
That's
stuff.
awesome.
And it's like, this is just such a romance song. I also love singing this song.
That's awesome.
It's like, I really feel it when I sing this song. I'm like, ooh. And I kind of get those luau vibes a little bit from this song.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this is when the sound completely changes. Like it's normal like ding ding. Like it's not like you know, like whatever. It's more like stretched out, you know, song. You know what I'm trying to say? And I feel like I wish they just kind of put that in the middle of everything. You know, because I feel like everything else is so similar and earlier, and towards the end, it's like it's a dream. Like I wrote here, like the tone changes to a hypnotic sound here, pleasant and melancholy. You know. And I think that's super, super important. What saves the album at the end for me.
But we get to An American Dream, which is I really like the song, especially for its chorus. Where is it?
Oh, you love the feeling. You can't let it go.
Oh no! Wait, damn it! I got the songs mixed up. It's I'll get to my favorite chorus in a sec, which is I believe in the next song. Let me double check. Yeah, Western Medicine. But for An American Dream, he says An American Dream is a direct playoff of the often idolized American Dream, and centers around an immigrant father who, in facing his impending death, comes to terms with all his shortcomings and the vital and precious moments he has given up to chase something so out of reach. And it's a pretty fun song, like in terms like, well, not fun, but
Yeah.
it's just I like it sonically, like instrumentally, it's good.
The nights are all too sober. I miss our drunken dance. I like
Yeah,
that.
those are my favorite lines. The nights are all too sober. I miss our drunken dance beneath the moon, the howling truth of youthful arrogance. We'd curse the time that kept us and never understand how they would take it all for granted when they would hold it in their hands. But this is a pretty good song.
Yeah.
And I don't have much to say other than that, though.
Neither, yeah.
But Western Medicine is a close third of like one of my favorite songs on the album. I really like the sort of like Western sound to it. It's very apparent in that.
Every song really has a whole little different picture. It's crazy.
Yeah.
That's dope.
But he says, we are constantly hoping for the best in our meaning, in our existence. Maybe that's human naivety, or at least a tightrope act. Because if you abandon these very same self-formulated faulty expectations prescribed through these mediums of reasoning, you are often left with a bitter cynicism when reality falls into place. This song was written by our existential expectations that Western medicine claims to liberate us, when really they are more like miracle snake oils and healthy lifestyles. And
I love that it says, are we Adam and Eve or an atom bomb?
Yeah, that's a good one. I mean, this
It has a whole
song-
bunch of shit. Yeah.
The song has my favorite chorus where he says, nights when the stars are falling, I'm not your knight in shining, but I still care for you the same. Days when the last train's calling, I'm not your silver lining, baby, some things will never change.
Yeah, man.
And I love those lines so much. They're so good, I think.
I like that it says Mexican standoffs.
Between me, myself, and I.
Yeah.
It's so clever. But this is I think one of the stronger songs in the album for sure. But we finally reached the final song of the album.
And it's pretty short too, the final song, right?
Yeah, it's pretty short.
It goes quick.
It's very poetic. It doesn't jump out sonically. It's very low key.
Yeah.
I think there's just like a guitar playing through it. Nothing more than that. But the lyrics read, through the pavement and concrete, on a breeze you're brought to me. Now it'd hold you if it meant you wouldn't go. Through the showers and the snow, you know you always seem to grow in the places that no one could ever reach. And I've been trying to figure out why we fill our heads with doubt when our hearts don't follow any other beat. And if you are listening now, I hope peace is what you found, because I'm still growing in the cracks and in between and on the dark side of the road. A lily there has fully grown to remind us we are what we will be. To remind us we are what we will be.
You guys should write a poem book, bro. And even though music obviously incorporates that aspect of things, I just feel like still like I would love to have their stuff just being like read. You get me? But the music is great too. I just feel like they're such good writers, or if it's one writer or the other writer, but
they both write.
Yeah, they're very incredible writers. I'll say that for sure.
But I'll just read the description. They also quote Tupac in this.
Nice.
Like lyrically, they say, "Did you hear about the rose that grew from a crack in the concrete, proving nature's laws wrong? It learned to walk without having feet. Funny seems to by keeping its dreams. It learned to battle fresh air. Long live the rose that grew from concrete when no one else even cared." That's Tupac. But they say, this song is a lullaby, one for you. Don't be so hard on yourself. I know you watched The Perks of Being a Wallflower and thought, we accept the love we think we deserve. And I know you think that of yourself, that you don't deserve anything. You compare yourself to your surroundings and get sad. I do the same thing. I'm always sad because I feel like a failure. And then I'm angry because I'm confused. And I'm confused because I thought I should know more by now. But we don't know anything. I know that I know nothing. But it's okay. I don't believe that we're the sum of our accomplishments. I think we just are. Or at least I think we can just be. A flower does not think of competing to the flower next to it. It just blooms. Zen Shin. If you get anything out of this whole entire album, I hope it is the courage to just bloom, to just be, and that peace finds you well. Best of luck.
It's dope.
But yeah, they have a whole little like final thoughts and stuff at the end, and like a special thanks and all this stuff, and it's a cool little booklet.
I mean, it's a lot of work they put in for the booklet too. That's why I took the extra 4 years. No, but I think it's important, man. I really think, and it's a special touch because again, when you put something out and you finalize the pieces that you put together in it, it really just stretches forever. Like that would always exist. You get me? And it's important, man. It's like regardless of anything, like they perfected their craft and took as long as they needed to put it out as it is. I think it's really good, man. And again, I really do like this sound too. Really, it just the longevity of it kind of give or take for me, but it's still a very good sound and a very unique sound that I haven't heard in a while, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely wanted to cover this because of the fact that it's their debut album. I thought, it's kind of a hot thing to talk about, whatever. Like, they've kind of made some noise and stuff in recent years and stuff. Like, searching up about this article, a lot of sites and stuff are covering it and whatnot. So I figured it might be good for us. So take a look at it. Yeah. But
I mean, there's always new music coming all the time, So I feel like it's just only beneficial to everybody, and it's like in the sense of like our ears and what we're learning from the future and good music, not this bullshit that's coming out. Fucking
and like even though like this might not be one of our favorites, it could be your favorite.
Yeah, 100%.
Like,
and
you
definitely
could listen to this and you might love it
because you definitely relate to it. Anybody that's listening will 100% relate to this. Like, it's the truth. You get me? And then again, it's not like again. I don't have I'm telling you, man, the lyricism in this album is so strong that I like it. I like it very much, and it's because of the lyricism. To be honest, it's just my favorite aspect of everything. And that's why you gotta pick and choose what you like from music. That's important.
But yeah, that was B.
That
from
was
Hoax.
B, man. B with the question mark. shout out to Beatrice. Again, that's awesome though.
But yeah, I'm glad that we covered this album. I didn't think we'd be covering this band, but I hope they check this out. That'd be cool.
That'd be cool as fuck. To be honest with you. And everything I disagree with, don't come at me, bro. I'm just being myself, bitch. Basically, but it's definitely a great album, and I don't know. I got to listen to the earlier stuff too, but it's cool you saw them live, and you got to see them in the studio, right, and everything. That's cool as fuck too. So I feel like that interaction, especially being from New York City, like I think it's crucial, man. And Queens, Queens,
represent.
But it's Brooklyn.
When I went to the Mom Jeans concert on Thursday, the one opener, Just Friends, tried to like shout out like other places. They were like New Jersey, and a lot of people like said and I was like,
get the fuck out of here.
And then like
bullshit.
they said like Brooklyn, and a lot of people were like and then this chick said Queens, and like me and like one other person were like and I was like, damn, ain't no one here from Queens? What the fuck?
Trash ass Queens, bro. Fuck out of here. Nah, Queens is cool. That's all right.
We got fairies, motherfucker.
Whatever, bro. We got Biggie Smalls. That's all we need in this life of sin, bro.
We got Aquafina.
And the podcast, bro. And the podcast. We also got Nicki Minaj. Woo. Nah, she's nice. Got Jay-Z. That's it. That's it, bro. But shout out to the TikTok and the Instagram one more time. If you listen to this long, always thank you so much, because our episodes be long as fuck, but we don't give a fuck.
Better be listening. Slime.
CFO Slime and everybody else. TikTok, Earth Mind Matter Pod. Instagram, Earth Mind Matter Pod. YouTube, Earth Mind Matter. Truth Social, Twitter, and Getter coming real soon. We gotta figure out how we're gonna run that shit and everything. But yeah, man. Fucking crazy episode.
I felt like this was a pretty good episode.
It was a pretty good episode.
Put a good twist.
I really enjoyed the New York Times story with the guy with the Riverside
Drive.
That was honestly super surprising to me, to be honest with you. So
nice.
Let's fucking go. And we got another one coming in this week too.
You got another episode coming tomorrow, motherfuckers. Oh!
What are we talking about today? What are we talking about today? What's happening on the earth?
In our minds.
And why it matters. Everybody matters.